Welcome to the Beauty Claims e-Summit. My name's Jen, and I'll be the MC for the day. Claims is a deceptively challenging topic that I think the whole sector would be better off if everyone knew a little bit more about it. Not every claim is a good one. Proof is fundamental, but varies. There is some rhyme and reason for what makes a successful claim. A well-crafted claim can build trust, shape consumer understanding, and even counter the misinformation that continues to plague the sector. I plan this summit agenda to give you a cross-section of the topics I think should be top of mind, starting with the basics before we dive into the weeds, featuring some of the people in the claims world I hold at the highest esteem. Every speaker today was personally selected because I knew I could count on them to do the topics justice. A massive thank you to all of the wonderful people who agreed to speak at this e-conference and share your time and expertise with us. The Beauty Claims e-Summit is part of my greater free e-conference initiative. High-quality industry conferences have an accessibility problem. From high costs of registration to the travel cost to get there, conferences are an important space for knowledge sharing. These barriers, therefore, create a significant knowledge gap, a problem for introducing students to the industry, arming smaller businesses with the tools they need to succeed, addressing the issues of misinformation, and collectively pushing our industry forward. This is the problem our free e-Summit series is attempting to address. My goal with this series is to offer an alternative, one that rivals the best industry conferences in quality, but remains 100% free, fully virtual, and always available on replay. That way, whoever you are watching this, whether you work for a global conglomerate, run a small brand, or are an interested consumer, there will be nothing in your way in accessing this information. My goal is to demonstrate the value that accessibility brings to the equation. So far, I've hosted 12 e-summits on a variety of topics from sunscreen to skincare, sustainability to formulation. All the replays can be found on my blog. If you're looking for free professional development, this probably would be a good place to start. Part of the reason I've been able to continue hosting these events completely free of charge is because of all the companies we've partnered with along the way. A heartfelt thank you to the companies who are supporting the Beauty Claims e-Summit as sponsors. Thank you so much to our bronze sponsors. BASF, a longtime supporter of these events, they will be a bronze sponsor for all of our e-summits this year. And our newest bronze sponsor, Medicate. It's so great to be partnered with an indie brand on a topic that I think is so important for brands of all sizes and structures to grapple with. Thank you also to Pantene for sponsoring a presentation that will be a case study on a specific claim, hair bond repairs. Thank you for your industry leadership and support in democratizing accurate information in beauty. If you're a company wanting to work with us for a future e-summit, please reach out to us at info@theecol.com. Some housekeeping before we get started. All the presentations will have live Q&A towards the end of them. Ask your questions in the YouTube live chat. That's where I'll be monitoring it. Don't wait to ask your questions. I'll be monitoring it the whole time, so ask them as they come to you. Also, while you're here at the chat, let me know where you're tuning in from. You'll receive a replay to your inbox, plus an ebook summary when it's ready. A huge thank you to Luciana Smaldor and Nawal Abdul Karim for all your help in the prep for this summit and in working on the ebook that will go with it. Before I kick things off, actually, I have a few favors to ask from you. First, I'll be sending out a short feedback survey with a replay. It'll take about a minute of your time and will be really helpful for me to continue making these events better in the future. I've come a long way since Conference 1, and a big part of my learning here is from you. In the second request, please share this event with your network. Share the link to the stream you're watching, maybe some of the things you're learning throughout the day, and be sure to tag us at the EcoL, or if you share on LinkedIn, tag me at Jen Novakovich. And that's all I've got. Thank you so much for joining the Beauty Claims e-Summit. I hope you learn a lot and enjoy the conference. To start off the day, we'll kick things off with a 101 for Groundwork on navigating cosmetic claims and social media marketing, presented by Annika Lagut from Coherent Beauty. Without further ado, let's get this summit started. Our first speaker for the day is Dr. Annika Lagut. an independent cosmetic science consultant and founder of Coherent Beauty, specializing in scientific marketing and claim support for small cosmetic companies. With a background in physics and a PhD in material science, she brings a strong STEM foundation to the beauty industry. She transitioned into cosmetics after her doctorate, earning a UK SCS Cosmetic Science Diploma with distinction in 2022. Her published work on green claims and long-standing interest in social media marketing further highlight her expertise in science-driven brand support. Without further ado, here's Annika's presentation.
Hi everyone. Thank you, Jen, for trusting me with this responsibility to start this great day of presentations on claims. So let's get started. Here's my plan. I will give a short introduction to a lot of different topics, so you'll have a list of resources to come back to. There will be a little bit of everything, starting from legal definitions to a bit of social media marketing. Let's start from the beginning. Definitions. Here I have the EU and US definitions of a cosmetic and a drug. I'm sure you have seen them before, but they really are the core to all the regulations and guidelines. With the general idea of these definitions in the big cosmetic markets being quite similar, there are a couple of differences. Firstly, in the EU, the cosmetic definition is a little bit wider. We have the option of having a secondary function other than a cosmetic. And then we also have some functions in the EU that would make a product an over-the-counter drug in the US, such as skin protection or correcting body odors. So, of course, we can't claim our cosmetic products to something outside of these definitions, so they are very important to keep in mind. When it comes to cosmetic claims, the definitions are quite wide. Basically, anything you say or show about your product will be considered a claim. Here I have listed some examples, and I would like to emphasize a few of them. Firstly, just because someone is an influencer doesn't mean that everything they say has the same weight as if the brand was saying it. This is only true when we are looking at paid sponsorships. So this means that accurate labeling of any paid content is extremely important. And secondly, as a brand owner, since you have a financial interest that your brand does well, anything and everything you say will be considered an advertisement, and thus you have to be extremely careful not to say anything beyond what fits into the definition of a cosmetic product or what you have proof for. Finally, we also need to be careful when talking about customer experience or even the ingredients we use. There has to be a clear distinction between what is either one person's experience or a general truth, and what specifically concerns your product and what you have substantiation for. To help us on this somewhat chaotic landscape of claims, the EU has a guidance document on cosmetic claims that is considered the general industry standard. Again, I'm sure you have seen these before. This document brings out the 6 common criteria for cosmetic claims. They are legal compliance, truthfulness, evidential support, honesty, fairness, and informed decision making. It's all pretty self-explanatory, and the document gives a lot of examples. However, most of the claims I noticed to be non-compliant are quite exactly the examples given in the document, so I would please give this document a read. A reminder that, of course, the claims guidelines apply to any images too. So in the middle image here, we can clearly see the additional strip lashes added to the masquerade. So this, especially without any disclaimers, would be considered a misleading advertising. So pay attention to your pictures too. Now, what do all these rules around claims leave us with? Well, luckily, a lot of more creative claims aren't concerned by these rules. So if you're looking at, for example, these cosmetic ads from the TV series Mad Men, all of those legally would be perfectly fine. Culturally is a different question. So Here's a more recent example, more real-life example from the Parisian metro system. It's an antiperspirant ad they have run for many years now. And they are saying that your neighbors will thank you for using an antiperspirant. So yeah, clever taglines often are the solution to a lot of guidance. All the rules around claims can be quite frustrating, but we must remember that they're also here to sort of save us from ourselves. Some claims really obviously go outside the definition of a cosmetic product. If you're looking here, for example, anti-inflammatory. Moral of the story being, it's really difficult to prove a specific biological pathway of action of an ingredient. Even if we do truly think that this is how it works, it's even more difficult to do this in a formulated product. And it's even more difficult to sort of translate this to the customer experience, since the customer is not performing science experiments at home. So we always have to keep in mind what the customer experience looks like. What we can do instead of focusing on how exactly an ingredient works, well, we can talk about the visible results, of course. Thinking again of the customer observed effect rather than any mechanism of action. It's important also to carry out consumer studies whenever possible. And we need to take any percentages of improvement we have measured with a grain of salt, because again, for the consumer, it might be more confusing than helpful. Customer experience is important because even if your product does everything it says it does, people can still have unrealistic expectations or be disappointed. So it's better to under-promise and over-deliver in some cases. Now, if you're thinking there are so many rules, wouldn't it be easier just to define the things we can say? And indeed, this is the way Canada, for example, has chosen to manage cosmetic claims. Here's just one example on what we can and cannot say about vitamins and antioxidants in Canada. Notice how we can't even talk about free radical scavenging, for example. So if you need some inspiration on what can be an appropriate thing to say about your product, I have put a link to the Canadian guidance here. Sometimes it can be interesting to look at different guidance, even if you're not concerned. It can lead to some fresh ideas. Beyond all the potential legal consequences, why should we care about making accurate claims? I think the main idea is illustrated quite well here in this comic, where you can't look someone in the eye because your shampoo says to avoid eye contact. But jokes aside, I think it's important to keep the customer in mind when creating your claims, and always think of the most wrong way someone can take your claim, just because people don't like finding out that they've been lied to or that they have been somehow tricked. So in my opinion, nowadays consumers aren't finding the products that they want or need because there are too many products for inaccurate claims. It's not that we don't have good products, it's that maybe we are advertising them a little bit wrong. To me, understanding why people are unhappy with their current products is the key to making more accurate claims. It's the key to avoiding waste and thus maybe helping the planet a little bit, and the key to avoiding creating more misinformation. As we all know, misinformation is a massive and growing problem, so let's do our best to avoid adding to this noise. Now, onto the experience of a brand founder, starting with the new product development process. This here is, of course, just an example, but I really wanted to visualize how long the 3 months that stability testing and clinical claim substantiation takes. Here I have put the two processes to line up perfectly, but this, of course, is not always the case. So these 5 months come after all the creative process of product concept that runs through the marketing, R&D, and legal departments. And all of this to say, the phrases we hear quite often, like this product took a whole year of work, or I knew from the texture of the product that it's going to work great, are actually red flags. Product development takes time, and especially if it's something that is actually filling a gap in the market. There will be a full presentation later on about raw material supplier claims, so here are just a few of my personal pet peeves. I think in general, some brands that, especially the ones that use very science-led messaging, are trusting the raw material suppliers a bit too much. We need to keep in mind that any data they give us is for reference only, and we need to do our own testing. And again, we can't claim anything outside the definition of a cosmetic product, so we need to think of the types of testing we can actually do. It's important to remember that raw material companies supply multiple different industries, including pharmaceuticals, so we need to be careful. With all of this said, how do we build a proper cosmetic claim? The UK, CTPA, and Cosmetics Europe have really useful guidance here. First, we can think of the class of the claim or the consumer message. So are we talking about the performance of the product, the ingredients in the product? Are we comparing something? What are we saying? Next, we need to think of the level of evidence we need to prove our claim. Is it something quite basic? Is there standardized testing available for what we are claiming? Or are we dealing with a scientific breakthrough? So examples of a basic claim would be a shampoo that has surfactants in it, saying that it cleanses hair. There's no problem there. There's basically no substantiation needed for this claim. Standardized claims would be like SPF testing for sunscreens. And for breakthroughs, we are talking about things like peptide hair repair claims or microbiome claims. Last but not least, we need to make sure that the quality of our supporting evidence matches our claim. This means the published research we use is of good quality and any consumer studies we carried out are done properly, and we have appropriate statistical analysis that gives us a relevant result. Again, there will be talks later on claim substantiation, so here are just a couple cliff notes. The burden of claim substantiation lies exclusively on the brand or the responsible person. All claims should be substantiated. And the raw material supplier or a competitor making a claim is not substantiation. Raw material supplier data can help us, especially if they have done substantiation on sample formulas. But again, responsibility is on us. We need to make sure we understand the testing process, need to use reliable testing partners, and make sure that everything is all right. Here I have linked the CTPA guidance on claim substantiation that helps to figure out the type of supporting information we need for more common claims. How do you build your claim philosophy? What are the types of claims that are important to your products and your brand? All right, to start with maybe an unpopular opinion, a common advice here is to start with an ingredient blacklist. Meaning make a list of all the ingredients that you're not going to use in your products, including products that are prohibited by different regulations that apply to you or any retailer blacklists you aim to follow. Of course, we must follow the law. There's no question about that. However, I think as a starting point, it's a bit uninspired. Finally, everyone follows the same legislation and sells largely at the same retailers. There are so many more ingredients forbidden that would ever be relevant to your product lineup, so there would be a lot of wasted effort. Ingredient names cover a wide variety of specific raw materials, so the name alone doesn't say anything about sourcing or sustainability, for example. Then there's another way to operate that I personally also dislike, which is to claim whatever and hope for the best. This I especially notice with more science-led marketing. They think that just because they think that they can prove something means they can claim it, and often the substantiation actually is not there. So we need to be careful. So what do I actually propose? I think we need to make a real effort, right? So before we even go into ingredients or products or anything else, we need to do extensive market research. We need to understand how the industry works. We need to have a regulatory team in place, a formulation team in place. We need to visualize who our target consumer is, what types of products or formulas they would like. We need to think about our product lineup. We need to think about our brand philosophy, brand image, all of this. We need to think how big of a role will consumer education play in our branding. What are any social or sustainability issues that we want to work towards? And then, of course, use a part of our revenue to help those causes. As we all know, generative AI is coming fast into everything. In South Korea, for example, major beauty brands are fully embracing AI instead of human models, and even product swatch images in their marketing. So we know Meta is working on AI influencers. Luckily, though, as claims guidelines currently stand, AI-generated images supposedly showing the effect of a product are not allowed, since this would be basically faking the results. So, and of course, there's also solid scientific applications to machine learning, not to just say that AI is all bad. But I do think that with generative AI everywhere, marketing with real creative teams is starting to become an important point of distinction. So if you're curious of using AI in copywriting or elsewhere, I put a link here to Wiley guidance on AI. It seemed pretty reasonable for me where to and where not to use AI, so take a look. So what can we do when we see a non-compliant ad? Of course, we can complain. This will depend largely on where you are in the world. Every country manages this a little bit differently, but there will be a local advertising or competition or consumer protection agency that will happily accept your complaints. Cosmetics is largely a self-regulated industry, so don't listen to anyone saying that you don't have the right to complain as a consumer. We always have the right to complain about how we are being advertised to. And another important point is that cosmetic vigilance after the product has been placed onto the market is an important part of the regulatory framework. So this means that if ever you have a negative side effect to using any cosmetic product, you should definitely let the brands know. So here is one example of an authority we can complain to. This is the UK Advertising Standards Authority that accepts complaints from any member of the public or competitors. And they are especially known for demanding adequate evidence for claim support. So here, for example, a company was claiming that their product stimulates hair growth, but finally the data that they provided didn't support it sufficiently, so they had to take this claim down. Similarly, in the US, the National Advertising Division reviews truth in advertising challenges. And here, as an example, one recent decision on claims of results similar to cosmetic surgery, which of course is not allowed. There's a lot happening on social media. And it's also a unique way to get almost instant feedback on your brand and products. So with 30 to 40% of people globally shopping for cosmetic products online, brands' presence on social media apps is becoming more and more relevant. I would just recommend to not get too caught up in the algorithms because they will change anyway. I would just be there for your customers and for your community, explain how your products work, how they are tested, listen to customer feedback. A quick reminder here on social media accounts. Have different accounts for different regions that have different regulations, so you don't accidentally make drug claims where your product is not considered a drug. In the madness of wild advertisements, it's tempting to think, I'm not marketing, I'm just telling the truth. And that's often where we start to go wrong. So we need to remember that marketing is a tool used to gain recognition for your brand and products, and not be fooled into thinking that our way of doing is the correct way of doing. Because anything can be done well or badly, so marketing itself is morally neutral. I think often we are stuck in this finger-pointing situation where scientists say that the marketers have ruined the industry, and marketers say that scientists can't communicate properly, and then we're kind of stuck. So I think it's important to start from some points of common understanding and try to communicate between the different departments to finally get our consumers better products. If everything is marketing, does it even matter what we say? Yes, ethics is still a good starting point. So basically, we should be fact-checking everything. We should make sure that we actually act in the ways that we claim to be acting, because especially nowadays, everything is public. So anything you do will likely come out. If we can't find inspiration elsewhere, we can find an ethical idol to follow maybe. And finally, we have to actually follow our words. Integrity is one of our biggest assets. And when it comes to online businesses, of course, we need to label ourselves as businesses. We need to capture attention with genuine stories and consumer experience. We can't make our content seem like it's from an objective third party when it's not. And of course, we need to follow any legal necessities like sponsorship tags. The very general principles of marketing as a science are data-driven decision-making and pattern recognition model building. Also controlled experimentation, so we can test what works and what doesn't. And of course, we can get ideas from other scientific disciplines. More precisely, marketing research and textbooks exist. Just be careful to check the journals and publishers against different lists of predatory publishers. This is especially important when we step outside of our main expertise. It will be more difficult to spot any bad science. There's one link here, but I invite you to listen to the EcoWell podcast on the topic of fraudulent science, because the issue is getting bigger every year. As an example of marketing science, this is the best paper I found on social media marketing. They provide a framework of factors that go into carrying out a successful influencer campaign. And what they found is that as long as the influencer is in line with the brand identity and is considered trustworthy, sponsorship declarations have a positive effect. So we shouldn't be afraid to tag advertisements as such. They also found that we should collaborate with influencers that are experts in the object of the campaign, and they found that expertise is more important than popularity. How do we put everything into practice? How to build a consistent brand story? This, I think, is a good example. This is Glitch Beauty by a French makeup influencer. What I liked is that directly when the brand launched, there was sort of an explanatory video on YouTube explaining how she has worked on the brand for 4 years, what was the process like, who is the team, some of the questions people had about, for example, animal testing claims in the European Union. So it was very educational for the consumer, and it was a good insight on what it takes to launch a brand. All right, to summarize, objectively, there are bigger issues in the world. However, misinformation remains a threat, so let's do our best not to add to this, at least. I think it's also important to generally bring out less products and to buy less stuff for the planet. Sustainability is something to keep in mind. Everything comes back to the definition of a cosmetic product, what its roles are and are not. Pretty much anything you say or show about your product is considered a claim. The EU technical document highlights some unallowed claims. Some of them are really still very common on the market, so take a look. Regulations and guidelines are here to save us from ourselves, from overpromising results. Understanding why people are unhappy with their current products is the key to making more accurate claims, to avoiding waste, and to avoiding creating misinformation. Taking a product from a first idea to the market takes over a year, and claims and their substantiation are an important part of new product development. Raw material supplier claims need to be taken with a grain of salt and substantiated by ourselves. And based on the level of evidence required for substantiation, we can categorize claims as some sort of basic, standardized, or breakthrough. then the burden of claim substantiation lies exclusively on the brand or the responsible person. Your claim philosophy is a central part of your brand identity. Generative AI is used more and more, so we can stand out by showing off our human creative team, and same claims rules apply to any AI-generated content. UK ASA and US NAD are helpful in self-regulating the industry and as resource libraries. Social media content trends come and go. Your brand image should remain consistent. Everything is marketing. Ethics and scientific research are helpful guides. Collaborate with influencers that are experts in the object of the campaign. And there are a lot of details to follow in the cosmetic industry, so hiring an experienced, responsible person might be a good investment. Thank you. I will now answer any questions you may have.
And bear with me as I get Annika up to the live screen for Q&A. Thank you so much to Annika for that amazing presentation. And one moment. And here we are. Okay. Thank you so much, Annika. I really love this question from Lola. It's something that I think about a lot, and I would love to hear your take on this. How can marketers and scientists work better together, in your opinion?
Yeah, I guess it's a little bit difficult, right? So my point of view is going to be the scientist point of view, right? Because this is what I know. But I think that especially as people from STEM, we are quite used to being the most important person in the room, and maybe we should take a step back and accept other people's expertise also, and take sort of the same mentality as we take for science communication, that we are moving away from you need to listen to me because I am the expert, and moving towards let's have a dialogue, let's try to discuss how to make things better for everyone.
Something that I would love to see is more companies hire science communicators to bridge the gap. This next question is from Bertrand, who asks, where do you put the borderline regarding the neurocosmetic claims? This is a good question.
Yeah, it's quite a newer area of claims, I would say, like a couple last years. I don't like them specifically because from I haven't seen a lot of substantiation at all. It's mostly just vague references to some scientific studies about maybe helping you feel better, connecting your I don't know. So I think the issue there is definitely down to substantiation and what are you actually saying. So yeah, if there's some examples, then I can try to look at them, but just like this, I would say try to be a little bit more realistic, talk about things that people can kind of get a sense of what it is that you're actually talking about. And don't forget that cosmetics has a definition, right?
Unpopular opinion. I think that there's a lot of science washing to some of these sciencey named claims. Neuroscientist seems very sciencey to capture consumer, I guess, want. Stay tuned. I have a podcast coming out about this topic actually next week. So this next question comes from Brooke, and I'll start with the initial question and then go to the clarification. And I will just say for everyone, there's going to be full presentations later on the day just on the specific topics of clinical and consumer studies. It's both independently huge topics, and they needed their own presentation. And also, before I start asking this question, I'll just say, ask your questions in the chat. That we still have a little bit more time for Q&A. Okay, so the initial question from Brooke, where do case studies fall in the claims world? Are before and after photos okay for this or testimonials? How many people do you need in a consumer study in order to make it a substantiated claim? And then the follow up, if the brand conducts its own studies, case studies, using maybe 5 participants using their product and then documents their progress, consumer studies referring to using a CRO or internal testing. What do you think?
Yeah, so with testing on 5 people, you can't really go anywhere. You can inform your own internal decisions, whether or not you like the formulation enough, maybe this. But when it comes to statistics, a good idea would be about 100 participants. The reality is that we mostly see 30 to 40, maybe 50. So I would never go below 40 or 30 or 40 something there, because you just especially if you want your product to work over different types of skins, then it's just not enough. But yeah, and yeah, the consumer panels. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, again, it depends. Like, it has to be properly conducted, and yeah, the preference is always to have someone else do it than yourself.
And part of proper conductance of any kind of study is to limit bias. And so if you're personally running the study, you may know the people that you're doing the study with, who they may like you. Probably, hopefully.
And in any case, even in clinic, sort of more clinical studies, they often they remove any resemblance to a brand also, because again, the brand authority also plays a role. So there's a lot of things to think about.
Yeah,
But
and
again, there's guidance on this, so you can take a look at some documents to help you.
and stay tuned for the full presentation on consumer studies. Okay, this next question comes from Lola. Don't you feel like brands are relying too much on influencers? I mean, all products look the same because influencers are showing a product after another, and I don't see the value. What do you think?
I mean, finally, I don't think it's the influencer's fault, right? They get the products that they get. So it's not the influencer's fault that the brands are lazy. Sorry. But you can, and that's also why I focused a little bit on this creative aspect of new product development, because we are focusing a lot on the scientific side and claiming maybe too much, but we are not sort of breaking barriers on other types of fields. But I think finally influencers are basically the new TV, right? So it's just a medium. So I don't think that we are necessarily relying too much on influencers, but I do think that we need to be maybe a bit more picky which influencers we take for which campaigns, because if we always only see the same faces talking about the same types of products, then it's becoming a little bit of like a full-on ad channel. So that's also not great.
This is also the case if they're an expert influencer.
Yeah.
For example, I find it especially cringy with like dermfluencers. Maybe an unpopular opinion, I don't know. But there's some dermfluencers that just will promote every single product.
Yeah.
At least
In
historically, maybe they're changing their ways a little
I
bit
mean,
more.
in the EU, it's a little bit more strict. As a medical doctor, you have very little right to talk about products at all. So luckily, we have less of this problem.
Which is not the case in the United States. Canada, we have some more rules as well, but I guess the internet is global. So, you as a brand, does it look good to be associated with somebody that just promotes historically, even every single thing? This next question comes from, I'll ask Sumins, did I say your name right first, before the green claim? Just because if there's not time for the green claim, we're going to have a full presentation on green claims as well, which is another very large topic that needed a full presentation for. So this question, well, first, great presentation. Annika, agreed. It was extremely thorough. And the question, to what extent do you think consumers actually pay attention to claims versus brands marketing slash benchmarking against each other?
Yeah, I think we do, in a sense, give a little bit too much credit to consumers, because most people are busy people, which is normal. And again, we have a lot of regulations in place to make sure that products are safe and everything is fine to use. So the goal of all of this framework in general is to make it so easy for consumers that they don't need to think. So, but yeah, I think it depends on the specific types of claims. But yeah, especially when it comes to more scientific claims, maybe it is more about showing that I am better than you in a brand landscape than to consumers specifically, which I find funny because again, raw material suppliers will sell their materials to your competitor also. They don't really care. So yeah.
And I'll just say later in the day, Denise Herich, I should know how to say your last name by now, I'm sorry, from the benchmarking company. They actually did a consumer study on this specific topic, and they do a beauty by the numbers series. So maybe I'll share a link. It seems to vary amongst demographics, but bring that question again up to Denise when she presents. Okay, I'll ask the green question, and then I'll ask it again to Allyn when she presents. So this is from Annalise, who asks, how about greenwashing claims? How does regulatory treatment and guidelines differ worldwide? Well, the global question is challenging, so answer this as best as you can.
Well, it's changing, right? Everything is in process when it comes to sustainability claims, but the general consensus seems to be that now we are in a point in history where we're going to very strictly regulate all of these claims wherever you are. So even when it comes to things of just saying that some packaging is recyclable is starting to become problematic because depending on exactly which county the person lives, it may or may not be the case. And what do you mean? What do we mean by recyclable in general? And also, what do we mean if then the countries we live in then ship this waste off into another place in the world? So it's very, very tricky landscape. So personally, I would stay away from making like very wide claims without any sort of substantiation behind them. So you can say that we have a new formula now. It takes us, I don't know, 50% less energy to produce, okay? Because you can have your numbers for this, but something more general, I wouldn't do this anymore.
And stay tuned for the green claims later. And I will say regulations are only one way that claims are monitored. And people often think like the United States is like an unregulated space, which is false. But like the risk of consumer lawyers coming after you for making the wrong claim with respect to sustainability. But stay tuned. This next question is from the manicured scientist. As someone with chemistry lab and toxicology experience looking to transition into cosmetic regulatory work, what do you think is the most important first step in making that transition? I really like this point of view, or this question to you especially, because I know you started from material science and then transitioned to cosmetics. So I think you'll give a good insight for this on especially your perspective.
I think the first step is to get the proper education. So whatever it is, depending if you want to go more into the regulatory, do you want to go more into the legal side or whichever side? So need to make sure, look at what programs are out there, what have you already studied in your life, and what is the gap sort of, and compare from there. So yeah, and also depending where you are in the world, because there's some differences. So, but yeah, I would start with education. So just because we have some level of higher education doesn't mean that we are experts in everything already.
And maybe I'll just say, just from my own experience, I started my career doing kind of science communication, science writing. There's like creative ways to kind of start to build experience, and it's something that you can think about. I started a blog early on just to like start writing for brands, and I learned a lot along the way, and that led me to the path that I am right now. Maybe something else to think about is like exactly where do you want to end up, and then
there's just a few positions that are quite highly regulated. Like if you want to do safety assessments, then you need to get some formal education for that.
And so if that's a specific area, figure out exactly what you need to get in that specific area. So that's all the time we have for this Q&A. Thank you so much, Annika, for agreeing to this presentation. Annika's probably going to be in the YouTube chat for at least a little while. Okay, good. excited. So if you have more questions, Annika's in the chat, but thank you so much, Annika, for agreeing to present today.
Yeah, thank you. Have a nice rest of the day.
Our next presentation is by Dr. Theresa Callaghan, a biochemist with a PhD from the Hebrew University and over 35 years of global experience in the cosmetics industry. Following a postdoc at the Pasteur Institute, she held senior R&D roles at major companies including LVMH, Unilever, and Johnson & Johnson. In 2008, she founded Callaghan Consulting International, specializing in cosmetic claims and scientific innovation. A widely published author, she is best known for her book, Help, I'm Covered in Adjectives. Now in its second edition, Theresa serves on the editorial board of the International Journal of Cosmetic Science, writes regularly for Euro Cosmetics and Beauty Streams, and is active in several professional organizations. Without further ado, here's Theresa.
Hello everyone. I would like to add my own warm welcome to you all for joining this very important Claims e-Summit hosted by Jen. And also I would like to say hello to everyone wherever you are. So good morning, good afternoon and good evening. And thank you, Jen, for that kind introduction and for inviting me back again to speak with everyone. So we're looking at claims development, and here I need to explain how I'm going to do this in the short space. So the purpose of my presentation, I think I will open with a question. So why would you want to put a cosmetic product on the market, given one, how complex regulations can be depending on where you are around the world, and also we are launching products in a very, very crowded landscape. As you all know, it's beyond a jungle out there, and it's going to be very hard to make your product stand out. And then the question, obviously then, is what are you going to do to make your product stand out in such a competitive marketplace? So we need to explore, and I'm trying to do this in this presentation, the intricacies of cosmetic claims development, and to help give you some insights on how to navigate and create claims that stand out while remaining legally compliant. But of course, there are challenges. Obviously, the cosmetic industry is highly regulated, the market's saturated, and so developing convincing claims that resonate with consumers and are legally sound can be a difficult balancing act. But this presentation, I am not going to steal the thunder from my fellow colleagues who are speaking today, because they will go through some very interesting details on various aspects of making claims. So let's first look at what is a claim. Well, despite what you see on advertising, product packaging on the internet, a claim is actually a positive statement about a product's benefits and performance. It's not a negative list of everything it does or doesn't do, or what it does and doesn't contain. The focus is what am I going to say positively about the benefit of using my product, because this will help you stand out far better than a list of no's and don'ts. So the types of claims that can be associated with that, as you're all familiar, will be functional claims, sensory claims, and emotional claims. So these are the key three types of claims groups that we find our products sitting in. And of course, what is important are the claims formats. And so these are the texts, the visuals, the packaging, the websites that we use, the influencer speech, television, etc. And all of these fit into the definition of a claim. But then we need to ask, well, why on earth are we going to make claims? We're in a saturated market, so why are we doing this? Well, the primary reason is, first and foremost, to make money. That's why products are on the market. It doesn't matter whether you're selling a washing machine, a lawnmower, or a lipstick. You're there to sell the product to make money. And of course, then the secondary objective is to help keep consumers' skin, and here I also include the hair and the nails, in good condition. But in order to achieve this, we have a law, and the laws will depend on where you are in the world. And so I'm here in the European Union, and so I am looking at this from the European perspective. But it doesn't matter where you are in the world. You can use the European law as a guideline, as a compass, as a roadmap, if you like, in order to also achieve compliance with your own national laws. So here in the European Union, it doesn't matter how you present your product. So what you say, even the brand name of your product, this should not be used to imply something that isn't true. So in a nutshell, the regulatory authorities are asking you not to lie. And for those of you who are entering the industry and don't believe that there are a law, it's not just one law, there are an awful lot of them. And they all either apply directly or indirectly or impact on cosmetic claims. Of course, we have first and foremost our cosmetic regulation, which is currently being reviewed again, because it's reviewed quite frequently. Since its inception, we've already had pushing 50 different additions or amendments. We also have the Directive for Unfair Commercial Practices. We have the actual standalone regulation for cosmetic claims, and then others such as the regulation for medical devices, because there are products as well as cosmetic, shall we say, instruments, consumer product devices that they use at home that can have impact, or at least that medical devices legislation impacts on them. Then we have the Directive for Misleading and Comparative Advertising, and then a more recent one with changes to the Digital Services Act, because that impacts on what online influence are saying or not saying. And then there's another list of other regulations that apply. And so if I hear another dermatologist tell me, Theresa, the law doesn't apply to me because I'm a dermatologist, well, I'm sorry, it does. And whilst I admit that it took the USA 80 years to upgrade the cosmetic legislation there, it is a move in the right direction, and we need more of it. So if we come back to the European Union, we have 6 criteria which have to be fulfilled in order to achieve compliance with the law. And so to remind everyone, the first one that we have is, of course, legal compliance. If your claim is not legal, then none of the other criteria will be fulfilled. And so you mustn't mislead, and you need to comply with the local laws. So, for example, you can't make a medical claim such as cure eczema with just a moisturiser. And then they need to be truthful. And so by truthful, it needs to be factual. So you need to mustn't imply something that isn't obviously true, such as contains hyaluronic acid, but you better make sure that it does contain hyaluronic acid. It should contain it at the percentage in which you put it in, and that has to last the entire lifetime of the product. And then you need to provide robust evidential support, and that evidential support can include a variety and a mix of different clinical studies, instrumental data, consumer studies, and the like. So, for example, if you say the product improves skin hydration by 40%, you need to have those study results available. And if you said improves skin hydration, then you could do that through a consumer questionnaire. So the fourth one, of course, is honesty, and honesty is about the integrity and the credibility and the relevance of your claims. So they shouldn't, for example, exaggerate the product's effects, and the claims must be relevant. So it reduces the appearance of wrinkles, not eliminates all wrinkles. That's a good example. And then fairness, and we're still seeing very unfair claims out there in the marketplace. So you shouldn't be denigrating the competitors or ingredients that are legally permitted. So no fear-mongering. And as we know, social media and beauty apps take first prize for doing that. So free from claims is actually considered misleading here in the EU. Informed decision making, this is where the average consumer can make a decision based on the way that you present your claims, so that they can make an informed decision on whether they are able to or decide to purchase your products. So the benefits need to be transparent. The science that you present shouldn't be sort of highbrow ivory tower, so not too much claim, this scientific jargon that we tend to fall into. And I'm actually quite honest, because sometimes I do that too. But it's about making those benefits transparent as possible. And then, as I said earlier, the claims criteria, you can't look at them from the point of view of an ivory tower. They're not, each criteria is not in an individual silo. They are knitted together. So your claims can't be legal unless they are truthful. Truthfulness requires evidential facts. Evidence needs to be honest and relevant. That honesty requires fairness, and altogether that then provides a situation that a consumer can make an informed decision and therefore ultimately be satisfied with both the claims and the product that you're selling, and you'll get some repeat purchases, which is what it's all about. But the legislation applies to the average consumer, and the law has defined what the average consumer is, and it's someone who's reasonably well informed, observant, and circumspect. And in plain English, it's somebody who has a few grey cells. And it also needs to take into account both the social, cultural, and linguistic factors. So you need to make sure that if you are selling a multilingual product, that you have clear translation for that. But at the same time, no one is expected to protect fools from their folly. And as I know, many people listening in will clearly see that social media and various other platforms, there are a lot of fools and their folly. And this is just one example where on TikTok, an influencer decided, hey, I've got this lip product from Burt's Bees and I can put it on my eyes to give me a buzzy feeling. But the consequences were quite devastating, as you can see. So you need to be very careful about what you are saying about your products when you are online. So what about the claims development process? So here in the claims development process, the key steps in any process are, first and foremost, you need to understand your consumer insight. You have to be clear about the reason for having the product and the claim. You need a strategy for your product and the claims you are making, a body of evidence, and the robustness of that evidence will depend on how much and how good that evidence is. And of course, it's how you're going to communicate, because if you don't get those together, you're going to have some difficulty in achieving both your objectives as well as compliance. So you need to ask yourself 20 questions, though I'm actually listing 21 for those who are sharp-eyed this morning. First and foremost is, why do you want to create this product? As we know, and as I've said earlier, we operate in a jungle. It's a swamp at times, and so you need to be really sure about why you are creating this product, and also what are the objectives for it and the claims that you want to make. Your consumer insights are going to help you define who your target market is. Are you just going for the shotgun approach, or do you have a defined market in mind? How and where are you going to advertise? Because again, that is important, particularly in relation to who your target market is and the consumer insights that you should have been developing. And also, why do you want to make the claim or the claims? Why? Is it because marketing decided I want, or is there a genuine need? Because our products are being sold in a swampy place, we need to grasp the difference between what the consumer wants and what it really needs. And so if the industry can try to separate those and help educate the consumer as well as yourselves, that would be a real benefit. So is the claim complete, or do you have a wider story to tell? Because that's also helpful. And is the claim consumer relevant? And a classic example here is that 96-hour antiperspirant claim that Unilever are making again at the moment. And whilst that claim is perfectly legal and it's compliant, the relevance of the claim could be questioned, because doesn't anybody wash in 96 hours? Or do they have some prophetic foresight that with the issues with global warming and the lack of rain, that people are going to run out of water and therefore they are going to need a 96-hour antiperspirant? I don't know. I know I'm being cynical and a little bit unfair here, but you really do need to make sure that if you are going to make this overt type of claim, that it does resonate with consumers. Otherwise you won't sell it. So will the consumer understand? What are the expectations of the claim? What you hope to achieve from this, apart from obvious product sales? And are they valid? Are the claims that you are making subjective, objective, or both? Because this will also help guide you into the types of studies that you would need to run in order to support your claims. What's the body of evidence required? How much evidence do I require? Because too much science can be a bad thing, too little, terrible. So you need to have a good balance to that weight. And again, how relevant is it? Are the 6 criteria, have you met them? Have you interlinked them? Have they knitted together well? Are you claims washing? That's another thing. And of course, as we all know about greenwashing, claims washing is also something that happens, and, sort of cherry picking off the data from your study rather than making the whole lot transparent. The other thing you need to do is to challenge your claims. Could you challenge them? Would you? And how would you do it? You need to put yourselves in the shoes of the consumer, your competitor, and the regulator. And what types of challenges could you expect? So, as I said, consumer, legal, competition. And so if we sort of then break that down into, should we say, digestible points, the marketing objective is the first one. What do you want to say? What does regulatory say about this? What does the testing team say about this, even if you are using an external testing company? What does R&D say, and what do consumer insights say? And then the formulation, will the product content support the principle of the claims that you want to make? Because you need to remember that you are not selling ingredients, you are selling a finished product. So a bit like the apple pie scenario that some of you heard me mention before, you're not selling all the ingredients that make the pastry and the contents, you're actually selling the finished cooked product, because the proof will be in the eating of the pudding. And then robust evidence gathering, and I've used the word robust very carefully here, because if you analyse all the complaints that have been published by the relevant advertising standards authorities, there is a consistent wording from them, and that is the lack of robust evidence as well as relevance. But it's the robustness of the evidence that they seem to pull everybody up on. And so the claims wording and the advertising, you need to make sure that you are fully aligned with the legal team, the regulatory team, and consumer understanding, and of course the 6 criteria. And then you need a review. And so again, you need your legal team, you need your regulatory team, you need the scientific input, you need perhaps additional advice from the people that did the testing, and then of course then you have approval. But there are a number of common challenges and mistakes, and the first one is that developers or people new into the industry underestimate the requirements for developing a cosmetic product, and they also therefore understand the requirements for developing a claim. They forget that all the criteria are interlinked, and so being non-compliant with one means non-compliance with all. And so from that, there's always insufficient fundings for studies. There's a lack of foresight. And far too many people complain, oh, it's expensive. Being in the field of cosmetics costs money. We are not selling fashion items. It's not a means to an end. We're not selling a cheap food product. These are products that go on an organ of the body, and you need to get your investment down and sorted before you start. Overclaiming, exaggerating benefits without evidence, well, I think that's clear, and we'll hear more about that today. And of course, the misuse of ingredients and data, claiming benefits of an ingredient not at an effective dose. And this, I kind of have some support for those who are formulating products, because often commercial will come back and say, well, we know that you're supposed to use this at 1%, but in order to save costs, you have to reduce it to 0.1%. And so what happens then is you lose both the benefit and the relevance of the claim, and you end up making a label claim, and you might find that 0.1% won't last within the formulation for the full lifetime of the product, which you can get caught out, because whilst the authorities look for claims, if you are saying in your INCI listing that you've got these ingredients in there, they are going to be checking them, and they're going to be checking them at the levels that you have quoted in your PIF. So and they are going to then be comparing that with the claim. Misinterpreting studies using irrelevant or biased data, that happens too, and this is a challenge that needs to be overcome, and you need to have support from the testing house that you are working with for that, and so that you are not, again, cherry picking your data. And then, of course, is the choice of words such as natural, pure, and clinically proven. That wording is not clear, and so it could be considered misleading. And then influencer claims, not under brand control. And so, how do you, shall we say, control influencers? Because once they are online, they do get carried away. And, beauty hacks are claims too. And although I don't have it here, there was an instance where a pharmacist in the USA had a beauty hack for combining 2 pharmaceutical products, mix them together, put them under the eyes to cure your eye bags. Yet the small print on those 2 pharmaceutical products says do not use around the eyes, or do not use if you have irritated, sensitive skin. And so, this is not fair. And to be honest, it's downright dangerous. So we need some critical thinking here. Is the claim clear, understandable, and relevant? Does the evidence genuinely support the benefit? Are you pushing the boundaries too far? So again, the 96-hour claim, yes, it's legal, and there are protocols that you can follow that you have to follow for antiperspirants, but is that boundary, have you pushed that boundary too far when you are addressing the average consumer? Need to use cross-functional collaboration, as I said earlier, involve testing, marketing, R&D, legal and regulatory at the start of the development process, and not as an afterthought, and you need to be together throughout. And I would recommend that you all sit around the same table rather than just do this over the internet, because a lot more will come out in those meetings. I know sometimes that you can't if you're split up in different parts of the world, but if you can get together and sit around a table, it is so much better. And then think like the consumer. Would you believe the claim that you are making? And then also think like your competitor, and always have someone in your team or a group of people in your team that can challenge the claim. And how easily can they do it? And also is how easily do you believe that challenge could be won, either in court or in face of the advertising standards authorities? Okay, so I've prepared a checklist actually. And so, we need to be critically thinking about both our products and the claims that we are making. And so you need to be asking, first and foremost, is my claim truthful, and do I have good substantiation for that claim? Is there robust evidence? Is it sound enough? The studies or the test data, the scientific literature or the patents, have you got that body of evidence together? But is that all aligned with the product's actual performance? So you need to be clear about that. And have you avoided fear mongering? And this is where all the free from claims come in. So you need to be careful about saying, oh, it's free from this or it doesn't do that. So these negative claims, you mustn't fearmonger terrify consumers. Or the other thing that you mustn't do is compare with your competitor. I know you can do this in the USA, I believe, but you cannot do it here in the European Union. And so you shouldn't be comparing your products with someone else. And you should also understand that your products need to be unique and not photocopies of your competitor products. Is the language understandable to the average consumer? Well, certainly you will be able to find that out through consumer use studies, because it's the consumer use studies that actually give you the wording of the claim. Does it comply with all the criteria and of course all your local laws? Because even though we have the European Union law, each nation has also some additional laws or that it needs its companies to comply with. And that's similarly in the USA. You have your federal law, but each state, such as California and others, they will have also their individual local laws. And of course, then has it been reviewed and signed off by regulatory and the legal team, and just don't bully them to do it if they don't feel secure in doing so. And so some key takeaways to close out is good claims are clear, truthful, well-supported, relevant, and consumer-focused. Critical thinking obviously helps keep the balance, especially as we are now living well and truly in this click era. Use the 6 criteria as your compass, even if you are outside the EU. Navigating authenticity, legality, and consumer trust is more important than ever. The skin is not a fashion item. You need to understand this. It's an organ of the body that we keep in good condition. And so cosmetic products should not be seen as a means to an end. You got a problem, we fix it. You can't just look at it like that. Beauty is a matter of opinion. It's not in the definition of a cosmetic. And the sooner that we move away from using the term beauty in cosmetics, I will retire a very happy lady. Don't complain about the effort needed and the testing costs putting a cosmetic product on the market. So do your homework well. And so-called beauty apps, and this is Theresa Callaghan's personal opinion, right? It's not a legal one. I believe should be encompassed within the 6 claims criteria. And to quote a colleague of mine, we also need an app buster, but I'm sure with the review of the cosmetic law that's happening during this year and maybe some points coming out next year, will shed some light on that. And then to quote another colleague, we need actual intelligence rather artificial intelligence. And I recently wrote an article on AI and claims washing. And that article is available in English, Chinese, and Japanese. And there's the link if anybody wants it. And also embrace your responsibility, because cosmetics are fun. We can't deny that, but they do take a lot of work. And so don't force yourself into a position like we did in the past, saying, oh, this is not my responsibility. It's the responsibility of R&D, or it's the responsibility of testing. When it comes to cosmetic claims, everyone has an equal responsibility, irrespective of the category or the division in the company that you are working with. So with that, I thank you for your attention. Yes, we will open up to some questions, but you can also contact me via my website or LinkedIn. Some of you will know I'm very active there, so I'll be happy to catch you there. I do have a newsletter blog on LinkedIn, and I also have a monthly column with Eurocosmetics, and these are all free to read. I do a monthly technology article with Beauty Streams, though that is behind a paywall. And last but not least, I have a very simple guide to cosmetic claims. I've written it not just for the industry, it's actually written for the consumer. And if you are looking for answers, you will actually find a lot of questions, because the book is about critical thinking. It's about you asking questions of yourself about what you are doing in order to make your claim. But it is a very simple guide, so the average consumer should understand this. And I'm pleased to say that I have 12 interviews lined up in the USA over the radio and podcasts on the book. So I would like to thank those in America for actually appreciating the book. The book is available also in French and the German version. I finally managed to get some German case studies, so I hope to have that book out sometime over the summer. But since I have 3 other books on my desk as well, please be patient, okay? So with that, thank you, Jen. Thank you, everyone. And I can take some questions now.
Thank you so much to Theresa for that presentation. Bear with me as I bring Theresa onto the main screen. I thought that between Theresa's presentation and Annika's presentation, this would give a really good groundwork to start the day. So yeah, thank you so much. That was extremely informative. And I will get right to the questions. So the first one comes from Kimmy, who asks, how would you recommend that claims be legitimately challenged beyond substantiating the claim, even through a third party? Maybe legitimately overcome a challenge. I will just say, usually when we talk about challenge, it's usually like coming from like a regulator challenging the brand. So how can brands make a low risk claim and substantiate it? I'm sorry if I've butchered your answer. I'll stop talking. Or question. I'll stop talking.
Oh, good afternoon, Jen. Thanks for inviting me back. To the question, well, if you have fulfilled the 6 criteria of the legislation, then you shouldn't have a problem. The problem tends to come is where people start going, should we say, off track a little bit. They start expanding the claim and the wording. And I think one of the best ways to create, should we say, a legitimate claim and stay safe is in the wording of the questions that you put to your panel in the consumer tests. So if you have developed, should we say, a moisturizer, let's keep it simple, okay, and you may or may not have decided to do perhaps some clinical measurement through the corneometer and a tuometer, but you still need to have, because of, if you've done your consumer insight study correctly, you will still need to do some consumer studies in order to keep the, shall we say, the body of evidence that you have robust. And so when you create a consumer study questionnaire, so you will need around 100 volunteers on this type of study, is that the way you word the questions will be the wording that you use in the claims. And then you have your clinical data to back up. So if your clinical data has said, after 24 hours, skin hydration was improved by 30%, right? Just for argument's sake. And so then what you then need to do is then you need to construct a consumer study in a way that correlates that information, because the information you get from the clinical study, it's just data. And so it doesn't prove your claim, it only supports your claim. And there is a big difference there. Okay. And so having, should we say, a good solid consumer study, not necessarily with a clinical study, because you can make softer, more consumer related, more, should we say, emotionally related claims, how it feels. Yes, it gives me day-long moisturization. My skin feels hydrated. This. If the way you construct the questions, and rather than say have yes no answers, you would need graded answers, so you would have either a 5-point or a 7-point scale to answer that, and then from that then you would have some pretty solid evidence for your claim. Obviously, the more complicated the product, as we get into aging, for example, and if you're trying to drive maybe an ingredient story, then of course you're going to need more information. But so you also need to be careful that when you put your claims on your website, that your website isn't going off on a tangent. And something that I didn't raise in my presentation, but I thought about it when I was out this morning, is that uh, many brands sell their products internationally. And so you find that the translations are not always correct. So I came across one French brand and they had talked about 9 active ingredients, but on another website in a different language, it was only 5. And so you need to be careful that you translate correctly and that, yes, the translation can't be literal, otherwise it will be gobbledygook, obviously. But you need to be sure that if you say there's 9 active ingredients, then if you translate into 20 languages, it's 9 ingredients and not, 1 through 20 or something like this. So
And
I hope that helps. Um,
and I'll just say stay tuned. Later in the day, we're going to have, again, full presentations on clinical and consumer studies. And we're also going to have the perspectives of a few lawyers later on the day that will give you really good kind of risk protection type viewpoints. I would also say a benefit of like consumer studies, just something to think about is, okay, you demonstrate there's like a 10% or whatever fine line, a reduction in depth of fine line, whatever you're claiming. Can a consumer actually notice that? And so that's something that is a value for consumer perception studies. Okay, I have time for one more question. Nikki, I see your question. I'm just going to say, ask that towards the end. That'll be a really good question for the final presentation. I'll ask this question from Suman, who asks, well, firstly, thanks, Theresa. We've got a lot of compliments to a very good presentation, very informative. So the question, how effective do you think claims on product packaging are versus in consumer-facing educational / communications?
Obviously, when you're facing with consumers on the educational platforms, you have more opportunity, right, to go into more detail, to expand, to explore. Whereas if you are on the packaging or even just your website, of course you are limited. You are physically limited. And so that's why you need to get very creative in how you present your product on your packaging. And one thing that we must stop doing is selling anxiety. We are so good at this. You've got a problem, we can fix it, and we just drive it. We drive it with the free from claims. We drive it with the negative claims. And so we need to take that out of our advertising. You've put on a product on the market, you've worked really hard to get there, and it should be positive and engaging, right? Keep the negative stuff away. If you've complied with the legislation, you don't need to talk about the negative stuff. Obviously, we have an issue where yes, I'm lucky I'm here in Europe and we have a wonderful collaborative forums and discussions with the legislators, and it's a dream. Whereas if you're in other countries, it's rather difficult. And my heart goes out particularly to the USA because it's taken so long to update the legislation there. And but if the Personal Care Products Council and the SEC and also the CTFA can get together to work somehow with the consumers and sort of help the FDA put together something meaningful, that would be great. The other thing is that we have, whilst we have our national legislation. Consumers work or operate or interact internationally because of the likes of the social media platforms such as TikTok and the like. And so we need to somehow, how do you say, use the educational platforms to help consumers overcome the gospel according to TikTok, which is terrible at the moment, as we all know. So yes, I would thoroughly endorse good, solid educational programs, and the EcoWell is, of course, one of those. Definitely gold star.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to, before we close this Q&A, this is all the time we have, but I just wanted to say this brought up a point that Ronie Schmelz, who's going to be presenting later on in the day, brought up to me about the United States context with the current administration changes. I would maybe ask this question later on for like what this landscape is going to look like in that market, but I think that some brands may be under the misperception that the fact that it's now becoming more challenging for example, the FDA and FTC to operate, that's going to be necessarily a good thing. But then there's going to be more state rules coming in that then brands are going to have to comply with, and more appetite for consumer lawyers. So it's actually like it's creating a much riskier environment for brands.
Yes, but if you think about, like, the USA is 50 something states. I apologize for the lack of my geographical knowledge. And here in the EU, we have different countries. So if, we have the law coming out of Brussels, and so in a way you have the law coming out of Washington, and then each country has its own national requirements. But the overarching thing, of course, is what the EU general law. And so in a way it does mirror slightly. But as I said in my presentation, is if you could, should we say, use the way the EU likes to do it as a compass, then you won't go wrong, right? But you will have to comply with your state legislation, because I know California has different rules to, say, whatever, Georgia or wherever. So those you will have to take into account. And of course, if you're selling across state lines, like most of you are, then that's, you have then the USA legislation to take into account as well.
So, maybe hire the right people to make sure that you can manage all these different things that you have to keep track of.
People in the USA to help you. So yes, it's a step, but the Democrat, it's a step in the right direction. And hearing about the new administration here on this side, because I'm based in Europe, is, breathe deep, and it, it may turn out really wonderful. You never know. So we'll see.
And that's all the time we have for this Q&A. Bring your legal questions to the lawyers later on. Stay tuned for lots more. And thank you so much, Theresa, for agreeing to present today.
Okay, take care. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Our next presentation will be by Dr. Crystal Porter, a hair scientist and founder of Main Insights, where she specializes in research on the hair and scalp of people of African descent. With a PhD in physical polymer chemistry and a background in biochemistry, she previously conducted ethnic hair research at Unilever and L'Oreal. Dr. Porter has also authored scientific publications and created a patented process for customized hair care. Beyond her professional work, she is a passionate STEM advocate, mentoring underrepresented youth and promoting culturally relevant science education through her involvement with Chicago State University's Center for STEM Education and Research. Without further ado, here's Crystal's presentation.
Thank you, Jen, for the opportunity to talk about hair care claims. I am happy to join my industry colleagues today on a topic I am so passionate about. So let's get started. I want to start off by being transparent because I do have an agenda, because there are a plethora of products out in the market and consumers are often confused about what they should buy, and then they are disappointed with results after their purchase. So the number one question I am repeatedly asked is, what products are best for hair? But it's really based on your individual desires and needs. So my goal today is to cut down on the confusion and arm you with insider knowledge that will help you as a consumer to make better decisions when it comes to purchasing products to address your hair needs. And my talk is broken up into three main parts. The first is product classifications. The second one is what you should look out for, so we'll have some examples. And those examples is really to try to get you to start thinking critically. So I have some exercises or some questions that you can ask yourself and product manufacturers to make informed decisions. Now, my hope is that the information that I share will increase your chances of having better outcomes in your quest to look and feel better, because after all, that is why we buy products in the first place. And we're looking for functionality and benefits that will transform our tresses, hold our style, and really complement who we are as unique individuals. So there are attributes that are sought after that are used in product claims, and I'm going to go over a few of them. So the first one is repair and protection attributes. And these speak to damage prevention or reversal. And this is often where overpromising is made. Then we have manageability and styling support. And these are functional performance claims useful for textured hair and styling ease. Then we have moisture and hydration. These are frequently used in products for dry, curly, or damaged hair types. And we have health-related attributes, and these are typically associated with scalp and follicular health, and they oftentimes border on therapeutic or drug claims. We also have aesthetic, there we go. Then we also have aesthetic, appearance-enhancing attributes, and these support the look or feel of the hair. And we have sensory-based attributes, and they contribute to the sensorial profile and emotional satisfaction, because most of us love how products make us feel when we use them. And then lastly, we have the ethical and lifestyle claims, and these are related to values more than performance. So even though they are not hair attributes per se, they can heavily influence purchasing behavior. So while these products or ingredient descriptors or claims are rooted in our desires as consumers, but without clear definitions or data, these claims often mislead rather than inform. So it's only natural that we gravitate towards crafty descriptions of what we want, but we have to be clear about our expectations. So I want to dive into two main product categories. And these two are cosmetics and drugs. So under the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, the cosmetics are defined as articles intended to be rubbed, poured, sprinkled, or sprayed on, introduced into, or otherwise applied to the human body for cleansing, beautifying, promoting attractiveness, or altering the appearance. And the drug has the definition of articles intended for use in the diagnosis, cure, mitigation, treatment, or prevention of disease, and articles other than food intended to affect the structure or any function of the body of man or other animal. And so sometimes we have like a dual functionality when there is more than one intended use. So an example of that would be like an anti-dandruff shampoo, or even a shampoo that includes minoxidil for hair loss. And then according to the FDA website, certain claims may cause a product to be designated as a drug, even if the product is marketed as if it were a cosmetic. So some examples are claims that a particular product will restore hair growth or regenerate cells. And we'll see a few examples of that in a few minutes. So we have to ask ourselves, is the intent of the product to beautify or affect the structure function of the body? So we have to keep that in mind. And I want to also introduce regulations, and you'll get a more in-depth view of that from Ronie Schmelz, who will be talking later today. But I wanted to go over some basic details about regulations so that you can have some context for what we'll be talking about. So the Food and Drug Administration enforces cosmetic claims, including hair products, by ensuring that companies do not make claims misleading or unapproved drug claims. And so under the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, cosmetics must be truthfully labeled and cannot claim to treat or prevent diseases or affect the body structure or function unless they meet drug regulations. So if a hair product is marketed with claims such as hair restoration or a dandruff treatment, or even hair growth stimulation, the FDA may classify it as a drug rather than a cosmetic. And if that's the case, the product must undergo rigorous testing and approval before being legally sold. So cosmetics are regulated on the honor system, and pre-approval is not needed. But the FDA also monitors cosmetic labeling, and they issue warning letters to companies that violate these regulations. For example, it has cited manufacturers for making unapproved drug claims and about hair care products on their packaging and websites. So while the FDA regulates the labeling, the Federal Trade Commission oversees advertising claims to ensure that they are not deceptive. So if a company makes claims about health or safety benefits of a product, those claims must be backed by scientific evidence. Now, for claims about curing, mitigating, or treating serious diseases, companies must accept standards of scientific testing, or they must meet accepted standards of scientific testing. So here I have examples of some taglines and just some quotes from their advertising or their claims that they make on the label. And the first three are taglines. So we have ultimate hair growth, growth activator serum, and advanced hair growth formula. And I am marking this with a red because clearly these are claims or taglines that suggest that you are going to grow the hair in some capacity. Now, our next one is a particular ingredient activates, or the actives increase cell activity. So this is a product and the actives increase cell activity. And because it's talking about the cell, this also gets a red line. Now, the next one is that this particular product contains scientifically researched ingredients and vitamins to help revitalize hair follicles and improve density. And there is one key word in this particular claim, and that is the word help. So because it's helping it, then it is more of a cosmetic, because when you cleanse and get the substrate in a more healthy state, then of course it's going to flourish better. So to help revitalize is a much better claim. This one talks about stem cell shampoo and conditioner, and because it's talking about skin cells, that would be a negative in terms of it being in the cosmetic lane. But then it talks about, the formula having quinoa protein extract, which boosts keratin and babassu oil. It moisturizes the scalp and roots for health at the base of the shaft. And so I have base of the shaft in yellow because that's a little bit more ubiquitous. It's nebulous in what it means, because if you're talking about the base of the scalp, referring to the area underneath the skin, which is the follicle, we have viable cells there, and so you want to stay away from that particular claim. But if you're talking about the base of the shaft, when it comes to just above the skin or the scalp, then you're okay. Now, the last thing that I have here is a banner, because sometimes you see a banner of high-profile companies or organizations that are listed, and it really is to make the consumer believe that the products are endorsed. And so I don't want you to fall for the okie doke. If there aren't hyperlinks that provide a source for you to, get more information, then definitely don't believe it. And that was the case for the one that you see here that I saw. Now, I only provided a handful of examples, but I want to ask a serious question, because do we really want to buy products where brands are deceitful and not following the law? Now, I don't know about you, but if a product may alter the way my body functions, I want rigorous testing to be done prior to it going out on the market and for me to actually get my hands on it. I also want to talk about the importance of in-use considerations when it comes to products, because sometimes claims are made based on a specific type of ingredient. So unless the product is tested, we don't know if it translates to the final formulation. So here we have a product that's loaded with 77 fulvic minerals, 18 amino acids, 5 crucial vitamins, and this scientifically formulated combo gets right to the root of your hair loss to promote the thick, long, luscious locks you long for. So all that sounds really good. But if you're talking about all of those ingredients, and even though they may be beneficial individually, you want to make sure that the final formulation reflects that as well. And then we also need to pay attention to the hair type. And in this example, where at the bottom where a product prevents breakage, it actually gives information on the instrumental. Well, it says that it was instrumentally tested on bleached hair. And so at least we know the products were tested to substantiate the claim, which is great. And the fact that they use bleached hair means that they used it to better differentiate the before and after results. And so you get its higher sensitivity, so you're able to see differences better. But it shouldn't be used as a substitute for real life situations. So as stated before, it doesn't mean that the results that they get for bleached hair are translatable for different hair types. And this is a slide that I have. So even though we're talking about products that we usually think of as something that could be poured or put onto the hair, I received an email about, actually, I think it was a text message about a device. They wanted me to give my opinion about a scalp massager. And there is apparently this viral video that was sent to me, and it talks about the benefit of using a scalp massager for 2 hours a day. Oh, so it talks about claims of it's designed to restore the natural balance of your scalp and to keep it healthy, resulting in improved hair growth and thickness. So, okay, you're keeping it healthy, and so it may result in that. So, okay, that's cool. But when you say it promotes blood circulation and faster growth, then that goes into the drug category. But regardless, the risk level is low on this particular device, because I mean, if you take 2 hours to use a device, the worst that can happen is that you're out of money if it doesn't work. So you're not really going to do anything or harm yourself. But I have to say personally, with my tightly coiled hair, I am not sure that I could use something that manipulates the scalp for even 5 minutes, let alone 2 hours, without my hair being like a tangled mess. But at the end of the day, we need to hold companies accountable. So before you even waste your money, just ask if there is data that exists. And so I also get a lot of questions about oral digestibles. And there are a lot of hair supplements out there. And the reason why is because it is a multi-billion-dollar industry, as we can see here. So there is only clinical data to support the efficacy of FDA-approved pharmaceuticals, and the only three as of today is minoxidil, finasteride, and JAK inhibitors. But there are nutraceuticals out there, and there are nutraceuticals that have clinical studies on the final formulation. So be on the lookout for that. And I didn't want to include name brands because I just don't want to promote a particular brand and possibly leave another one out. But just do your due diligence and make sure that they have clinical studies on the final product. And claims like hair appears thicker for these nutraceuticals, that's great because it's appearing thicker. But when they say it actually grows the hair stronger and longer, then that is definitely in the drug category. And then I had to put this in here because so many supplements have biotin as a part of their ingredient list. And it is a myth that biotin helps with hair growth. There is absolutely no data as of the date to show that it helps. So keep that in mind. I also want to talk a little bit about testing for claim substantiation, because we want to know the type of tests that are used when they are making these claims. And so we have image analysis, and it can quantify changes in how the hair looks. Then we have different mechanical testing, and that's used to measure how the quality of the hair changes as a function of product use. We also have colorimetry that can be used to differentiate the changes in color as a function of product usage or environmental conditions. And then, even though perception is subjective, it's probably the most important, because if the measured differences don't translate into purchases, then at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. Therefore, product companies must balance scientific functionality with perceived benefits. Now, while the list isn't exhaustive, it should leave you with some confidence that there are methods that can be used to give you more confidence in the ability of products to perform in the way that you want them to. But there are some improvements that we can make as cosmetic scientists. So some industry standards that we have are not transferable, and I want to highlight the HRIPT test. And so this is a widely used test, and it stands for Human Repeated Insult Patch Testing. And it is a clinical test used to assess the potential for skin irritation or sensitization that is caused by topical products. And so it helps manufacturers to ensure that their products are safe for consumer use, and it identifies any adverse skin reactions before they are sold in the market. So the change in irritation or redness and swelling is scored by, and then claims can be made such as hypoallergenic, non-irritating, and suitable for sensitive skin, and even dermatologists test it. But the products that are geared towards scalp health have been used, or they've been using this test. And so I'm not going to go through everything here, but you can see that there are a lot of differences between back scalp, which is where the patch testing is done, and then the skin of the scalp. And so while it's a great first step, it's not really giving the full perspective, since there are physiological differences between the skin sites. So there should be testing on appropriate substrates based on the end usage. And testing on substrates also need to be representative of the target population that will purchase the product as well. So it gets me to thinking that there are opportunities for us as cosmetic scientists. And I recently had a talk with Dr. Paul Cornwell, who is an industry colleague from Textile Research Institute. And we discussed the evolution of testing and how we as scientists could or should, I should say, optimize standards within the industry. And based on that conversation, I thought a little bit more about opportunities to continuously move the industry forward. And so I really feel that we have the duty to develop creative testing technologies and SOPs. We have the duty to improve existing industry standards and to also avoid shortcuts, because oftentimes we'll use hair for our tests that aren't necessarily representative of the population that we're selling to. So we really have to do our due diligence and be better. Now that I said that, I'm not letting the consumer off the hook, because I think the consumer has a critical role to play to hold us accountable too. And so I challenge consumers to be proactive. And what I mean by that is just ask yourself questions, but also ask questions of the manufacturers, because if you have any doubts, then you should have a little bit more confidence in what it is you're buying. And so this list of questions is influenced by a couple of YouTube videos that I did a few years back, and it's on the Our Black Hair Matters YouTube channel. And the name of one is product profiling, getting to the truth behind hair care claims. And the other one was valid or BS, how to tell if product claims are real. And so here are various types of questions that can be asked, and hopefully it will help the industry move in the right direction. So number one is, what are the advantages of whatever said ingredients that are included in the formula? Because sometimes they'll just list the ingredient and then keep on going and make a claim. So they don't always tell the advantages. Just because it's making a claim, I would like to know a little bit more information about the history of the evolution. Then, is there published scientific data that shows how the ingredient is good for the hair? Then, are there peer-reviewed journal articles that show how the ingredient supports the said claim? And have tests been performed that prove that the final formulation has the same benefit as the functional ingredients that are claimed to be in the formulation? And then, is data available that show the benefits of the product or treatments for all hair types, meaning different degrees of curl and hair types? So at the end of the day, my tagline, show me the data, still is important. And I want everyone to start being critical and ask that question. Oops. All right. And so I want you to be familiar with some of the companies that actually help with claims testing or do claims testing, or at least facilitate it in some capacity. So if you are a smaller business, it's always good to consult with a regulatory expert and or legal counsel too. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention. And I will conclude with my different affiliations. And I've provided 2 websites where I could be contacted. And as I mentioned earlier, the Our Black Hair Matters YouTube channel has those 2 talks above. But I also want to acknowledge my peers, because I am continuously educated and influenced by them. And so I'd like to acknowledge them, since our conversations really greatly enhance my perspective on how I can serve the industry better. And with that, I am available for any questions you have.
Thank you so much to Crystal for that presentation, and bear with me as I bring her over to the main screen for Q&A. And here we are. Thank you so much. And I'll go right to the questions. Also, everyone, ask your questions in the chat. Don't forget, we're here monitoring, or I am at least. I'm sorry, we're like I'm a plural person. This first question is from Cameron, who asks, do you think that in vitro hair tress testing translates appropriately to in vivo consumer use?
So my experience shows that sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't. An example of when it isn't is when you have testing conditions that aren't duplicated for real life. For example, I'm going to use hair color, for example. When you do a tress, the environmental conditions are going to be important. So if you apply hair color on a tress in the lab and the temperature is room temperature, for example, the timing of the actual treatment is going to vary in terms of the degree of intensity of the color, I'll say. Because it's at a lower temperature than it would be like on the scalp, because your body temperature is higher. And so sometimes it's not. But if you are able to duplicate those same environmental conditions in the lab, then you can increase the chances that it will translate. The other difference is sometimes if you don't test with the hair, that is indicative of what people are going to have when they use the product, then it may not equate to be the same. So it really depends.
Claims testing can be very expensive for brands as they're navigating product development, and I think that this is especially challenging for smaller indie brands. So, for the smaller brands who may be watching, what suggestions would you give to them on thinking about navigating claims and the substantiation specific to hair care?
So I think Theresa hit on this in the previous talk. I think consumer testing, or maybe you mentioned it, Jen, but consumer testing is, I think, something that you can start with that is more economical because you're already finding out how the consumer feels about your product anyway. And I think the point you made is that, they have to be people that are representative of, the population, not necessarily your friends or family, but to really get that diversity. So I think that's a great place to start. And then what I am really trying to do is help the smaller brands because there is a problem with money. And I have a research partner who is very well vested in understanding the effects of cosmetics as well as with the same degree of passion that I am or that I have. And so we are leveraging some of the students to actually get experience in science. And so it lowers the cost barrier to a certain degree to be able to help those smaller brands to substantiate claims for those that we can help for. So it is doable, but you have to be kind of creative in trying to lower that cost barrier. So I understand.
Being mindful that, especially for smaller brands who don't have economies of scale on their side, that cost will be translated to consumers. And always when you're thinking about what you're putting into product development costs, and then the end cost for consumers is like, how much are consumers willing to pay for your products? Big topic, but I'll just move on to the next question from Annika. Have you seen any improvements on claims made on curly/coily hair products in the last few years? Is the education working? Are the claims getting better?
Well, what I have seen, particularly with the larger brands, is that they are starting to do more testing on the hair that is representative of the demographic that they're selling to. So if it's for coily hair types, then they are including that in their testing, which is great because that was not true 15 years ago. So that is a great improvement. Is the education working? I'm not quite sure. Can you help to decipher exactly what is being asked?
Like, is communication from people like you or science communicators, is that helping claims improve? Are claims getting better in light of the now education opportunities? I guess like there are good communicators online, but equally, if not more, actually way more. There are bad communicators, and we're in this like infodemic, you know. But I'll stop talking.
Yeah, okay. There is some context, so that helps. I am so the larger brand, so the Unilevers, the L'Oreals, the Procter and Gambles, I think that they are doing their due diligence. I see the bigger brands doing more. What's really disappointing, and I was really upset, which actually drove me to try to do more, is when I left corporate America and I started talking to smaller brands. It was unbelievable to me the degree of which they did not do just basic safety testing, period. And they didn't even know where to go for it. And I was shocked. And so okay, I could be a part of the problem by not sharing, or I could be of service and try to help. So I would guide brands towards what they should do. And so as more brands come on the market, especially the indie brands or brands that come from hair professionals because they love to mix things and to, try to figure things out because they're making all these observations when they serve their clients. The problem is they don't understand. They still don't understand what needs to be done. And I actually forwarded this e-summit to some smaller brands because I was like, you need to see this. You need to be more informed because they are not being compliant when it comes to making claims. So is education working? It's slow. And I don't know what we can do to try to disseminate the information to those who really need it. But those who are compliant, they know they're making the changes, but those who don't know, it's hard to reach out. And I don't think that this is sexy enough. We aren't doing anything that is exciting in talking about it. So I don't know what we can do to market the information, but we need to get better so that people are more informed.
And maybe I'll just say Crystal does phenomenal work between main insights, but also her work with the Association of Professional Trichologists. I looked it up to make sure I got the name in the right order. Really impressive work for helping the hair space learn more. So highly recommend everyone go check that out. Okay, the next question comes from MKLD, who asks, are there any hair classifications beyond 4C? I am asking this because I have very coily hair, but most products only end on 4C. What's going on with all of this?
Oh, wow. So, as you already know, there is a spectrum of curl degree. And 4C is visual. And so, yes, I would have to say that it probably does go beyond 4C to say that because I've seen some very coily hair types as well. So, yes, I do think it exists. And I think that, and this is very debatable because there are a lot of hair practitioners who they just do not like hair classification at all. And they feel that when you have expertise in hair, that hair is hair. If you know how to do one type of hair, you know how to do the other. And I can raise my hand and say that is absolutely not true. I cannot tell you how disappointed that I have been when I try to go to a professional because they assume that my hair texture is looser than it is. And so they don't know the techniques. And there are very few professionals who know how to deal with the coilier hair types. So the answer to the question is yes, there is. It's very nuanced and it takes someone who is passionate to want to not only work to get products for that hair type, but also to service those hair types. I think the coilier the hair is, the amount of the professional acumen to be able to deal with it just goes down, unfortunately. And yes, there's something to it because the needs of coilier hair types, it to me, it's just, I'm trying to stay away from the word difficult because I don't want a negative connotation to it. But the reality is it takes more time. And because it takes more time, it can be perceived as more difficult. But depending upon who you go to and the products that you use and the care that you take, that is all going to be dictated by the degree of curl. So,
I'll ask this next question for Balola. I'm very interested in your take on this. I don't super like the claim. What do you think? Maybe I'll convince me otherwise, and I'm wrong. What do you think about the hair skinification trend? Is it just a trend, or is it something we'll see more of in the future?
okay. So, hair skinification. So it depends on the definition. So let me give my definition, and it can vary, but my take on it is using it. So I've seen it two definitions. One definition is actually translating some of the ingredients that are used for skin onto, into hair or the scalp. And then it's I'm trying to think of the other one. It's another take on it, but I'll just use that one. And I feel that there's nothing wrong with exploring and using ingredients that are good for one area of the skin to the other, but it's not always a transferable characteristic. I mean, so you still have to do your due diligence in testing. So that is my take on that. What's yours?
Same. I agree. Okay, this next question is from Michelle, who asks, do you think there's a disconnect between what consumers expect in product claims, particularly those regarding coily hair or people with coily hair?
Yes, there is a disconnect. And the disconnect could be because oftentimes you do have wrongful claims, or the product isn't tested on the hair type. And so there is a disconnect, but also I have to say, sometimes the consumers start doing their own thing and they don't always follow the recommendations that are on the package either. So there are some variables that need to be considered in terms of why there is a disconnect, but we have to keep in mind that all hair is not created equal. Also, what you have done to the hair can dictate how it's going to perform. So the state, like that baseline state of your hair, is very important because your hair history is going to dictate how it responds to different products. For example, if you use a lot of oils or petrolatum-based products, the degree of penetration may differ compared to someone who does not use those type of products. So your expectations are going to, well, the reality and expectations are going to be dictated by the quality of hair that you currently have too.
Lots of crossover for skincare too, where people feel like there's going to be this magic bullet that's just going to magically give them, there's claims on the market, Botox like effect from this serum. So yeah, that concludes the time that we have for this Q&A. Thank you so much, Crystal, for agreeing to be a part of this. And honestly, everyone has brought their A game to the summit. Your presentation was phenomenal, as with everyone prior. But yeah, thank you so much, Crystal, for that presentation and the Q&A.
Thank you.
Our next presentation will be by Lanesa Mahon, a cosmetic chemist and third-year PhD student in pharmaceutical sciences from the University of Cincinnati. Originally from Columbia, she obtained her bachelor's in chemistry from Vanderbilt University in 2020. After her bachelor's, she decided to combine her passion for science and beauty, going on to earn her master's of business and science in cosmetic science from Rutgers University in 2022. She has completed several industry internships during her academic career and does SciComm work on her IG and TikTok platforms at Raya Faces. Her current PhD research investigates the relationship between skin aging and fibroblast senescence. Without further ado, here's Lanesa's presentation.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lanesa Mahon, and today I'll be talking to you guys about navigating ingredient supplier claims. On the agenda, in the first part of my talk, we'll discuss supplier claims and some of the evidence that they might have and considerations for evidence-based evaluations of supplier data. In the second part, we're going to dive deeper into finished product claims and how supplier claims translate or don't translate to a finished product. Some regulatory differences between brands and suppliers, as well as some formulation considerations for your finished product. To start, let's meet your salesperson. Typically, when you're buying ingredients from a supplier, your main point of contact will be the sales department. It's their job to help formulators and brands find ingredients that meet their needs and market new and existing products from the company to potential buyers. They're usually really good with people, and they use this to connect with prospective clients and buyers, which helps them gather leads so they can convert those leads into sales. They also have a really good working knowledge of industry trends on both the business and the consumer ends. However, they may not have a scientific background. Altogether, the salesperson seems pretty harmless, right? Even helpful. We have to remember that a salesperson's job is to sell. And while they can sell you things that are helpful and useful to you, they can also sell you junk because they are there to generate revenue and profit for the company. As the buyer, it is your job to be able to cut through some of the fluff and the marketing spin and figure out what actually has scientific evidence supporting it. When it comes to navigating ingredient suppliers, it's important to keep in mind that suppliers are businesses whose ultimate goal is to convince you to buy their products. And if you've ever been to a trade show like Supplier's Day or even parsed through UL Prospector, you will see that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of suppliers that all sell similar-ish products. And they want to make their offerings stand out in a competitive landscape. And to do that, they need to grab people's attention and be able to persuade them to buy something. So this is where the marketing spin comes in, because salespeople aren't always scientists. They can't always hash out the technical details of some of the claims that they make or the data that they have to support it. On top of that, because salespeople are not always scientists, the studies that are in the supplier documents are often abbreviated. And this kind of goes both ways. On one hand, not a lot of salespeople can communicate technically on that level. At the same time, somebody who's trying to buy something is not always trying to read through a whole long research study to talk about its benefits. Here's an example of what supplier data can often look like. They typically provide short data sheets that are used to back up the claims that they're making about their ingredients. They are usually a couple of pages, and they're meant to quickly communicate those ingredient benefits to you. What they are is a summary of the key evidence for the performance of an ingredient. Most ingredient suppliers do test their raw materials for performance and efficacy. However, these data sheets lack a lot of the technical details, which can also obscure bad methodology. So a rule of thumb here is to never be afraid to ask your supplier for more data if you are unsure about their claims. Suppliers do in-house testing to back up their claims about their ingredients, and this testing will typically fall into one of four types. in silico testing, in vitro testing, ex vivo testing, or in vivo testing. The first type of study that you might encounter is an in silico study, though these are extremely rare. These are computational simulations that rely on predictive modeling, and they're used primarily for compound screening. So this is kind of what you would do if you were looking for a possible new active. The next type of study is in vitro studies, and these use cultured cells and are typically in the form of incubation studies, where a cell is incubated with a particular substance or ingredient, and something is measured to determine the cell response. But they also have limited applicability to real life use because we are not putting ingredients directly on our living cells. They have to transverse our skin to get there. These also have limited applicability to real use conditions. The next type of study is ex vivo studies. These are performed on XI skin. They're used for penetration and permeation studies for compounds, and they're done in the form of Franz diffusion cells. They are really good for understanding how a compound moves through the skin or how something influences how something moves through the skin. And the last type of studies are in vivo studies. These are performed on living organisms and they can have a wide range of designs and applications. Typically, in supplier literature, these will be in the form of clinical studies, but they can range anywhere from in vivo studies in animals to in vivo studies in humans. Supplier literature might rely on any of these types of studies, but the most common that I see are in vitro studies as well as in vivo clinical studies. Sometimes you will see ex vivo studies if a supplier is trying to show that their ingredient is able to be delivered through the skin. The main thing to keep in mind is that all of these various study types have their purpose. What matters is how these results are being interpreted in respect to the claims that are being made. When dealing with supplier claims, it's important to ask, does the data support the claim? So here are a couple things that you need to keep in mind when you're evaluating supplier data. The first of which is experimental design. What type of experiments are being conducted? Is it in vitro? Is it in vivo? Is it in silico? Next, what type of model are they using? If they're doing in vitro or in vivo, what kind of cells are they using if it's in vitro? You'll also want to think about the methods. What exactly did they do during the study? Next, the results. What happened? What did they measure and how did they measure it? In the context of all of this, then we have to think about the limitations. What are the constraints of the study? What can I use this study to say? And this kind of wraps into the conclusions because you have to ask if the assertions that are being made by the supplier defendable based on the methods and the data presented. It's all about the data in the context of what is being claimed. On this slide, I compiled a couple of examples of red flags that I see from supplier data. A lot of the times, suppliers will make very bold claims. I've even seen claims relating to bioavailability of substances that are not feasible to deliver through the skin. Another thing is bad data extrapolation, doing a particular experiment and trying to extrapolate that to something bigger. A lack of controls. So you have to have adequate controls to be able to have a reference point for your data. Another thing is unvalidated methods. Supplier data brochures are full of unvalidated methods, as well as obscure endpoints. If we even look at the bottom left, this is an in vitro test that says that a particular active enhances skin stress resistance. What's measured on the y-axis is keratinocyte stress level. When I look at that, I wonder, okay, how was that measured? Was this measured through some sort of inflammatory cytokine? How was this measured? And there's not much that talks about how that was measured. So kind of goes back into the unvalidated methods. Another thing that I will see is unlabeled graphs and axes and bad before and afters. If we look on the bottom right, there is an example of a blatantly terrible before and after where it's supposed to be for a brightening ingredient, and you can kind of tell that not only does she have makeup on in these before and afters, but the pictures have been edited to make her seem brighter in the end. And lastly, sometimes I even see data that is completely unrelated to the claims being made. You really want to make sure that you are going through and reading what your supplier gives you in terms of data. They are not above lying to you or giving you data that has nothing to do with what they are claiming. Thing that I notice a lot of supplier studies rely heavily on are in vitro studies. So I talked about these before, but I really want to dive deeper into them here. Just because an ingredient has been shown to exert an effect in vitro does not mean it will show that same effect in formulation. The active has to be delivered to the right place in the right amount and form, and the skin is notoriously difficult to deliver through. What an in vitro study does is pretty much just this right here, putting a particular active directly on cells. What actually happens when we apply a product onto our skin is something more like this. It's a lot more complicated of a process. Even to get to your viable cells, you have to make your way through the stratum corneum. So there's a whole layer of the skin that we have to transverse to even get to a lot of the viable cells that we're seeing in the in vitro studies. The deliverability of a compound depends on several properties of that ingredient. The molecular weight needs to be small enough to fit through the skin. So usually that's less than or equal to 500 Daltons. Needs to have the sufficient log P. The ionization constants are important to ensure that your active is staying in the correct form, as well as the solubility and the stability of the active. All of these will affect how an active or an ingredient is delivered through the skin. This goes for in vitro studies about safety, as well as in vitro studies about performance and efficacy. You have to understand that in a finished formulation, it's a lot harder for an ingredient to get to those viable cells to exert that effect. So let's take a look at these results and go through a little example based on what we know about how ingredients are delivered to and through the skin. This supplier on the right is marketing an anti-aging active ingredient. They did an in vitro study on human fibroblasts under a 10 microgram per milliliter treatment for 3 days. They evaluated cell viability to look at the proliferation of the fibroblasts. So the first thing I think is prominent to note is the fact that they're using fibroblasts. They reside pretty deep within our skin. They're in the dermal layer. Based on what we know, in order for this active to exert that effect on the fibroblast, it would have to go through the stratum corneum, the viable epidermis, and then make its way into the dermal tissues. So the first question is, can that active even reach the dermis to exert its effect on the target cells? On top of that, what we want to know is what amount of active would make it to that target site. In this study, they used a 10 microgram per milliliter treatment on cells. This correlates to about a 37 micromolar concentration. Based on the supplier data, you can see that this ingredient is available in 1% and 5% active concentrations. But we have to think about the fact that this is just the concentration of the active in the ingredient itself, not the finished product. Likely a lot less will be used in the finished product. So we're thinking about a percentage of a percentage. Will that be enough to generate the same concentration within the skin at that low of a layer? So what's really needed for this is data that demonstrates the ability of this active to be delivered through the skin to the dermis, to see that it actually can get there to have this effect. Here is another great example of shady supplier practices. And I pulled this from a supplier off of LinkedIn, and they are selling collagen peptides that can be absorbed through the skin. The first thing of note is that they claim that their collagen peptides have a molecular weight of between 600 to 1,000 Daltons. Well, we already established that something needs to be less than 500 Daltons to make it through the skin. So it's way too big to be absorbed. The next thing they say is that these collagen peptides can enter systemic circulation at a rate of more than 90%. To back that up, they also give us this table on the right. If you look closely, what you'll realize is that this table that they provided says absolutely nothing about the absorption of their compounds or the systematic circulation. It only gives a molecular weight distribution range for their collagen peptides. So it's just talking about what percentage of what molecular weight of peptide that you're getting. It doesn't say anything about any absorption data. Lastly, it says that it can be determined that this value of collagen peptides can be well absorbed and utilized by the human body and skin tissues and can act precisely on the stratum corneum, epidermis, and dermis of the skin, supplementing collagen and promoting its own collagen protein synthesis. And there's no data here that supports these assertions or conclusions. So you have to really be wary of supplier data and make sure that you are actually evaluating it, because just like this supplier, they will show you numbers, but those numbers might not be relevant to what you are evaluating. And that brings me to the second part of our talk, which are finished product claims and how supplier claims translate to a finished product. Now, if a supplier uses a claim to market their ingredient, can you make that same claim about the finished product if it has the ingredient in it? And the answer to that, my friends, is no. No, you cannot. And there are two main reasons that you cannot make the same claims that your ingredient supplier makes. One of those is the finished product formulation, and the second is regulations. And we're going to delve deeper into those during this part of the talk. First, let's dive a little deeper into the effect of the formulation. While clinical data is great to have from a supplier, it does not mean that your product will also have those effects. The final formulation of the product also matters to the delivery of the active or the ingredient. Clinical data can mean that an ingredient has the ability to work, not exactly that it will work in your product. Depending on the claims that you would like to say or you would like to make about a product, you have to do some type of claim substantiation. So even if you see a nice study with a very convincing before and after, like what we see at the bottom here, there are a lot of things in the final formulation that can influence the delivery of that active and therefore the results that you'll see. A lot of the times, if you're looking at clinical data, you may want to see if they will provide you with the parameters for the test formulation. On the right, this is a 1985 study that shows the effects of the vehicle on the delivery of two different actives. So you can see a lot of effects of the delivery of your compound through the skin based on the vehicle that you choose to put it in. So you need to keep all of those things in mind when you're thinking about the finished formulation and the claims that you are making. Just because your ingredient supplier did a clinical trial and saw a particular set of results doesn't mean that you will too. And another reason that it's important to get an idea of the finished product formulation that suppliers were using to test their claims is that you want to make sure that the results that you're seeing are due to the active that they say that you're seeing the results from. Sometimes they will claim that the effects are from a particular ingredient, but when you look at the full formulation, that ingredient was incorporated with another active that also has that type of activity. The second reason that you cannot just directly copy your ingredient supplier claims are due to the regulatory landscape. A lot of ingredient supplier claims might fall into what would be drug territory. So in the US, the FDA regulates drugs and cosmetics. A drug is something that is used to diagnose, cure, treat, or prevent disease. These affect the structure and biological function of the body. And in order to have a drug product, you must either follow an OTC monograph or an NDA. So examples of drug claims are inhibits melanin synthesis or removes wrinkles, because those are structure function claims. A cosmetic, on the other hand, cannot claim to treat or cure disease, but can claim to cleanse, beautify, promote attractiveness, or alter appearance. They are not subject to pre-market approval and therefore do not have to go through the claim substantiation that a drug would have. Examples of cosmetic claims are that something can reduce the appearance of wrinkles or reduce the appearance of dark spots. It's important to note that ingredient suppliers are not bound by the same marketing and advertising restrictions that brands and companies are bound to. So just because a supplier says it does not mean that you can too. So you have to be extremely careful about the claims that you make on your finished product. Here's an example of what happens when brands pull claims directly from suppliers. So you can see on the left and the right a couple of ingredient supplier claims that I pulled off of UL Prospector and product claims that I found where they directly pulled from the supplier claims. All the things highlighted in blue are all drug claims. And you can see where they overlap on the right. So on the first one, it says it's a patented peptide that helps slow down the skin aging process and mimics the body's own mechanism, simultaneously boosting collagen production. On the right, it says that it's a peptide that mimics the body's own mechanism to produce collagen. It also says that it promotes collagen production while helping to stimulate fibroblast cells in the skin. And in the next supplier claim, they claim that their ingredient smooths facial wrinkles through the reconstruction of the extracellular matrix in the dermoepidermal junction. Over on the right, you can see that it increases cell communication and gene activation for skin healing and plays a fundamental role in the reconstruction of skin tissue. So you can go back and forth through these and you can see the similarities in where they pulled exactly from the ingredient suppliers. And what all these claims have in common is that I found them in warning letters addressed to cosmetic companies for making drug claims on the FDA website. Be careful not to pull from supplier claims because they do not have to abide by the same regulations that you do. So in order for you to not get in trouble, you have to adjust your claims language in the way that you talk about your ingredients. It is absolutely fine to highlight what the function is of different ingredients in your formula. However, you cannot make drug claims, and if you do, your cosmetic product is considered misbranded under the FD&C Act. So they can take more liberties with the claims that they're making for certain things that you cannot take. There's nothing wrong with using ingredient callouts. They can highlight ingredients and their functions, but in order to do them correctly, you have to avoid structure function claims. On the left, you can see a couple of different examples of ingredient callouts that do not make drug claims. So, especially on the bottom, this one has a couple. Retinol helps minimize the appearance of fine lines and wrinkles. It's all about how you word things that make it either a drug or a cosmetic claim. And these are pretty weak claims. You know, these are claims that you don't have to do any substantiation on. However, if you do want to make more robust claims to talk about your product's performance, you have to do more testing, whether that be consumer perception studies or actual clinical studies. It all depends on the claims that you want to make. You do want to make sure, even if you are just making these bare bones ingredient claims, that you are able to substantiate all of your claims, even if that is just pointing to a study in literature where this ingredient has been shown to exert that effect. You have to be able to defend your claims should somebody ask you about them. So that brings us to the end of my presentation, and I just want to leave you guys with a few key takeaways. The first of which is that suppliers are trying to get you to buy their products. They will stretch the truth and do what they can to make their ingredients stand out against all of the other suppliers. They have a motive. So you have to make sure that you are making informed, evidence-based decisions for your products. Pamphlets and brochures are designed to quickly describe the benefits of an ingredient, but they lack detail about methods. You can never be afraid to ask your supplier for more data or for clarification. Sometimes the abbreviated nature of these pamphlets and brochures can hide bad methodology. So you just want to make sure that you are going through and being very thorough with your evidence evaluations before you make a purchasing decision. A lot of suppliers use in vitro methods to provide evidence for their claims. In vitro studies cannot be extrapolated to how an ingredient will perform in the finished product. And even though clinical studies can be convincing, excipients in a formulation influence how that active will be delivered. So if you want to make any claims on your finished product, they should be substantiated. And finally, ingredient suppliers do not have to abide by the same claims language that a brand does. Please ensure that any claims that you are making on your finished product abide by regulations. If you want to learn more about anything I just talked about here, I dive deeper into some of these topics in my previous e-summits. I just want to end off by saying thank you to everybody for listening. Thank you guys for watching. And thank you, Jen, for inviting me back for another e-summit. It's always an honor, and I always love giving these presentations. Connect with me on social media. I have TikTok and Instagram, and I'm also available on LinkedIn. Feel free to reach out to me with any questions, and I will see you guys in the Q&A session.
And stay tuned as I bring Lanesa, or Lanesa, I'm so sorry, I get it wrong every time, over to the big screen. And thank you so much for that presentation. One moment. And here we are. Maybe I'll just say upfront, because I had some comment on my LinkedIn, and I feel like it's important to say that while there are bad actors for ingredient suppliers doing very shady things with their data, making very unethical claims, that isn't in the same way as it is for brands representative of all ingredient suppliers. Obviously, I know you think this. I just want to say it, just so that it's not like ingredient suppliers do all. There's very good actors as well as bad actors within the space that is therefore important as brands, regardless, but to be mindful of. Okay, I'll stop talking. Lots of compliments for your presentations. Well, I should say presentations. They've all been excellent. That's why I always have, anytime I talk about ingredient data, I will always have you back because you do such a good job. Okay, this first question comes from, I'll ask from Lola first. Do you have any recommendations for small brands to help them navigate the ocean of information provided by ingredient suppliers and avoid getting bitten?
That one is difficult because a lot of the times to navigate some of these claims, you do need to have a little bit of a scientific background. So for small brands, maybe if you have like a consultant, a scientific consultant of some sort that can kind of help you break down some of these data sheets and ask some of the hard questions that you might not know how to ask as if you don't have a scientific background. But yeah, it's all about asking the right questions and really parsing through that data to make sure that you're making evidence-based decisions and that the science behind the evidence that they're giving you is sound.
And so while small brands especially, may not have the right technical expertise, hire like a consultant to help you with this. And there's a lot of really great consultants that can help you with this kind of stuff. Be critical of your consultants too, obviously. This next question I'll ask from, I really liked this, from Cameron, who asked, do you have any recommendations for how suppliers and brands can work together to build consumer-friendly and compliant claims? And for reference, they're on the supplier side.
I think that if brands and suppliers definitely can work together, you can ask your supplier, build that line of communication to kind of get an idea of how the claims language can be adjusted to be a little bit more FDA friendly, so that you're not getting in trouble and having misbranded claims on your product. But that's a difficult question. I do feel like suppliers do want to like maintain that competitive edge, so sometimes they will not exaggerate all the time, but they will tend to push those claims a little bit further than a brand can push those claims. But I definitely think if brands and suppliers could just communicate and say, "Hey, I'm using your ingredient. I see you making these claims. How can I adjust these claims to better fit my product and to be marketed?" And even here's where your regulatory people can come in on the brand side to kind of work with both sides to try to bridge that gap. So I feel like in this case, you would rely on your regulatory personnel.
So definitely make sure as a small brand you hire a regulatory consultant if you don't have one in-house. Very important.
Scientific consultant.
Yeah.
Sometimes they can be both, though.
I would also say historically, when I used to do formulating, I used to work very closely with the ingredient suppliers. They can be very helpful when you have questions. So lean on them. Obviously, be skeptical of the information, keep your skeptic's hat on, but also like really try to communicate with them. Also, that can help you with navigating. Like if they're saying questionable things and you know them to be questionable, then maybe they're a questionable ingredient supplier, and you can work with an ingredient supplier that is more reliable. Obviously, that's challenging and takes experience and takes expertise. So I'll just ask the next question. So this is from Eleanor. Great talk, firstly. And then the question, in your opinion, can a consumer detect how well the actives contained in the final product will be delivered to their skin by simply reviewing the INCI list, the ingredient list?
Okay, so this is kind of a yes and a no. So on one hand, you can't really gauge delivery based off the INCI list, first and foremost. That's very difficult. But as a consumer using a product with an active, you will see if it works, those benefits. So like if you're using a melanogenesis active, one that's supposed to inhibit, dark spots, things like that, you will see it as you use the product, but you can't really tell how well something will be delivered just by looking at an INCI list. Just like you can't really tell if you like a product just looking at the INCI list.
And for lots more. Oh, sorry.
If you do see, like, for example, like niacinamide, right? It's usually like 5% in most trials. But if you see it maybe at the bottom of your ingredient list, you might be a little bit more skeptical to say, oh, I'm not sure if that's going to work in the product. It doesn't really say anything about the ability to be delivered, but it will kind of tell you like it doesn't have the level of ingredient in there to be efficacious.
And for lots more detail, watch Lanesa's presentation at the Formulation Summit, where she gave a lot more detail on why formulation is more important than the sum of its parts. And even if you have the right percentage of an ingredient with like evidence to support it, doesn't mean that it'll work in the formula. And therefore, the proof for the final formulation, which is something that you're going to hear all throughout the day, you've already heard it in the morning, is just going to continue, is very important. Okay, this next question comes from Shrutika, who asks, are brands required to disclose their suppliers? If not, then do you think it is a requirement? I see brands reveal suppliers of some highlighted ingredients if the in the product, but not all. What do you think?
I don't think that, well, brands don't have to disclose their suppliers, but if you do want to call out a specific ingredient, you will see brands will come in and give, well, they usually don't say the supplier, they'll just say the trade name for the ingredient. So yeah, it's more of it's up to the brand, but usually they don't do the supplier because who wants to get their active scoop? Sometimes it's like, I have that competitive edge. Why would I tell you where I'm getting, my secret sauce from?
I feel like a lot of brands do this. I've seen this at least when they're trying to use the ingredient supplier claims. And so I don't know. I'm just saying that. Okay, I'll move on to the next question. This is from, let me see. I'll ask the question that came from Annika right at the start. Just out of curiosity, have you ever seen a supplier data sheet with no mistakes or no issues?
About no mistakes, no issues, but I have seen good supplier data sheets that, I look at and I'm like, oh, this is good, this is convincing, great evidence. Sometimes the actives in the world of actives, it's a little spooky out there, but I feel like for some of the more what they call filler ingredients, sometimes when you're looking at stability or something to stabilize your formula, I feel like I see a lot of really good data coming from over there. But sometimes the actives can be iffy.
And the final question that we'll have time for is again from Shrutika. Can brands figure out the efficacy of their formulation only through clinical consumer? Typically, those are two different things. So I'll just say that as I'm asking the question. But clinical, maybe I'll say, or consumer study, and you'll learn more about the difference later on in the day. Or is there any other way? I feel like I'll just give this context of with experience that I've had as being on the formulator side of things, working with brands who, before they enter testing, want to have confidence that they're going to get the results that they paid for, which is like not how science works, unfortunately. Sorry if I've answered a question here, but okay. What do you think?
So consumer studies, they consumer studies are a lot more subjective. So it's what the consumer sees as, the product is working. It's not always objective. It's not always measured with actual instruments where a clinical study might be. Clinical studies can also have subjectivity, but a clinical study is going to be the best for evidence that your product works or delivers the active. If you're looking for delivery, you could do something like an ex vivo study that can show you that that active is delivered. In terms of kind of endpoints for the consumer, a consumer perception study can work. It's like those 98% of consumers saw that their skin was more radiant type claims, whereas a clinical study is usually either clinically graded by a professional or measured with an instrument that can actually give you objective data that says, yes, this product did do what it's claiming to do.
And at the end of the day, you have to do one of them. I'm not sure if the question. I may have just read it weird. If there's like an alternative way outside of all that stuff, that. And stay tuned for lots more on clinical and consumer studies later in the day. That's all the time we have for this Q&A. Thank you so much for the always extremely informative presentations. Thank you for always coming back when I ask you. And Lanesa is also a PhD candidate, so I know how busy you must be. So thank you. Thank you so much. Our next presentation will be a sponsored fireside chat featuring Dr. Jennifer Marsh, who is a seasoned scientist at Procter & Gamble with 27 years of experience across consumer research, product development, and technology innovation. She began her career in hair color, contributing to major advancements for Clariel's Nice and Easy and developing new oxidant systems. Since moving to P&G's Cincinnati office in 2007, she has worked on breakthrough technologies for hair care brands like Pantene. A passionate advocate for translating scientific insight into product innovation, Jennifer has authored around 45 publications on hair science and frequently presents at industry conferences. Without further ado, here's Jennifer. So I'm here with Dr. Jennifer Marsh, who is a research fellow at P&G Beauty, and we're going to be doing a sponsored fireside chat about hair bonding claims. Pantene brought this idea to me to do a case study to dissect a popular claim. And I just love this idea. So we're going to go through what the science is and how Pantene or Procter & Gamble went about substantiating some of the claims behind it. So I guess to start this conversation, hair bonding claims have become popular within damage repair focused hair care. But how do we know if and how bonding is really happening?
Got it. So maybe let's start with the basics about what a bond actually is and the different types of bonds and why they're important to hair care and thus the claims that we want to make. So in the scientific community, it's well known that everything is held together by bonds. So all atoms are held together to create molecules, and then those molecules bond together to form three-dimensional structures such as hair. And there are four main bonds that we're going to talk about. So the first one is a covalent bond. They're the strongest type of bond and really hold the atoms together. Then we have ionic bonds and hydrogen bonds, which hold the molecules together to form these three-dimensional structures. And the ionic bonds are really forming between positively charged groups and negatively charged groups, so you can form that interaction. And then hydrogen bonds are where you have things like oxygen or nitrogen atoms that can form these weaker bonds, but they're very key in terms of holding the whole structure together. So if you think about a protein, of which hair is like 80-90% protein, you have these long chains of proteins that are held together by covalent bonds, and then that protein structure is held together in this three-dimensional way by these ionic interactions and hydrogen bonds. So you can form a very, very strong structure that's not just between the atoms, but also between the molecules to form this three-dimensional structure. And then in hair, you also have a lipid material, and in that lipid material, you have hydrophobic bonds. So that's between lipid-like materials that are not water-soluble, so hydrophobic materials that can hold the structure together. And the reason why those are important is because that will help the hair be strong, so that all of those bonds are holding that structure together, but also flexible. So those lipids are really helping the protein chains kind of move over each other so hair can bend and shine, etc., and be flexible. Within that, those bonds will change over time. So we know hair is dead, and by the time you get to my hair length, you're like a year and a half or so of time that the tips have been on my head. So all of those bonds are starting to break down and change. So things like coloring, heat can change that bond, the bonding interaction. So you can start to break covalent bonds, which is holding the protein chains together, but you can also change the hydrophobic bonds and the ionic bonds and hydrogen bonds. And again, that changes the strength of the hair, the look of the hair, etc. So that's why it's so important. And what we've been doing is really trying to understand what are all the bonds in healthy hair, and then how do we find technologies that are going to protect those bonds from breakdown. So how do we protect against UV damage, coloring damage, heat damage? So you preserve the bond structure as in healthy hair. Or if they do break down, how do we kind of change those interactions to bring back the strength and remake new bonds? And for example, having ingredients that can help the hair be healthier and stronger, even though those bonds have changed and broken down. So that's kind of all of the technology that we've been doing and really trying to understand all of those bonds.
So there's a lot of claims out there at this point about products contributing to hair bonding. And I think there's some consumer skepticism. I've even heard it within the hair scientist community about whether or not cosmetics can actually contribute to improved hair bonding. So I guess, how would we know that cosmetic products are contributing to hair bonding? What is that whole landscape like? I think next we can talk about how specifically Pantene tested these, but I think just a lay of the land would be interesting because there's a lot of claims out there.
The way we think about it is there's a minimum set of data you would need to support the fact that you have bonding, particularly inside the hair. So I think the first piece of data you would need is to show that the materials you think are contributing to the bonding and making bonds are actually inside the hair, and having some data to show that. There are different ways to do that, but some kind of data that says they're actually getting inside the hair where you want the bonds to be made. And then the second piece is that you have some data that shows a change to the hair structure that would be a consequence of creating those bonds and of the ingredient being inside the hair. So that may be, for example, a tensile strength measure or a bending stiffness data that would show that the molecule gets in there or the ingredient gets in there, and that ingredient is doing something to alter the hair structure that you would expect as to be driven by changes in the bonds. So, for example, if I've got a material that's increasing the hair strength, I would want that material to be interacting, for example, with the protein structure and rebuilding that three-dimensional structure that I talked about earlier. And the consequences of that would be that the hair is now stronger as you pull it to break it. So those would be the two minimal pieces of information that we would expect to support the materials is creating bonds inside the hair.
And having just a tiny bit of understanding about the hair structure and science behind it, it seems like it would be harder than maybe people may think. I don't know what people think, but I know certainly there's skepticism within the hair scientist community. I've heard it. So is it as easy as just putting some ingredient in a formula and then this ingredient maybe has a little bit of evidence? I don't know, whatever that looks like. Is it that easy to get the product to actually do something? Could you speak to the difficulty of actually getting the ingredient in the hair to have some sort of impact like this?
Yes, it sounds easy, but I would say it's not easy. Well, first of all, you have to have the right characteristics of that ingredient to get inside the hair. So there's a limit in how large that molecule can be. If it's too large, it's just never gonna be able to get inside the hair. So kind of a molecular weight of about 500 is about the size limit, 500 to 1,000. So, there are some characteristic about the size. There's also some characteristics about the hydrophobicity of the material and where it's going to go inside the hair. So, we've done a lot of work and published work where we've shown if you can change how hydrophilic, so i.e. how water-loving that molecule is, it will partition into the protein parts of the fiber. If it's more hydrophobic, so oil-loving, lipid-like, it will go into more of the lipid parts of the hair. So we can control where the materials go inside the hair and therefore what impact they have. So design of that molecule is important. And then once it's there and in the right structures that you want to strengthen or change, then it has to have the right groups that interact with the proteins as well. So you might want groups that are going to hydrogen bond, because we know that that's an important bond within the hair. Like Pantene, for example, has OH groups and NH groups that we know will create hydrogen bonds. Or it may have ionic groups that make the ionic interactions. So there's a lot of design around the molecule. And then, of course, you need the testing capabilities to be able to measure the changes in the hair. So, for example, single fiber testing. How do I do that? Hair is heterogeneous, so you need to measure multiple hairs. You can't just measure like 10 hairs and expect to see a difference. You'd be looking at 100, 200 fibers to make sure you have enough good quality data to really make sure it's a difference. So that there's testing sort of things that you need to put in place as well.
So now to the question that I think probably everyone is wondering, specific to Pantene products. How did Pantene test whether hair bonding was actually happening in the context of your products?
Yeah, so we looked at panthenol. Panthenol is relatively small molecule, so we knew it was below the cutoff that we knew that would get inside the hair. So we were pretty confident it would get there. It's a very hydrophilic material, so we would expect it to be going into the protein regions. We know it has OH groups and NH groups, so we know it's going to be forming hydrogen bonds. So even before we started, we sort of had a good idea of how we needed to put it in there to create the strength benefit that we measured. So the first thing we did was really understand, just to get confirmation that it's inside the hair. We used a method called nanosims imaging, so secondary ion mass spectrometry at the very, very much atomic level. So 50 nanometer spatial resolution to be able to see these molecules. And what we do is we tag them with a marker molecule. So we swap the hydrogens for deuteriums, and then we can essentially slice the hair into a cross section and then take that cross section and image where that molecule is across that cross section at very high spatial resolution and good sensitivity. And so from that, we can start wherever we see kind of the brighter color, that's sort of an indication that the panthenol molecule is there inside the hair. And what we can see is that the panthenol is all throughout the hair and very much located in the protein regions, as we predicted from its hydrophilicity. So we can clearly see that it's there. And then the next thing, we actually kind of went sort of above and beyond to really understand, once it's there, can we actually measure its interaction with the protein structure? And this was actually incredibly difficult because hair is a really complex structure. So trying to measure these interactions proved to be difficult. But we used a technique called NMR, which is nuclear magnetic resonance. And essentially what you're doing is that you're pinpointing the molecules within the panthenol, for example, and looking at what's around it. And so you imagine I have panthenol in solution. I can look at those molecules and they have an environment that they're in. But then when I put them in the hair and they're interacting with the hair structure, now I'm changing the environment of that molecule, particularly the ones that are hydrogen bonding. And I can use NMR to measure those interactions directly. So that's kind of, I think, one of the first times that the interaction of molecules inside hair has actually been measured. So that's the NMR. And then the ultimate proof is, does it change the hair structure when it's there, as I mentioned? And in this case, we measured tensile strength. So again, we had many hair fibers and we're measuring the strength it takes to break. So you imagine you take a single fiber, you pull it at a controlled speed, and then at some point it breaks, and you're measuring the force per unit area that it takes to break. Obviously, you have fine hair and thick hair, so you measure the diameter of the hair and then you measure the force, and then you can get the stress that it takes to break those fibers. So in those 3 steps for panthenol, we could really be confident that it's getting inside the hair. We showed that it's interacting with the proteins when it gets there via hydrogen bonding. And then finally, that we can show that it's driving the tensile strength of the hair.
So then P&G or Pantene has gotten data on panthenol having these effects. How then did you translate that to the finished formulas to know that the finished formulas that are making these claims are actually doing the things that they're claiming?
Yeah, so then we would measure the penetration and the tensile strength benefits from the final finished product. So we would make sure that the finished product delivers the panthenol to the hair and it delivers the tensile strength. The NMR work we did in the middle, we kind of did with more of a model system because, it was kind of more research work, but the basic 2 pieces of data to support the claim we would do from a final finished product.
So I thought this was a really good case example of what goes into substantiating different types of words that you may see on a label or want to place on your own label if you're a brand watching this. So I guess my final question to you is, regarding hair bonding claims, what takeaways would you leave our audience with?
So I think at minimum, to support a bonding claim would be, I have data that shows the ingredient gets inside the hair, and I have data that shows that once it's inside the hair, it's driving a change to the hair that's relevant, such as strength, for example. So those two pieces of data would be the minimum that I would expect to support such a claim.
So thank you so much to Dr. Marsh for agreeing to give this presentation. I learned a lot, and I'm sure my audience here did as well. I wanted to, before we close, give a big thank you to Pantene also for sponsoring this e-summit with this pocket talk. It's because of our sponsors for our e-summits that we're able to continue offering these completely free of charge. So thank you so much to Pantene and P&G for being leaders, really, for helping improve accessibility of this type of information. And that concludes our fireside chat. And thank you again to Jennifer for agreeing to this. Our next presentation will be by Addae, who is the founder of SULA Labs, an award-winning cosmetic chemist, clinical researcher, and a PhD student in chemical biology at UCLA. With a background in skincare, she launched SULA Labs to address the lack of representation of Black consumers in product development. Her lab specializes in research-driven formulation and testing for Black-owned brands and dark-skinned consumers, with clients featured in major retailers like Sephora, Ulta, and Credo Beauty. Addae's work is published in the Journal of Drugs and Dermatology, and she is a Future Laboratory Future Innovators awardee, driven by a mission to advance skin health for people of color through science. Without further ado, here's Addae's presentation.
Hello, I'm Addae, and today I will be covering a section on sun care claims, which I'm super excited about. First, I'm going to talk a little bit about my background and myself. That is actually me right there. That is the voice you're listening to. But my background is in clinical research and formulation. I'm also the owner of SULA Labs, which is an R&D lab that focuses on melanin-rich skin and textured hair. And formulating and testing products for those consumers. Now, I am also a PhD candidate where I synthesize zinc oxide and study its colloidal and optical impacts on sunscreen formulations. And my friends, I am very close to the finish line and the light at the end of the tunnel. I also work with bacteria, as I have a bachelor's in biology, but a master's in chemistry. So I do some microbiome work and understand how those materials are impacted by sun care, or by how microbes are impacted by sun care. Now, in today's session, we're going to talk about how sunscreens work, UV filter mechanism claims, protection claims, and finally, performance and functionality claims. But first, we're going to start with the basics. What do sunscreens do? Now, sunscreens are lotions that absorb UV radiation. I often get the question, what is the difference between a moisturizer and a moisturizer with SPF? Now, the thinking is there, like the through line is there, right? Sunscreens are literally just lotions or creams or sticks or sometimes gels that are optimized with the ability to absorb UV light. So sunscreens have drug-like effects, as in they are meant to help prevent against skin cancer and the pathways that lead to DNA mutations that arise in skin cancer and melanomas and carcinomas. And they also have cosmetic-like effects, meaning if you put on sunscreen over a long amount of time, you're likely to see helpfulness in things like fading hyperpigmentation, as well as fading and correcting signs of photo damage. Now, I put it this way because in the United States, sunscreens are actually regulated as drugs and cosmetics. So it is super important to be able to dichotomize those two effects. Oop. So now let's get into how sunscreens actually work. Now, like I said, a sunscreen is just a cream, a gel, a lotion, and so on, maybe even a stick that has, or spray that has one simple job, which is absorbing UV light. So if you remember from a long time ago, you might have probably seen what we call the electromagnetic spectrum, which is just a spectrum of how light is interacting with different surfaces, as well as the amount of light from a photonic perspective is emitted from certain sources. So for example, you have radio waves, you have microwaves, you have infrared light, you have UV light, which is something that we are talking about and focusing on today, as well as visible light, which we're kind of focusing on as well. Invisible light are the things that you can see. However, UV light is what sunscreens are specifically meant to help protect against. Now, that's also illustrated here. This shows you kind of how sunscreens are formed as a film on the skin surface. Now, let it be known that the skin surface is not something that is super smooth. It's actually got grooves, it's a little rough. You know, you have skin cells that are being exfoliated off of the surface over a certain period of time. So you can imagine that film formation is actually a lot more complex than one would think. Also, a quick little shout out, I actually just got a paper accepted on how this interacts with sun care, so look out for that as well. Now let's get to the meat of it, UV filter mechanism claims. So one thing that I think is really important when it comes to sun care claims is really keeping the story straight on UV filter mechanism of action. Now you'll see a lot of words like chemical free, reef safe, or clean. Those words have no standardized regulatory definition. One thing that I wanted to take into account is that in the United States specifically, we actually have two UV filter categories that we class UV filters by, one being organic and one being inorganic. Now, you might typically hear these classed as chemical versus physical, but I'm here to tell you that those have no real scientific basis or scientific meaning. Everything is a chemical, including water, including the air you breathe, which I'm sure you've also heard before. So then it would be redundant and not really make sense to say that one category is chemical, whereas one category is mineral. What's actually true is that one category utilizes typically what we call chromophores, which are UV light absorbing structures on chemicals or molecular structures that help absorb UV radiation in specific wavelengths, whereas inorganic materials, which are zinc oxide and titanium dioxide, are semiconductors that absorb UV radiation, and it's actually, I think, a really cool mechanism of action. But most importantly, they share how they protect the skin from UV radiation, which is really just absorbing UV light. It's not that one absorbs and one reflects. That was actually debunked by this study that was published by Dr. Curtis Cole. Actually, I'm not sure if he has a PhD or not, but if you do, Curtis, if you're listening, thank you for the study. This study really just meant to show that when you measure backscatter and reflectance of UV light, you really don't get that in the UVB region, which is where sunscreens are tested for their sun protection factor. So it would be remiss of us to say that one scatters and one reflects, when they really are just meant to both absorb UV radiation. And this line is supposed to represent the through line, but I recognize it just looks like a random line on the slide. Now let's talk about protection claims. I think these are the ones that are the most valuable to people when they design their sunscreens, but I'm here to tell you that not all sun care tests are created equal, and therefore the protection claims that result from those tests are also not created equal. So what do I mean by that? I mean that there are actually so many different ways that we can communicate the efficacy of how well your SPF or sun care product is protecting the skin from UV light. We can do so through broad spectrum claims, which I know you've probably heard in the United States, meaning that a sunscreen absorbs UV light at what we call a critical wavelength of greater than or equal to 3070 nanometers. We also have what we all recognize, which is the SPF claim, which really just tells you, how much sun protection factor, quite literally the amount of arbitrary units of sun protection, like UV absorption that you're getting from a sun care product, which we'll talk about a little bit how this is done. But I'll go through a little bit more in depth right now, starting off with SPF. Now, again, this is a little bit of an arbitrary number, but there is a calculation that goes into this that is more logarithmic than linear. And I think people tend to look at this as a linear scale, meaning that 15 is significantly less protection than 30, which is significantly less protection than 50. No, if you think of something logarithmic, these are actually not too far off from each other on a graph. But again, we'll come back to this. This is a global rating, especially the United States, which has a lot of an emphasis on this particular ranking. But this mainly, again, measures UVB protection. UVB is the type of UV radiation that is most responsible for sunburn. So when we think about the functionality of making sure that a sun care product protects against sunburn, then we can then take into account that SPF is mainly speaking to that. Then, of course, in Asia, there's a huge emphasis on the PA rating. So you may see products that say PA+++++, PA+. What that really just measures is UVA protection through the persistent pigment darkening method, which is exactly what it sounds like, how much it takes for skin pigment to darken in response to a product being applied on the skin. Then we have the Boots star rating, which is on a scale of 1 to 5. Now, this is mainly used in the UK and EU, and this actually emphasizes the ratio between UVA and UVB protection. And then again, coming back to broad spectrum, which is mainly used in the United States, this is more so looking at the critical wavelength, which is 370 nanometers, and whether there is UV absorption at a specific area under the curve past this critical wavelength. Now, limitations apply, right? Not all sun care tests are created equal, so every one of them has its pros and cons. But when we look at performance and functionality claims, this is actually completely different. This is what people think about when we talk about how well sun care adheres to the skin. Now, earlier I showed you film formation, and that actually has a lot to do with how we perceive things like water resistance, eye sting, comedogenicy even, in fact. But I'll go through these a little bit more in depth. Water resistant is a claim that you have to test for. And in the US/FDA mandatory regulations, there's actually a discouragement of talking about sweat resistance because this is actually very different from water resistant. Water resistant is if you were to jump into a pool and come out, which is quite literally how this is tested for the most part, how much of the film that was formed on the skin comes off. Sweat resistant is how much the film that's formed on the skin from a sunscreen is sweated off. So those are actually completely different claims, and sweat resistance is not encouraged by the FDA to be conflated with water resistance. Now notice water resistance also has two kind of thresholds here, one being 40 minutes and one being 80 minutes. But very water resistant is not a claim that you can make. It has to be quantified by a specific duration. Similarly, long wear claims are not as encouraged as the FDA to be conflated with the water resistant claim. So if you want to talk about wear and longevity and durability, you're likely going to want to do water resistance tests because that implies the longevity of the film that's formed on the skin. The eye sting claim is another one that's really important. Now, this is also something that requires substantiation, typically through ophthalmologist testing or other types of testings that are kind of in line with that. But those are usually with a dermatologist or ophthalmologist oversight. You cannot just test the product and say that it doesn't sting eyes. Other two claims are comedogenicity and suitable for sensitive skin claims. Now, these are ones that you see thrown around a lot, and I'm sure someone before or after me has talked about how these are tested, so I will not spend too much time on these. But non-comedogenicity is something that you have to test for with dermatologist oversight with patches, and suitable for sensitive skin is tested through RIPT panels, which, to be honest, if you're launching a sunscreen, likely has to go through this anyways. Now, the main sort of thing that I wanted to go over to help you understand sunscreen and the way that SPF is calculated is through this graphic here on sunscreen testing. Now, I was very deliberate with every picture and image that you see here For example, this person has lighter skin and redness. That is actually how sunscreen efficacy is monitored. So what happens is you have at least 10 patients apply a controlled amount of sample on the back. One part of the back you have sample, another part of the back has no sample, and that's also measured. Then you have a solar simulator that uses UVB radiation, typically shined on the treated part of the back and the non-treated part of the back. And then they monitor for redness, which is what we call minimal erythema dose. And the number that it takes for redness to appear without sample versus the time that it takes for the redness to appear with the sunscreen sample are plotted or calculated in correlation to each other. And that is how largely SPF value is calculated. Now, of course, there are other things like wavelengths that are taken into account. Critical wavelength is also taken into account as well. But largely, just to simplify it, this is how the test is done. And to give you an idea of SPF value, if it takes 50 times more UV light simulation to cause skin redness with sunscreen than without sunscreen, then the SPF of the sunscreen is 50. This is a logarithmic relationship, not a linear relationship. Now, I also just kind of wanted to round out this presentation by saying there's a lot of room for future sun care innovation. Testing methods. Now, earlier I showed you a person with lighter skin because that is typically how you're able to monitor redness. As a darker skinned individual, I do not get red. Now, if I were thrown into this testing pool, one could say that I would actually influence these readings because of the fact that it would probably take me much longer to get red, and therefore that would influence the resulting SPF value reading. So testing methods are actually largely inaccurate to reproducible sun care functionality as well, because people are not applying evenly, right? They're not usually applying at 2 milligrams per centimeter squared. They're not usually reapplying after sun exposure. So that is something that I think is important to make way for as we develop new testing methods. Another thing is sun care is highly regulated. So functionalization optimization of UV filters are highly needed, but this is a legislative problem, not necessarily something that we can do until legislative action is made for us to diversify our portfolio of sun care materials. Makeup as sun care is really interesting because testing methods actually kind of prove difficult for SPF in general, but makeup is a completely different ballgame when it comes to application. So, one could probably petition for, different types of methods or different things to be taken into account in the future when it comes to makeup as sun care. And of course, another thing to point out is that there are other materials in makeup, iron oxides, which are influencing the degree of UV light that's absorbed from actually a positive perspective. And lastly, limitations of topical sun care. Topical sun care is not the only way to protect yourself from the sun. There's also things such as wearing clothes, wearing hats, scarves, gloves. User experience, again, is the main theme here, determines efficacy. Innovations in structural features of formulation and other sun care forms are definitely needed. But this kind of goes back to when we talk about claims, the fact that we shouldn't expect sunscreen to be able to be this mythical, amazing, fantastic sort of thing where it can solve all of your problems. It can do a great job solving a lot of them. Some could say most of them. But claims are really, really important when it comes to communicating the degree to which the skin is protected. So that's why we've covered things like testing efficacy claims, we've covered language claims, and we've covered functionality claims in this presentation. So I will leave the floor to ask questions. I'm sure there will be quite a bit because sun care is such trickily regulated, but thank you so much for listening, and I am happy to take questions.
And bear with me as I bring AJ over to the big screen for questions. If you haven't already submitted questions and you have them for AJ, definitely do that. Okay, so one moment. AJ, can you see me? Can you hear me? Can you unmute yourself? And I will start asking the questions. As always, phenomenal presentation. Very interesting.
Thank you.
This first
As
question.
always, thank you.
This first question comes from Mariana, who asks, what's your opinion on the skinification trend in beauty? Do you see it as just a buzzword, or is this something that will shape the future of skincare and cosmetics?
So I assume you mean the skinification of sun care. I do think that it is a very useful trend and that it gets people to wear sun care a little bit more. But again, since it's the claims summit, I think that one thing that's important to pay attention to is keeping the claims very consistent to sun care. Because where we're at, or where I'm at, sun care is regulated as both a drug and a cosmetic in the United States. So specifically, I'm in California. So it's really important to make sure that sun care claims remain, effective in terms of the drug benefits that it's trying to deliver, but also remain really buttoned down in terms of the skincare benefits that it's trying to deliver, because those can get a little, as you've seen from today's summit, those can run a little bit wild. So yeah, I like it. And I think brands are doing a good job of bringing sun care into the skincare arena.
I feel like we're talking about the same thing, but Mariana clarifies. I refer to sunification, which is just, SPF is the trend. Everyone wants to stick some SPF agent in everything these days. Okay, the next question is from Test One. Do spray sunscreens perform the same way as the normal sunscreen creams?
That is a great question. So they should, right? I think ideally, any sun care should be performing in such a way that it forms a good enough film for you to absorb enough UV radiation. But lotions and creams and anything that you can apply with your fingers topically tend to be the most effective in terms of getting you that film formation that allows you that amount of UV radiation that was discussed earlier in the presentation. However, sprays and sticks are often more difficult when it comes to this, because when you think about a spray, you're spraying little droplets onto your skin, and it's actually really difficult for a film to form in the same way that what one does with a lotion or a cream. So I want to say that they should, right? But typically people aren't applying enough in order to get you the same film that a lotion or a cream or a gel affords you in terms of that film that absorbs enough UV radiation. So if you're spraying or using a stick, use way more than you think that you should. And when I say way more, I mean spray for at least 10 more seconds in one specific area in order to afford you a reasonable film.
This next question comes from Shrutika, who asks, is there any 2 or 3 finger length application recommendation for sunscreen application on the body? Same query for hair protection from sun.
That is a great question. So I was talking to somebody a few days ago and they said, sunscreen on the body is just so hard and I don't know why. And I said that the reason why is that it's way much bigger of a surface area than the face is. When it comes to the face, it's easy to say 2-finger rule because, really small surface area you can just rub all over in your neck. But when it comes to the body, you really have to be extra careful because the surface area is much larger, right? Whatever you rub on your chest is not going to be the same when it makes it down to your legs, right? So, again, take extra precautions, apply way more than you think you do if you want to be consistently protected when you're applying over a larger surface area. So unfortunately, that 2-finger rule, it's good, but you're going to need to really, 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 really apply a lot more in order to stay consistent.
This next question is from I'll ask the one from Cameron. So, what's your opinion on in vitro slide tests for critical wavelength slash SPF that are more popular in India slash Asia? They don't feel very translatable to real life. What do you think?
Well, I think the main reason why anybody would do an in vitro test is because it's useful in order to get you preliminary data, right? It's kind of like if you're trying to do a first set of experiments just to see if it works and if it's worth continuing on with before publishing a paper. And that's basically the in vitro test. So I think if you have the means to do so before doing the in vivo test, by all means do it. But a lot of the issue here is the reproducibility and the rigor of in vitro tests versus in vivo tests. You want to make sure that you do it at least twice before you, or I make sure that I do it at least twice before I go to an in vivo test in order to get a reproducible SPF value. Because at the end of the day, the one that you see on the bottle does come from an in vivo test. So you can't release a sunscreen just off of an in vitro test. So they're not useless. They're useful preliminary data, but at the end of the day, you do need the in vivo for the bottle claim.
This next question I think is important to answer because I feel like so many consumers have this perception of scary ingredients in sunscreen products. So the question is, which are the harmful ingredients in sun care formulations to avoid, if any? And maybe you can also speak to some of the consumer confusion and where that's maybe coming from.
Yeah, harmful ingredients in sun care formulations. So I will say that cut some formulators some slack when it comes to sun care formulas. If there's an ingredient in a sun care formula, you can 1000% bet that it was for the purpose of film formation or increasing the amount of UV absorption or SPF value. To me, that sounds like drug delivery. That sounds like something that is really necessary in order to get you protection from UV radiation and prevention from skin cancer. So that's one thing that I want to preface with. When it comes to harmful ingredients, I want to say that most chemicals are very useful for skincare formulations in general, but sun care formulations too. So I wouldn't rely on sources like, the EWG. I wouldn't necessarily rely on sources like a Yucca app in order to tell you what's harmful or not. I would definitely, if you can, speak to your doctor if they have any knowledge or expertise about sun care formulations. So yeah.
I mean, I just want to say there are some dermfluencers online saying very precarious or like not quite right things about like
exactly.
Yeah. Be mindful of that too. Sorry.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm like, if you have a very special doctor,
a very special doctor,
speak to them. But more often than not, you don't need to worry, right? These are regulated as drugs in the United States. So there really is a lot of regulatory oversight about what's allowed in your sun care formulas in the United States. But it's normal to proceed with caution when it comes to tolerability. That's the main thing that I think I would pay attention to, tolerability. So burning, itching, stinging, redness, but ideally from a sun care formula, you are preventing redness because that's quite literally how the formulation is tested.
I feel like some of the confusion also has stemmed from the headlines regarding the latest FDA studies and skin absorption into the blood, and maybe the conflation, which is reasonable that people feel this way, that equals harm, right?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, if you want to comment on that.
Yeah. So when it comes to, and I get these questions all the time, things like reef safety or absorption to the blood. When it comes to the absorption to the blood topic, there aren't enough conclusive studies to really declare whether this is something to be legitimately afraid of, for lack of better words, or legitimately concerned about. Typically with those studies, they're not done with real reproducible conditions. And when it comes to science, the key words are rigor, meaning did a study really include enough controls? Did a study really make sure that it delved into different setups and different experimental designs to give you an all-around piece of comfort that this is going to be reproducible the next time that it's recreated? The second thing is reproducibility. So if you do this study over and over again, is it going to turn out the same way? And typically when it comes to those absorption into the bloodstream studies, they're either not as rigorous or reproducible as it needs to be in order to declare that a drug would give some sort of effect that people are looking into or that people are afraid of. So until studies like that are abundant, right? Because it doesn't just take one study, it takes multiple. It takes researchers building upon previous studies and seeing that same effect over and over again. So until we see that, I wouldn't be too worried. And I know that it probably sounds like, crazy to say that, but as a sun care formula, sunscreens have been available for decades, right? And we haven't yet seen that rigorous and reproducible data in order to declare that. So until we do, I wouldn't be too worried.
And the FDA themselves say that these products are safe. And I'm going to just make a statement, and please agree or disagree with me that I think that consumers should pay less attention to like the individual ingredients for, I would say, any product, and really also lean into like the benefit side of this equation. There's a risk and there's a benefit, which is greatly outweighing the potential risk. And so the best sunscreen for anyone is the one that you enjoy, the safest sunscreen for everyone. So worry less and just find products that you like.
Exactly. Literally couldn't have said it better myself.
Oh, thank you. Okay, this next question comes from Shrutika again. Is it mandatory to name sun protectant products as sunscreen? I see products named as sun milk, sun serum, which can be confusing and honestly unnecessary. What do you think?
Yeah, so even outside of sun care, there are a lot of blurred lines in different types of product categories, right? My favorite example is a toner. What is a toner? From a formulation perspective, I still ask folks, what do you think a toner is? So the same applies to sunscreens, right? Just like how there's different minute distinction between a cream and a gel, there's not a cream and a gel, a cream and a lotion. There's actually no real categorically regulatory distinction between sun drops and sun milk and sunscreen lotion. They're all just really speaking to the finish and the texture after you apply. The only terminology that's actually not really preferred by the US FDA is the term sunblock. They've written a lot about why they don't like the term sunblock and how it's a little bit misleading in terms of the mechanism of action. But, sun milk, sun gel, sun drops, all of those things are literally a sunscreen because the only job is to absorb UV radiation and protect you from skin cancer in the United States.
And no, I thought this was a really great question because I see a lot of questions come up and misconceptions on social media. This is from Kimmy. Are skincare products that contain SPF, such as moisturizers or CC creams, as effective as sun care specific products? Also, do you think more sun care options for skin type or color should be available?
Ooh, okay. So I'll answer the first question. I love both questions, actually. I love this first question because I like to make this distinction that quite literally, and I think it's so cool, quite literally, a sunscreen is just a cream, a lotion, a moisturizer with the ability to absorb UV radiation. How does it get that ability? Through those UV filters that I displayed earlier in the presentation. So to answer your question directly, yes, they are all sun care. Brands have done a really good job as dressing sun care up as something trendy, something desirable, which is good. It makes you apply sun care, it makes you apply sunscreen, and that is the job that we want to get done in the industry. Now, your second question, what was it? Like, oh, color. Like, is there like a push towards? In short, yes. In short, yes. I think at the end of the presentation, I talked a little bit about how there is no real inclusivity when it comes to the entire value chain of sun care yet, I believe, until we're addressing things like the testing methods, until we're addressing things like the UV filters, but we are making a really good push towards that in the industry. I think that we're working with more sophisticated materials as time goes on, not necessarily from a UV filter perspective in the United States, but from a functional ingredient perspective. So what kinds of film formers are being used, what kinds of structural ingredients are being used, emulsifiers, even the pH that preservatives can be within, so that we can deliver the most effective and most sensory sun care experience possible in the United States. But the UV filters do really hold that back quite a bit. So we're getting there. And I think that the testing methods also would be something to sort of critique a lot more these days.
This next question comes from Suman. Do you foresee any changes in the type of UV filters used in the US? I feel like I have to have another whole sunscreen conference. Didn't DSM just get a filter approved? I haven't been following closely enough.
So not from like a commercial perspective yet. They are, like, I will say, probably one of the closest, but guys, it takes millions of dollars. It's impossible to do without animal testing. It's impossible to do without a lot of approvals. Like, in short, I want to say I'm an optimistic person. I like positivity. I believe in a bright future. But it's been like 24 years, 25 years, it's been over a decade. It's been a lot of people's lifetimes. So if there is a new UV filter that comes into that list, it's going to be iconic. It's going to be crazy. I promise you, it's going to make ripples throughout the industry. But what it really does all come down to a legislative thing. I promise you, chemists, we all want more UV filters. But like many things in America, it's a legislative problem. So call your senators, call your people. They got a lot of things on their plate right now, but we can add another thing.
And part of this challenge in the USA market is the fact that sunscreens are regulated as drugs compared to other markets that are regulated as cosmetics. I'm just going to reference because the animal testing conversation is huge, and I feel like I can also do a full summit on that topic. But I have a podcast about this with Bara Joma. That is a good guide to the topic, as well as BASF gave a presentation. I think it was at the Future of Beauty Summit. I'm pretty sure that's where they gave the presentation on the future of animal testing. And this specific topic came up. Definitely worth a watch. It was super informative. Okay, we have time for one more question. And so I'm going to ask Eleanor's question. Could you say more about the claim that melanin-rich skin should opt for tinted sunscreen more than regular ones? Is this an accurate claim? And why, if so?
I think that mainly speaks to usability. When it comes to sun care, just because there are potentials for white cast, right? And then when we think about the testing methods, that is a little bit discouraging when it comes to sun care and its efficacy. But I think what you might be speaking to also is iron oxides and how those are a little bit more helpful for hyperpigmentation. And hyperpigmentation can be more stubborn on darker skin tones. So tinted sunscreens can really be helpful with absorbing that visible light, that helps darken that hyperpigmentation that's already existing on the skin. So to kind of succinctly answer your question, there are a little bit more advantages for melanin-rich skin to kind of take it up to the next notch and use a tinted sunscreen for helping with those sort of stubborn dark marks, as well as the what I think kind of terrible testing methods that go into sun care claims. However, all skin tones benefit from this. It's not just melanin-rich skin. It's quite literally everybody. So there's an adage that whatever is good for melanin-rich skin is also really good for lighter skin tones, and that 1000% applies in this scenario.
Thank you so much, AJ, for agreeing to this presentation and continuing to come back for my e-summits. AJ's been giving quite a few presentations. So like Lanesa is one of those people that I just keep coming back to because you're such a phenomenal speaker and give such a nuanced perspective on like many topics, including I just want to give a quick shout out to AJ just published through SULA Labs and Paul Ginsberg. Everyone should read it if you're especially in the United States, a report on the tariffs impact on businesses. So go over to SULA Labs. I'm sure if they go to the blog.
It's on the website.
Okay, yeah. It was really good. I'll even put the link in the chat.
You are the best, Jen. You really are. And thank you so much for putting these on. Like, you're the coolest. And everybody appreciates you.
Thank you. Thank you, AJ. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
You too. And I'll see you at Supplier's Day. Bye.
Before I go into the break, I just wanted to give you a quick update on something we've been working on over at BeautySciComm, a social enterprise by Michelle at Lab Muffin Beauty Science and myself, geared to elevating accurate information about cosmetics. So far, we've done a collection of briefing notes to respond to media headlines, SciComm contests and mentorship, and e-camps. Our latest project is an app. We're calling it Formula IQ. It'll be a scanner-based tool to help you decode beauty products with insights from cosmetic scientists. Think Yuka app, except with actually helpful insights for users.
You'll be able to scan barcodes in stores, find and compare products, get clarity on controversial ingredients, product safety and sustainability, and check how similar users rated products.
We've been building out an algorithm to parse through claims, what I've been harping on all day about as to what's the actually useful part in finding products that will be likely to work for you. We wanted to put that into practice. By using the app, users will be able to shop like cosmetic scientists.
Building a science-based beauty app that can compete with all the misinformation is going to take a lot of work and resources, so we're planning to do some crowdfunding. If you want to stay in the loop with what we're doing, get early access and give feedback as we develop the app, sign up for updates at formulaiqapp.com.
And with that, we'll go into our break. See you soon. Our next presentation will be Allyn Stern, who is a former regulator with over 30 years' experience in environmental protection. Allyn uses her expertise to help businesses develop proactive environmental compliance strategies, navigate governmental regulations, avoid greenwashing claims, and successfully resolve agency enforcement matters. She advises companies on the ever expanding universe of laws relating to plastics, packaging, and recycling, including EPR, single use plastics, recycling definitions, and minimum recycled content requirements. Without further ado, here's Allyn. So I'm here with Allyn Stern, who is principal at Beveridge and Diamond, and we're going to be having a fireside chat about green claims. So I'll just get right to it with my first question, which is many consumers want to use their purchasing power to buy products that are environmentally friendly, but worry about greenwashing. What are the most common types of claims that get the most scrutiny?
So, Jen, environmental claims are evaluated the same way as other marketing claims. They can't be misleading and they should be reviewed from the perspective of the consumer. So, would a consumer reasonably understand exactly what this claim is supposed to mean? The claims in the environmental space that seem to get the most attention and create the most difficulty in terms of like crafting a claim and supporting a claim are recycling. So products that are made of a material that can be recycled, and then recycled content. So products that are made from recycled material, and you're trying to emphasize that they are made of recycled content. Free of claims, claims that highlight that certain chemicals are not in the product, promoting products as safe from certain chemicals or free of certain chemicals. And then climate related claims. So net zero or carbon emission claims, aspirational claims about a company's climate reduction goals. These are, I think, the categories that get the most attention. There's other things, compostable claims also get some attention, but these seem to be the ones that are triggering the most litigation.
There seems to be an increasing amount of litigation related to environmental marketing claims. What are some of the lessons learned for the beauty industry?
Much of the litigation is coming from class action lawsuits. State attorney generals can also bring cases under consumer protection statutes and other things. And the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, can bring enforcement under the FTC Act. And we have seen some of that, but by far the largest majority of claims and the most frequent kinds of litigation we're seeing are consumer class actions. So here's just a couple like real life examples and some of the takeaway messages that we can learn from them. So for example, we just talked about free of claims. So sunscreens have been targeted for making these reef friendly claims, that they're free of oxybenzone or other types of chemicals that would be harmful to the coral reefs. And one of the issues here is whether or not the claim has been carefully tailored to be clear on what the product was actually free of, and that what the claim wasn't overstating. So for example, if it is free of oxybenzone, and that's true, and you can substantiate that, but it's got a lot of other ingredients that a consumer might be concerned about, or in fact, ingredients that might be considered toxic, then it's misleading to just make that free of oxybenzone claim because you're hiding the fact that it's just one of multiple ingredients that consumers might care about. Well, there's a couple ways to steer clear of that sort of thing. One is to just be careful about how you're drafting your claim. And two is to use a third-party certifier. If you can rely on a third-party certification, that third party is doing the work for you, and you can make your claim tailored to whatever the third party is certifying. Another example in the recycling area is recycled content. So companies have been challenged on products in recycled packaging. There was a shampoo marketed as 100% recycled plastic bottle. And it actually was true that the bottle itself was made from 100% recycled plastic, but the cap wasn't. And so there was a challenge on that because it was clear that the cap wasn't made from recycled material. And the company had put this information in the fine print, but that's not really enough because, again, consumers are not necessarily reading the fine print. And when these claims are evaluated from a consumer perspective, they're not expecting that you're digging through all the fine print. They're expecting that it's more obvious. So you have to be careful about that. The same exact type of thing would be true for a recyclability claim. Like if you say that this shampoo bottle is recyclable, you also have to make sure that the cap is recyclable, or not use that 100% claim, or make clear that you're saying bottle is 100% recyclable, but cap is not. It has to be almost as basic as that you're really getting down to the fine points so that consumers aren't unintentionally misled.
And for recyclability, it has to be recyclable in the specific region of the consumers, which is variable.
In 60%, at least 60% of the jurisdictions. And so the best way to think about that, because that's hard to research, especially if you're a national brand or if you're selling online, right? You're a small brand and you're selling online, and you could be selling to any place in the country. Then you want to think about most of the large cities, like which states are you largely selling your products in, and consider whether these products can be recycled in the largest cities in those states. That's kind of a good rule of thumb way of evaluating that.
The US and EU have laws in place to regulate environmental marketing claims. How do the two approaches differ?
So the principles are very similar in both the EU and the US, but the EU has put more teeth into these principles. So in the US, the FTC can enforce through the FTC Act, but that's for all marketing claims. It is not specific to environmental marketing claims. We just talked about consumer protection statutes, but again, that's a little bit more general and kind of the same as the FTC Act. And then in the US, we have the Green Guides, which does get more specific about marketing claims, but it's guidance. So essentially, the EU has a directive in place that takes a lot of the elements from the Green Guides, but makes them more enforceable and specific. So the EU directive is called the EU Empowering Consumers Directive for the Green Transition. And it is something to take a look at because I always think of it as the gold standard for environmental claims. And if you can meet the EU requirements, then you should be in pretty good shape when you're marketing something in the US. Just to give a couple examples of what's in the EU directive, it prohibits generic environmental claims. So we just talked about the need to get a little bit more specific. I always recommend avoiding terms like green or sustainable, because those are very general. They mean different things to different people. And when you think about trying to substantiate them, like what data would you use to substantiate a claim that just calls your product sustainable? Those claims are prohibited in the EU unless you can very specifically substantiate them or you have a third-party certifier. So that's a good way of looking at it because that would also pass muster in the US. Another thing that the EU directive does is focusing on carbon offset claims. The aspirational carbon offset claims have gotten a lot of attention. A couple of years back, there were a lot of companies making claims like we will be, carbon neutral by 2030 or net zero by 2030 or 2050. They're aspirational, which in general is not a problem, but they weren't very clear about how they were going to get to net zero by 2030 or 2050. And in a lot of instances, they were using carbon offsets. And so the EU directive requires that there be more clarity in how you're going to get from here to there. And then in addition, you cannot rely on carbon offsets to make those net zero claims. So that, again, is a good rule of thumb for how to make the claims in the US, even though there isn't a specific prohibition like there is in the EU. It's a very good way of looking at it. And if you are consistent with the EU directive, then you will also be generally consistent with the green guides.
Yeah, I'm reminded by a conversation that I had with Dr. Red Montgomery from Ivy. She spoke at the Sustainability Summit on greenwashing. That's her research topic. And she defined what you were talking about with these like future claims, net zero by 2030 or whatever the claim. Also, something that annoyed me recently, we'll do an LCA next year, but we don't actually know. But we're in the right direction. Future washing was the term that her and a few other researchers gave it. And they have been seeing it as kind of like a new frontier for greenwashing.
Yeah, well, the EU is putting the kibosh on that. And so while I don't expect to see much more specifics from in the US right now, we were waiting for an update on the FTC green guides, and the FTC had been looking specifically at these net zero claims because they had become a lot more popular, and also looking to see whether or not the green guides should be enforceable as opposed to just being guidance. But given the current state of the federal government, it just seems unlikely that the FTC is going to get to this year. So we'll just have to look for that in the future. But those are the types of claims that consumers are going to be looking at and could bring these class action lawsuits. And the Green Guides does have some information already on climate related claims that is worthwhile to take a look at. And it does address, while it doesn't call it future washing, although that's probably the new term, it addresses that type of thing. Like, you do have to show what your plan is. You have to have a definite plan for how you will get to your endpoint.
And for maybe viewers who are concerned about greenwashing in the States, considering the guidance approach of the FTC guides, it's still like, I'm going to make a comment and disagree with me if you think I'm incorrect. It's still like illegal to make a deceptive claim as per the FTC Act. And so if you want to make a claim, you have to prove it. And so if you're making any kind of eco-related claim, you need to come with evidential support. The other thing that I'm thinking about with ingredient suppliers is they may not have the same responsibilities as a B2C company because it's B2B. The other thing that I was going to say is that while maybe the FTC may not have the same teeth as the EU, there's like class action lawyers that will sue you if you do the wrong thing.
Correct. All of that is exactly right. And the class action lawsuits based on these consumer protection statutes, it's very similar to the FTC Act. So same thing. You're not, it's state law that is requiring that you not market a claim that's misleading to consumers. And the kind of thing that is misleading to consumers is something that is not specific enough and can't be substantiated. So one of the things that I always recommend is, well, there's two things I recommend that are helpful. Create your claim, then look at how you would substantiate it, and think about if your substantiation is specific to your claim, or if your claim needs to be tweaked a little so that it fits better with the substantiation. Because sometimes we start out with this great product claim, and it's coming from a good place. Most companies are not trying to hoodwink the consumers or anything, but they have this great idea for how they're making their products more sustainable, or just a little bit, greening up their product, and they want to promote that. And so whether that is that it's made from recyclable content, or they've pulled out some ingredients and they've come up with a different formulation, they've spent a long time thinking about how to do that, and now they want to promote it. So if you're trying to promote that type of thing, just make sure that what you can substantiate fits with the type of claim you're making. And sometimes it takes a little back and forth, right? You draft the claim, then you look at how you're substantiating it, and then you tweak it a little. And then I would say, share it with a friend, get a second opinion, somebody who has not been working with you on this project, and see what they think, see what kind of questions come up from them, because this really is about consumer perception and what a consumer would think. And it's not necessarily an educated consumer. That's not how these statutes work. It's not like they figure that a consumer should definitely know the obvious. They really look at, if you've made any kind of claim that says we're 100% free of something, then these lawsuits are targeting that, because if it is not fully and completely 100%, then your claim is misleading.
So just so everyone knows, this also includes with chemicals that are ubiquitous in the environment or maybe coming from external sources. So I'm reminded of a class action lawsuit. I believe that this is what it was, against when it was Johnson & Johnson in the early 2010s for making a phthalate-free claim. Phthalates come from packaging. It's also like ubiquitous in the environment. How can you ensure that you have a phthalate-free formula? It's a risky claim. Or now, increasingly, there's claims around benzene-free. Benzene is ubiquitous in the environment. If your formula is open to air, I mean, good luck. You probably shouldn't make that claim. Or PFAS free, I've been seeing that come up.
And there's a lot of companies that are working hard to say remove PFAS out of their supply chain because they're required to or because they want to. That is another example where it's risky to make a fully unmitigated PFAS-free claim because there's so many different fluorine compounds. You can't even identify them all. And so, saying that you're 100% PFAS-free is not going to be accurate. And to give you a good example of that, Sephora was sued, I think it was last year, because of their clean beauty line. And clean is a term that is very risky because it's really general and it can mean a lot of things to different people. And the plaintiff alleged against Sephora, they say that this beauty line is clean. And while it does eliminate some chemicals, it still has chemicals in it. And Sephora's response was, yes, all products have chemicals in it. And we're very clear about exactly what clean means. We have a list of the chemicals that are not included in our clean line. And they won that case. The judge agreed and dismissed the lawsuit because Sephora was very clear about what was included when they used the word clean. So that's an example of how being specific and being able to substantiate what you're saying can give you a good defense against these lawsuits.
How can brands avoid greenwashing or at least minimize the potential for lawsuits?
So we talked about most of them. Substantiation is important. Make sure that the claims are very precise. Avoid these vague terms. Don't use terms that you can't substantiate. And then in your substantiation, use measurable data, acknowledge the limitations of the data, or use a third-party certifier. And when you use a third-party certifier, be careful that your claim matches what the third party is certifying, right? Don't overstate whatever that third party is certifying. Make sure that it is consistent with that. But then that gets you a long way because a neutral outside party has done a lot of this work for you. The other thing I want to mention is the National Advertising Division. And for folks that aren't familiar with that, that is an organization within the Better Business Bureau. And they specifically look at these claims and make recommendations for companies to modify their claims when they think they're not consistent with the FTC Act. They highlighted in their 2024 trend report, they highlighted a couple things to watch for in kind of a review of the claims that came up last year. And one was products that make safety claims. So that say that they're safe, and that gets to this free of concept. So to make sure that there is data behind that and that those are specific. And the other was around social media and influencers. So that's something we haven't talked about yet, but it is increasingly more important to make sure that brands recognize that influencers are just an extension of your brand. So they need to understand what the parameters are. They also can't be making claims that are inconsistent with the green guides and the FTC Act and all the consumer protection laws, right? So they still have to have these parameters too. And that should be built into the contracts that brands have with influencers so that they realize, because there's a tendency to use a lot of hyperbole in media posts, right? You have a short period of time on TikTok and you want to get a compelling message out, but they have to be very careful. And your brand is going to take the heat for that if they are overstating one of those claims.
So just as an example, if an influencer goes and makes this generalized claim, this product is sustainable, then the brand could potentially get into trouble.
Correct, right. Or if they say, yeah, this is green or clean or whatever those general terms they are. So then you have to educate your influencers, right? Brands need to educate their influencers, not only to be aware of the marketing parameters, but also what kind of data there is to substantiate these claims. So what exactly, maybe even some talking points that they can obviously put into their own words, but that they understand the limits of what they should be promoting.
And probably for brands, they should be checking the claims that their suppliers are making. I say this because I'm aware of, for example, packaging suppliers making claims around recyclability. This is a fully recyclable package in a lipstick tube. No, it's not. That's too small. So check.
There was a lawsuit. One of the Kim Kardashian companies got sued because they had like a refillable packaging and they were promoting an environmental claim around sustainability because I can't remember what the product was, but the product could be refilled, which is a great thing. And that is a sustainability concept, that the product could be refilled, but it got refilled into this like excessive amount of packaging. And so there were consumer complaints about this product because they said, look, sure, it's great that it's refillable, but you're omitting the fact that you're using all this excessive packaging that ultimately gets thrown away and can't be recycled.
Do you have any final take-homes that you'd like to leave the audience with?
I will repeat myself because the two most important things to take away when you are thinking about environmental marketing claims are specificity and substantiation. So if you get nothing else out of this conversation, take away those two concepts.
And that's all the time we have for this presentation, and it's now time for Q&A. And bear with me as I bring Allyn onto the main screen. Thank you so much to Allyn for that extremely informative presentation. One moment. And here we are. Thank you again. Okay, so we've got quite a few questions. The first one comes from Manuel, who asks, do you have any statistics on consumers in the US, EU, and or Latin America about how much they care about green claims? Which claims do you think they really care about and which ones they don't?
So I don't have statistics off the top of my head, but the kinds of claims where we see the most litigation, which gives you in like some sense of where consumers feel so passionate about it, they need to bring a lawsuit. Those tend to come around recycling claims because plastics is such a big consumer issue. So recycled content and recyclability of products seem to be a big area for claims. The other types of claims that get a lot of attention, but not as many brands may be making these, but those are climate related claims like net zero goals, that kind of thing. Those get a lot of consumer attention. The FTC, it does an analysis of consumer claims. They do surveys of consumer interest in claims, but they're very outdated. And they were doing one, they had several that were in the works when they were going to update their guidance, which is called the FTC Green Guides. But they have not done that. And right now, the federal government is in such turmoil that I don't think we're going to expect it anytime soon.
Yeah. This came up earlier in the day, but I'll just leave. Now, Manuel goes on to ask, I'm sorry I didn't include this in the original question, or do you consider all this to be a fad in consumer lifestyles, like green consumer products?
I don't think it's a fad because it has been it's been going on for a long enough time, for it to become cemented. We definitely hear some brands say it's just not their marketing angle. That's not what they're they don't feel like their consumers aren't that interested in sustainability. So if that's the case, if your consumer database, base, and they're not that interested, then don't make the claims, because if you don't make the claims, you don't have any risk. But a lot of consumers are interested. There's a lot of attention for sure in the fashion industry. So cosmetics is adjacent, and because of that, it seems like it's not a passing fad, but it certainly isn't for every brand.
And for certain markets, there may be increasing requirements, but I guess this is we don't have to go. Okay, this next question comes from Test One. Do you think this is the marketing team having some overreach without consulting the people who have/make the product, or exaggerating their claims? I also have a tack-on question regarding, I think that people think that in a contract manufacturer, there's going to be inherent sustainability expertise in-house there. Is that always the case? I feel like sometimes greenwashing happens with the best of intentions, but they just didn't have the right resources.
I think that is probably the largest number of instances where greenwashing occurs, or even if it's not, greenwashing is a really negative way of describing these claims, and usually it's more of an overstatement, and that people are not really being specific enough and comparing the claim they made with the substantiation that they have, because that's really where you start. What can you do to substantiate that claim? And I think that marketing just gets enthusiastic, right? There's you work hard, say you've worked really hard to get some certain chemical out of your product. You've had to look for alternate ingredients. It's taken a while. You finally found something that you think it works, and you're so excited about it. So you want to tell everybody, and that makes it really easy to overstate, because you're trying to promote this really terrific thing. So you just need to make sure that it fits with the substantiation that you have, which means you do have to ask questions of your partner. So wherever that is in your chain that you're relying on, you need to ask those questions. So the manufacturer may or may not have that expertise, and they may or may not be giving you the right information. It's kind of like when you order something off a menu in a restaurant and you ask about the ingredients, sometimes you get the right answer and sometimes you don't. So you have to ask the right questions to make sure that you're getting all the information that you need, and then document it.
Yeah. Finding the right consultants regarding sustainability can be kind of challenging because it's such an interdisciplinary space, and so many niched expertises within this one space. Yeah, but there are specialized expertises there that maybe would fall outside of the scope of the expertise of a cosmetic chemist. So just kind of be mindful of their scope of practice. Okay, Another question from Tess.
Well, one thing
sorry.
onto that, Jen, that like the term sustainability, that's one of those terrible general environmental claims. So even when you're looking for consultants, if they're like a sustainability consultant, what the heck does that mean? You have to ask them, like, where is their actual expertise, and make sure that it's the expertise you want.
And for anyone wanting a deep dive on greenwashing, Ren Montgomery, who researches greenwashing, was on the podcast 2 weeks ago. And also she presented at the Sustainability Beauty eSummit. And we actually covered expertise greenwashing. So if you're interested, that was a really informative presentation and also podcast. Okay, another question from Test 1 is, how can a smaller company that is only starting and cannot afford to pay for certification start this path without getting in legal trouble or otherwise? And is certification, I'm tacking this on, always the best course for these claims, the best basis for some of these claims? I say this because I see many certifications being misused and misrepresented. So what does that landscape look like for small brands?
Yeah, so those are great questions. Certification can be a terrific shortcut if it fits your need. So again, certifications can be you can overstate your own certification. So you have to make sure that the certification, you understand what the certification is, what it's actually certifying, and that fits with the claim that you're trying to make. And if so, then it's a good bet, because it's very hard if you really have a certification from a valid certifier and your claim is specific to that certification. You're in pretty good shape. You're protecting yourself pretty well. So one is to look for the scope of the certification and make sure you understand that and that it fits your claim. Because if it doesn't, if it's close but doesn't exactly fit, then maybe it's not worthwhile to even get the certification in the first place. And if you are a small brand, or just on balance, it's not economically feasible to get a certification, then again, just go back to understanding what your documentation is. So when we say substantiation, it's just really, how can you document the claim that you're making and evaluate whether it fits, and ask around. So if you don't have a consultant or you don't have legal advice, ask your friends what they think. When they see your marketing materials, what comes to mind for them, and you'll understand whether or not they're over interpreting what you're trying to say, and then you need to make your claim a little bit more specific.
This next question comes from Jewel, who asks, nowadays there is a new claim that ingredients are produced by green chemistry, followed by the 12 rules in some brands claiming that in the product is followed by green chemistry. How does this translate to acceptable green claims for brands?
So I guess my first question would be, what does it mean when you say green chemistry? So that is also a very generalized term. So is that tied to a certificate, specific certification? And if so, great, then you have, you're specifically identifying what you mean when you say that. Otherwise, you should just be clear about what it means when you're talking about green chemistry, because that is definitely a term that could mean something different to all sorts of consumers.
This next question is from Brianna, and I'm just going to say upfront, this may be a question for like somebody more on the impact side of things rather than the legal side of things, but not that you can't give a good answer to this question. I just wanted to say regarding the like layers of expertises within sustainability, let alone what do you mean when you say sustainable? But the question was from Brianna, how can we help the environment overall? And I'm supposing this is in the context of consumer products such as cosmetics.
So, one brand can't do everything. So pick the thing where you want to have an impact. So for example, a lot of states are pushing brands to be more uh, knowledgeable about their packaging, for example. And so that's an area, if you're already being pushed, on the legal side to reduce your packaging or change your packaging, that's an area where you can have an impact. And so since you kind of have to do it anyways, it's good to think about how far can you go? How far, what's the right balance for you, and what are your goals? Reducing packaging is important. It reduces landfill mass. Landfill creates methane gas. Methane gas is bad for the climate. So I think that is one area that is particularly valuable. But for example, if you're more interested in your products or reaching consumers that are very focused on health and safety, then you may want to just get extremely knowledgeable about the chemical components of your products and evaluate those and decide how you want the formulation to look. Maybe you want to do all of it. It's just that usually people have to make some choices about what they're trying to accomplish. But I would say, in terms of big impact on the environment, it does seem like packaging is a good thing to look at. Refillable has so many challenges, but also if you're reducing waste, that's great. If you can partner with some kind of way to recycle some of the packaging, I think that also is very good. So that's one place to start for sure.
And for lots more on the topic of sustainability and impact reductions, my last summit was a whole conference dedicated to sustainability, and there was lots of different angles to this conversation. If you watch, it's a pretty complicated topic. A few things that came up on this specific point. One was, full context, it was by me, but I think it's an important point for consumers that there's often like a conflation between green consumerism and sustainable consumption. Those are not the same thing. If you buy more products, you're consuming more. We have an issue with overconsumption. Overconsumption is the greatest threat we do societally to the environment. So rather, consuming less is more aligned with lower impact. And then this comes to another point that was made at the end of the day by Mike Favola, which was to think about hero products as a brand. I really liked the suggestion in how can we get consumers to use less? Find something that they will use all the way through, not waste that much. Because realistically, you as a user, if you really like that product, if you keep coming back to that product, you may be able to actually support efficiencies in their production. But then also, you're going to use the whole product. Consuming less can go a long way on the consumer side of things. And I feel like there's something interesting there for brands to think about.
Yeah, and sizes might be something to think about, right? What size are you offering so that people don't have to keep purchasing multiple products every time, because they're running out so fast. Maybe size is an issue. So yeah, it is very complicated, and I do think you have to first start with what is your main goal? What is your objective here, and what are you trying to promote with your brand?
And that concludes the time we have for this fireside chat or this Q&A. Thank you so much, Allyn, for agreeing to present. I always learn a lot when I talk to you. Thank you so much for spending your Sunday or part of your Sunday with me and the rest of the attendees at the summit.
Of course. Thank you so much for inviting me. This was great. Bye, everyone.
Our next presentation will be by Dr. Rania Ibrahim, who is recognized as an expert in cosmetics and personal care product testing, with a strong academic foundation in physics, biomechanical engineering, and a PhD in pharmaceutical and cosmetic science. Her research focused on transdermal drug delivery, which laid the groundwork for career-leading clinical testing in the beauty industry. After over 12 years as clinical director at a major CRO, she founded SkinScience Analytics in Arizona and later acquired KGL Study Skin Center in Pennsylvania. With deep experience in both academic research and clinical practice, Dr. Ibrahim is a key advocate for scientifically rigorous ethical testing practices in the cosmetic sector. Without further ado, here's Rania.
Good morning and good afternoon to all of you joining us today. My name is Dr. Rania Ibrahim, and I am the founder of SkinScience Analytics. I am so grateful to have an opportunity to be a part of this beauty summit that Jen always wonderfully puts together. Today, I will be spending time talking you through some clinical claims and their substantiation. And I say some because there are so many claims and we are limited on time. So with that, let's start the show. Is a clinical claim. A clinical claim is essentially a statement that refers to the benefits, the efficacy, performance, or safety of a product or device based upon sufficient clinical evidence or data. So today, my goal is to run through some basic safety claims, non-comedogenic claims, and then finally get to the efficacy claims. So in terms of safety claims, your most basic test, as we know, is the RIPT. And the claims that you extrapolate from the RIPT is that your product is non-irritating, it's non-sensitizing. You can make sense for safer sensitive skin claims if you're testing on a population of sensitive skin subjects. Also dermatologist tested claims. This is the easiest and cheapest way of achieving this claim through an RIPT. And then the next level and more rigorous type of testing are in use studies, where the product is actually used as it's intended to be used. And from these particular types of studies, you're able to get ophthalmologist tested claims. You can make claims that the product is safe to use on the waterline, safe for contact lens wearers. You can also make gynecologist tested claims, pediatrician tested claims, and then obviously you can do in-use studies with dermatologists. And I usually recommend these for products that have high levels of irritants where the data that you collect from the RIPT doesn't truly fully translate to what would happen on the face. And then finally, we have our tear-free eye sting tests. I know this isn't a safety test. I kind of just threw it on the slide. But this is pretty typical for baby products that are intended to not sting the eye. The first step is to do an in vitro eye test. And if you fail the in vitro eye test, most definitely you will fail the in vivo ocular installation. So it's a nice little gauge in that perspective. But if you pass it, it doesn't necessarily mean that you would pass the in vivo ocular installation portion, because obviously that's just a membrane, and with ocular installation, it is sensory. Stop is our non-comedogenic and non-acnogenic claims. So if you are looking to only make a non-comedogenic claim, your least expensive route would be to do a follicular biopsy, and more importantly, on a shared panel. The follicular biopsy is very similar to the RIPT in the sense that we are taking the product and we're placing it on our patch and we're putting it on the back, and we're doing this for 4 weeks straight. So with this test, you make non-comedogenic claims. Now, if you are looking to make non-acnogenic claims, then it is important to perform the in-use test, where products are being used on the face as intended to be used. We're doing acne lesion counts, comedone counts. So, and the nice thing about this particular test is you can make both the non-acnogenic and non-comedogenic. It is more expensive, but again, if you only are looking for a non-comedogenic claim, follicular biopsy method is more than sufficient. Now we get to the fun stuff, efficacy claims. Probably one of the most common claims that we test are these hydration, moisturization, dryness claims. I do a lot of these studies. The most widely used instrument is the corneometer. It is a probe that's placed on the surface of the skin, as you can see in this picture, and it measures, it's a superficial measurement of the water content in the upper layers of the skin. And with these particular types of studies, for face products, we typically test these products on the forearms. For body products, we test them on the lower legs, and then for lip products, we test them directly on the lips. And these type of study designs are really more for your short-term type of hydration claims. So anything from an immediate to a 72-hour. Typical all-day claims usually are around 8 or 12 hours. It varies from one company to another. And then for your 24 and 48 and 72, one thing to note, obviously, is that these measurements are based upon a one-time application. So you really want to make sure that your product is occlusive enough to be able to maintain lasting that long from a one-time application. And with those type of studies, we control, it's controlled in the sense that we do not allow the participants to shower or wet the test sites for that duration of time. Another type of common hydration study that we see are regression tests, where if you're trying to claim that your product maintains hydration, so if you were to use a product or your cream and someone were to stop using that, would that hydration continue and maintain in the skin even with the interruption in use of the product? And that is essentially what a regression test is. They use it for every day, twice a day for 5 days, and then we have them stop using the product, and then we measure the hydration within a 3 to 5 day span after stopping using the product to see if the hydration actually drops down back to baseline or maintains. And then because we live in the wonderful state of Arizona, we have the privilege of really drying out people. And so you can see from this photography that we had an aggressive washout period and were able to show the scaliness. And with these types of assessments, we can either grade the site on a dryness scaliness scale, or sometimes we have clients who just want before and after photos because a photo is worth 1,000 words. Your skin barrier claims will often go hand in hand with your hydration studies. So I would probably say 95% of the time, if I'm measuring hydration, I am measuring skin barrier. With skin barrier, what we are measuring is that transepidermal water loss, which is essentially the more compromised your skin is, the more micro tears you have. And the more micro tears means the more water you have escaping from the surface of the skin. So what that probe, whether it's the 2-meter or the Dermalab, what it's measuring in that circular opening is how much water is coming off from the surface of the skin. And so when you have a product that is improving the barrier or repairing the barrier, what the product is essentially doing is it is occluding or creating kind of like this banded effect on these micro tears. And as a result, you have less water escaping from the surface. Maintaining barrier is a different claim than repairing barrier. When we talk about maintaining barrier, what we're looking at is we go through a washout period, and what we're looking at is where did we start? And then after we apply the product, where do we end? Whereas with repairing the barrier, what we are doing is intentionally compromising and damaging the skin either by SLS or tape stripping. I am more of a fan of tape stripping because it's more controlled. And then once we damage the skin, with whichever method, we are then measuring how well the product repairs the skin, but then we also compare it to an untreated control. And the reason this is really important to have an untreated control is because the skin naturally repairs itself. That's what we do, that's how we heal. And so the idea is you're going to always see your untreated site improve over time, but what you're hoping to see is that your test product is repairing the skin faster than what the skin is naturally doing for itself. So with exfoliation claims, these tend to be shorter studies. You have a scrub and you are looking to make a claim that it exfoliates the skin. And there are two different ways that we can assess exfoliation. So one way is the VisioScan, where we use the corneofix, and you can see from this picture, it's this little adhesive square that we place on the surface of the skin and then remove it. So if you were to actually just take a piece of tape and put it on your skin, pull it off, you see those white flakes that get pulled up. And then the instrument measures the number of flakes and their size, which is that blue picture right there next to it. And then you apply the test product and you do the same thing from another test site and look at how the difference between the before and after in terms of flakiness, and hope to see that there was a significant decrease in the number of flakes picked up after using the test product. The other instrument that we also use, the SQUAM scan, which is a similar concept in the sense that we use D-squams, which is similar to the corneofix. It's like this round circular adhesive that we place on the surface of the skin. And the SQUAM scan actually, in a way, indirectly measures protein content. And protein content is related to the hydration of the skin. So the higher the lipids, the better the condition of the skin, the more hydrated the skin. So another way of looking at exfoliation. And then we have cell turnover, which unfortunately sometimes people use it interchangeably and they're different. Cell turnover is what our cells naturally do over time, kind of like a snake. We shed our cells over time. And this is assessed by either staining the skin with danzyl chloride. People have moved away from danzyl chloride because of ethical concerns related to potential sensitization of subjects from the danzyl chloride. We've used henna also because it obviously also stains and the squam cells or DHA. And essentially what you do is you apply whichever method. So let's say we're doing henna. We would apply henna to one arm, inner arm, and the other arm would be an untreated site. And what we're trying to assess is how quickly the turnover is happening on the treated arm versus the untreated, because again, our skin naturally turns over. What we're looking to see is if the test product is speeding up that process. Another common claim that we get with creams, moisturizers, also anti-aging products are skin textures or skin topography assessments, where we're looking at the smoothness or the roughness, how that is improving over time. There are a variety of ways of measuring skin texture. The VisioScan is a two-dimensional method where you saw in the previous slide, it's that little probe. It has a camera and it takes a picture. It's a close-up image, so you really can't identify where on the body that image is being taken because it's such a magnified image. And then the software analyzes different parameters relating to roughness, smoothness, scaliness. So that's a two-dimensional assessment. We also have three-dimensional assessments using the Primos, which is probably the most common now. And it measures the same parameters, but from a 3D perspective. And also silicone replicas. I would say silicone replicas are not as popular as they used to be. I'd say maybe, 12, 13 years ago, silicone replicas were it because we didn't have access to these type of instruments like the Primos. But again, it's another method. The downside of the silicone replica is that it's just such a small area. It's not, it's just, it's probably the size of a quarter. Whereas with Primos 3D, especially the full face, you can measure the texture on the whole face versus just one tiny area. The most common instrument used for skin firmness and elasticity measurements is the cutometer. So the way that the probe works is on the surface of the probe, there's like a little hole, and there's a vacuum, and there's also a camera in the hole. And what happens is when you place it on the surface of the skin and the vacuum turns on, it sucks the skin into that little hole. And the amount of force required to suck that skin into that hole it translates to how firm the skin is. And then the vacuum turns off and the skin bounces back into place, and that correlates to the elasticity of the skin. And oftentimes when we do these studies where we're measuring firmness elasticity, especially if the product is super hydrating, what we'll see in the beginning is that elasticity is improving and the firmness isn't. And it's essentially usually because the product is really hydrating the skin. And so once it gets past that point, then if the product has the capability of doing it, you then start seeing the improvement in the skin firmness as the length of the study progresses. Another way to correlate the firmness of the skin is to measure skin density. We all know that we can't talk about collagen synthesis because it is a drug claim, and the way to go about doing that is to talk about skin density. Obviously, the more collagen you have in the skin, the firmer the skin is. And the ultrasound gives you the ability to measure that thickness of the dermis. And what we're looking to see is that over time, that thickness is increasing. I often tell clients that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and you should always try to have before and after images included in your anti-aging studies or any studies that make sense to have before and after images. This here was an eye cream study we did, and just looking at the before and afters, honestly, I don't even have to assess percent improvement. I think the image is just as impactful, if not more, than talking about percentages, because sometimes these percentages, especially from clinical assessments, the percentages, while they are clinically relevant from a statistic standpoint, are sometimes not so meaningful to the consumer, whereas a before and after is. So we have a variety of ways of capturing clinical photography. In the previous slide, you had seen the VisiCR. I just kind of cropped the image. Probably not so well because I don't do that often. But the VisiCR is a really easy tool for clinical photography because it's just a click and shoot. You get all of these lighting modalities. The drawback of the VisiCR is just how clinical they look. You've got those, forehead prongs and the chin rest. We have Primos for 3D capture. We can take images of the neck using the VisiCR. And then there are these pretty digital images, which are fantastic for marketing, putting on your website. They just look cleaner, more appealing to the consumer. They are not inexpensive because they require a professional photographer. But what I often recommend to clients is to have the Visia-CR photos, and they can crop and kind of zero in on certain parts of the face. Whereas for the digital, to have a handful or a subset of the subjects participate in that, so you have those type of like really nice, clean marketing images. In addition to being able to capture before and after images, we're able to perform a variety of different types of analysis on the images. So with the Visia-CR, as you can see, there's a variety of things we can look at, such as like wrinkles, textures, pores, UV spots, etc. With the Primos, we're able to look at texture. We can look at like fine lines and wrinkle. We can look at volume changes. So some of the benefits of not only just having a before and after image, but also being able to extrapolate quantitative data from the images. So another thing I always tell people is if we have the before and after images, we can grade it for a variety of parameters. So it's not always that you have to rely on software imaging. Some clients like that, but we are able to grade images on a specific scale for a variety of parameters. For our QVC folks, you know that QVC is not a fan of software analysis, so we always have to rely on expert grading. But really, I always tell clients that the nice thing about having before and after images is even after the study ends, you can always go back and have images graded for additional parameters. So let's say you do a clinical study and you are really only looking at fine lines and wrinkles, and you get your before and after photos after the study ends, and you look at them and you're like, oh my God, the hyperpigmentation is really resolved. You can always go back and get the images graded for hyperpigmentation and added to the clinical study as additional data. Stretch, everyone. Home stretch. We are almost there. Color cosmetics. So there are so many claims that we can make on color cosmetics. We can sometimes measure the attributes, or we expert grade. So we look at things like long wear, water resistance, smudge, crease, oil reduction. The VisioScan is an instrument that allows us to measure the sebum. So if you have a product that you're trying to show mattifies or reduces oil, we can measure that. And that little picture, it kind of counts the amount. It looks like a foil. So one of those foils, you place it on the forehead, it sucks up the sebum. It analyzes the amount of sebum that was collected on that foil, and then you do it after applying the product, and obviously you hope to see a reduction in that. And then with the colorimeter, we can measure variety. We can measure color, so the longevity or the color intensity. We can also measure if something is staying off or coming on from a water resistance standpoint. And then we can also, with this particular instrument, measure shine. So for products that are supposed to like control shine or mattify, we can actually quantitatively measure that. Raise your hand if you are formulating a body deodorant. This is definitely taking the industry by storm. I am seeing lots of people making body deodorants. There are a variety of ways of assessing odor. The simplest and probably the least expensive is the subjective assessment. So you give them the deodorant to use and you have them fill out a questionnaire on whether it controls odor after X number of hours. There is a more controlled and standardized method, the ASTM method. This involves odor judges. And then there's also, you can couple that, whether it's the subjective assessment or the ASTM method, you can couple that with microbiome analysis and look at what is happening to the bacteria that is responsible for odor. Last but not least, hair growth claims. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide at all because I am pretty confident that Dr. Crystal Porter killed it in her presentation on hair claims. Obviously, if you are not following the monograph, then you have to get creative as far as how you talk about hair growth. But main methods, you can do instrumentation. The Medicam 1000 is a great instrument at looking at skin density. And then you could do it from before and after images. We have dermatologists assess the images on a very specific scale. And so that's hair growth. There are a number of ways that claims can be misleading. And the reality of the matter is that we establish trust with the consumer by painting a picture about our product that is based upon facts. And for brands, really, it is not only your responsibility to ensure that you are performing scientifically sound studies to substantiate these claims, but what you do with that data is just as equally as important. Thanks to all of you for your time and attention, and I hope you walked away with some valuable information. Jen, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm not going to lie, talking to a laptop screen is crazy weird. So I'm excited for Q&A so I can see some live human beings. Thanks again.
And thank you again to Rania for that extremely informative presentation. Information packed. So good. Bear with me as I get us to the main screen. And here we are, and we got many questions. Okay, from the start.
Good morning, good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
whatever time zone you're in. Good evening for some.
Yeah. This first question comes from Mel, who asks, what would you recommend to measure specific lipid panels within the skin, for example, ceramides, cholesterol, etc., in vitro versus in vivo testing methodology to validate an improvement in ceramides/lipids?
So typically the way that it's done is in vivo, where to get like a detailed like panel analysis, typically what we'll do is we will tape strip, and then those tape strips from the specific test site will be sent to a lab that actually performs the analysis. So that's typically how historically we've done some kind of like very direct lipid analysis in the skin from a specific test site.
This next question is from Manuel, who asks, do you have a list of tests that do not yet technically have a replacement, so they must be done on animals? And maybe that's not so much relevant to cosmetics, finished products. Yeah. I don't know. You can answer that if you want.
No, I mean, there's really nothing that we do that in the cosmetic or personal care world that requires testing on animals.
Misconception. Cosmetics are still commonly tested on animals. They are not.
Yeah, we're not testing mascaras on rabbits.
Nope. That stopped long time ago. Lots more. Listen to the podcast that I did with Bera. He did a really good historical context of that landscape. It was a 101 on animal testing. I think that was the title from maybe 2 seasons ago. This next question is from Corrine, who asks, is there a test for a mood boosting claim, or is it considered a subjective claim?
So that's actually a really interesting question. So there was the Clorox ad that came out, I think it was like last week or the week before, where they were looking at how like the smell of like cleaning products or the actual physicality of cleaning affects the mood, and they compared it to petting your dog. I mean, cleaning a toilet to me is not equivalent to petting my dog, but I guess it evokes sometimes like similar emotions. So interestingly enough, I'm actually going to be doing a project in June where we are going to be looking at brain mapping. And this is something that's newer, but it's kind of like getting introduced in the cosmetic world, where you have people use the product or maybe like a fragrance, and they're kind of hooked up to all of these electrodes. And these electrodes measure how the brain is reacting. So this is something that's new that's coming up. I'm actually really excited to witness because I've never done it before. But really long-winded answer, yes, you can do it through consumer perception, but there are ways to actually do it from more of like a scientific quantitative standpoint.
Yeah, I've been seeing at like technical supplier shows, like the SEC technical supplier show. I feel like there was a wave. I don't know. I don't remember if it was last year. I'm sorry. I actually don't know if I went to the specific presentation. I know at some point I've seen a presentation from ingredients supplier. I saw it somewhere. Well, no, I saw it at one of the technical showcases.
Right.
It's been a long day.
Any technical, yes.
From the ingredient suppliers is there seems to be a lot of to echo. I'll just stop talking and ask the next question. So the next
Sunday.
It's Sunday, and we've been here for now. Oh my gosh, it's been how long? How long have we been streaming? I don't know. Hours. Thank you for everyone who's stuck with me all along the day so far. This next question is from Richard, who asks, for HRIPT, can you perform a special test on the scalp versus the traditional back area, since the skin can be different? Would be more informative in telling towards hair and scalp related products.
That's actually a really good question. So the difficulty with doing the RIPT on the scalp directly is it's an adhesive patch. So it would not adhere properly to the scalp because of the fact that there's hair, unless your whole panel is bald people, and then that would be wild to try and recruit. So typically what we recommend for products that are used on the hair or the head is, in addition to the RIPT, to do a safety in use test, where we actually have people use it as it's intended to be used, and then a dermatologist does an assessment of the condition of the scalp before and after the 3 or 4 week use. And then also the participants keep a daily diary. So that's usually the recommendation for having a more realistic approach to safety testing for products that are really just not directly being tested on the skin, especially hair products, because that's where we see most of the lawsuits over the past few years.
This next question is from Mariana, who asks, how long should a product be used before testing for elasticity or firmness? And how many panelists are recommended?
So in terms of firmness and elasticity is obviously very formula dependent, but we typically say at least 4 weeks. The longer the study is, the better, because sometimes you see these like immediate, or not immediate. When I say immediate, I'm talking maybe 2 or 3 weeks down the road, we see some improvement in elasticity, and it's not uncommon because what's happening is that the skin is hydrating. And then that you see that initial improvement in elasticity, and then sometimes it goes into firmness, sometimes it doesn't. It just really, again, depends upon the product. So I think the longer the study, the better. And then in terms of statistical significance, I usually recommend at least 30, 35. The larger companies, obviously the larger the study is, the better. But we also know that, for smaller and medium-sized brands, testing on 50 or 100 people is very cost prohibitive.
I feel like with that answer, some people may be confused about something that they heard earlier regarding consumer research. And I feel like there's something here to talk about why you can get such larger, feasibly, panel sizes with consumer studies compared to clinical studies.
So it's you can recruit the same number of people for a clinical versus consumer. It's just cost, right? So with consumer, they're just coming in and they're filling out questionnaires, and sometimes they don't even have to come in to fill in the questionnaire. We can have them do it at home. Whereas when you're doing clinical assessments, they've got to come in and we've got to take the measurements. So every time subjects come in, you have to pay them. The more measurements we take, the more expensive the study gets. So that's really what makes it cost prohibitive for some brands to test on 50 people for a clinical study versus 50 people for just a consumer perception. Cost difference is quite different.
This next question is from Brianna, who asks, how can you take a medical approach to label stretch marks and how to treat them with the holistic approach? Okay, I'll maybe reframe this to like, how can we validate stretch marks related claims, and also what are the like challenges from a regulatory point of view from even doing that and claiming anything around stretch marks? This is a leading question.
I mean, so it has to be really, really standardized and tight studies. So for those type of studies, like you really have to control your enrollment criteria for the participants that you're testing on. So you want people who are probably within a specific BMI, who are relatively active, have the same level of activity, maybe even attempt to control diets. It's usually very hard. Like the compliance is very, very difficult. And then it's in the assessments, right? Like the before and after images, you want the images to be like almost perfect, where there's no lighting changes, because lighting changes the texture of the skin. So you see things differently. So I think a really controlled and tight study, and then, reporting the data accurately, where you're not using the highest number versus the average. I think that was actually one of the issues that occurred several years ago with L'Occitane for a cellulite cream. They reported the best improvement, and they got hit with a pretty hefty fine by the FTC. So cellulite studies are hard. I think if you also involve the assessments of a dermatologist, that also gives it a little more validity, kind of puts it in a different bracket. So there are a number of things, but cellulite is cellulite. It's dicey, no matter how you kind of tiptoe around it.
This next question comes from, I'll ask from Joyce, since I haven't asked one of your questions yet. I don't think. I'm sorry if I've forgotten. The question is, I've been to spas that use skin analysis devices. I've been given a skin age score after assessment. How relevant and accurate is this information, and how would a skin analysis device determine skin age?
So that's really what AI is doing now, right? And there are a few AI platforms that do this kind of analysis. And really what it's essentially based on is algorithms, right? Like you build your database. So you take, let's say, thousands of photos of people of varying ages, varying severity and photo damage, different ethnicities. And then what they do is they take all of these images and they compile these algorithms that help identify like the age of the individual. Obviously, there's some hand waving involved in it, because it really depends upon what was the subset that you used to create the AI, how strong are the algorithms, but that's really what it is. So, and I've talked to a few of these AI companies where you take a before picture, they do this analysis, they say, oh, you look like 65, and then you use the product, and we take another image and they redo this analysis and say, oh, now you look 60. So I always caution people when making those claims to be just really as conservative. I'm a conservative testing lab. But yeah, AI is doing this type of analysis, and that's probably what you saw, Joyce, at the spa.
We have time for one more question. I'll ask the question from Mariana. When using the corneometer 1 hour after application, can the product's own moisture, especially in natural oil and water lotions, or just oil and water lotions, affect the moisturizing reading?
Definitely plays a role. And that's why we like to also usually take barrier measurements, because the tool probe is an open chamber, so it doesn't really it doesn't compromise the test site like a corneometer would do. But one would hope after an hour that the product has somewhat absorbed into the skin significantly. But again, absolutely, products do play a role in measuring that hydration, because the probe is coming into contact with the skin and it's picking up product. And that's why you always have an untreated control as well to kind of compare to.
Thank you so much, Rania, for this extremely informative both presentation and Q&A, and for spending time with me on a Sunday and the rest of us here at the Summit.
Anytime, Jen.
I hope you have a great rest of your day, and thank you so much.
You too. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. I'm going to go clean. Like petting my dog. All right. Okay, then. Bye.
Our next presentation will be by Denise Herich, who is the co-founder and managing partner of the Benchmarking Company, a leading consumer market research firm focused on the beauty and personal care industry. With over 25 years of marketing experience, she specializes in consumer insights, product testing, and custom research that help brands succeed in competitive markets. Denise has led research and testing for top brands like Benefit, Dr. Jart, and Panasonic, and is a frequent speaker at global beauty conferences. A regular contributor to major industry publications, she is also a member of CEW, IBA, and Beauty Industry West. Denise holds a bachelor's degree from the University of North Carolina. Without further ado, here's Denise.
Hi, this is Denise Herich, and I'm a co-founder and managing partner of the Benchmarking Company. Today, we're going to be speaking about subjective claims and claim substantiation. Just a little about us. We are a consumer market research firm just for the personal care and beauty industries. We specialize in consumer in-home use testing for claim substantiation, but we also conduct large-scale quantitative studies and smaller qualitative focus groups for brands. These are just some of the clients that we work with. This is some hair care clients. These are skincare brands that we work with. Color cosmetic brands. And body care. We conduct claim substantiation for all types of products, ranging from skincare, that's probably what we do the most, hair care, body, personal care, anything wellness, including supplements, devices, intimate care, and men's grooming. We have more than 280,000 people around the country who test for us. So this enables us to get quite granular on a type of panel that anyone would need, with people in certain age ranges, skin conditions, you name it. Today, we're going to be talking about claims, why they are important to beauty buyers here in the US. What are some purchase motivators and drivers when a consumer is considering the purchase of a beauty or personal care product for the first time? How claims help with risk mitigation? The differences between objective and subjective claims, how to craft the most impactful claims, measuring up, benchmarking against your competitors when it comes to claims, and finally, strategies to leverage those great claims that you'll be attaining to win customer loyalty and boost sales. Now, first, let's just talk in general about what makes the US consumer unique. So we're one of the most diverse markets globally, of course. We have various ethnicities, skin tones, and cultural backgrounds with a desire for products in a wide spectrum of tones and hair concerns. Our consumers here are highly influenced by social media and actually actively engage with influencers, celebrities, and a lot of viral content. Our consumers are drawn to unique, trend-setting, new and exotic products and formulations, and there's a real interest in exploring not only what's made here in the US, but international beauty concepts. US consumers increasingly prioritize clean and ethical beauty, where a product is made, if it's cruelty-free, and transparency in ingredient sourcing and manufacturing. U.S. consumers often connect with unique origin stories of brands and founders. Our consumers expect products that cater to their specific needs, whether it's tailored skincare regimens or custom shades. So she really wants that personalization when possible. And of course, we're all adept at shopping everywhere, right? Not only retail, but online and increasingly just via social media itself. But more than ever, it's the US consumers' demand for results and efficacy and really that proof that it's going to be efficacious even before she buys. She wants those proof points. And proof does come in many forms. So it's not only the great ratings and reviews that you'll see, and it's not only the visual proof points, such as video testimonials or before and afters, but it's consumer claims from consumer perception testing or clinical claims. Now, a few years ago, we conducted a quantitative study with our panel of about 4,000 US female respondents and asked them, do you even notice claims? Are they important to you? How much does that sway your opinion of a product before you've bought it? So we saw that 89% of women say they pay attention to claims in the beauty and personal care brand advertising and on packaging when they see it. 94% say they're more likely to believe a product will solve a problem if it has validated claims. 69% spend an hour or more researching a product that's expensive. And as part of the research, she's looking for the claims and the proof. 4 out of 5 say product claims have a greater influence today on their purchase decision than they did 5 years ago. Almost all, that's 98%, say brands should conduct consumer perception testing to demonstrate truth in advertising of what they're marketing. And 66% say they'd likely, if given a chance, join a class action suit for false advertising if the product did not deliver on its benefit statements. We asked, what are some of your key purchase drivers when you're considering the purchase of something you haven't bought before in the beauty space? Well, of course, she wants it to be efficacious and she wants it to work fast. That's number one, with 77% saying that was a key driver. But right on the heels of that, it's those positive reviews and the consumer claims. She wants to see proof from her peers that the product works. Following that is she's got to be able to afford it, an attractive price. And then negative views are very important to her too. She wants to know what has gone wrong from her peers who've tried it. And then ingredients, and then how the product's differentiated from its competitors. Similarly, we asked it just on a different scale, what motivates you to buy something when you're ready to buy. Again, it's the efficacy. She wants to know that it works. That's a big motivator. She's got to be able to afford it. If there's an opportunity for a free sample, and this always comes up highly on the list that we ask, she'd love that too. But then after that, it's these proof points, right? The positive product reviews, the consumer claims, and a high number of the positive reviews as well. Claims make her notice. 92% would be more likely to buy a product if the results were visible to her. if she can find them and notice them on packaging, on point of sale, on a website. 98% expect brands to conduct consumer perception testing to give buyers an expectation of the benefits. And 92% say consumer claims differentiate one brand's products from another. But claims are not only important for consumers when they're buying, but they're also important for many retailers. So not only do retailers like QVC, Sephora, and others expect brands they carry to conduct testing to validate their claims, but more and more are requiring it. We do a lot of work for QVC and the beauty brands that are on QVC. In fact, I do believe we're the only approved consumer perception testing house there, and they absolutely want their brands to conduct consumer testing before they carry the product. Conducting testing, of course, also helps to mitigate risks, business risk as well as legal risk, right? You conduct claim substantiation as guidance for your innovation, what's working, what's not, before a brand or a product is launched. It also can help brands avoid multi-million-dollar mistakes. If we run a test on consumers and something goes terribly wrong where a lot of people disagree with the claim, so they know there's something going on there, we need to take another look at that formulation. It can also help mitigate legal and regulatory risks, which we'll talk about in the next slide. And of course, it serves to give the consumer that proof that she demands before she's going to buy a product. Now, of course, we have a lot of regulatory eyes on the industry, not only with MOCR, which just happened, but long before that. With the federal government, we've got our regulatory agencies, the FDA, the FTC. But in looking at claims, there are also self-regulatory bodies like the NAD, the National Advertising Division of the Better Business Bureau, which looks at advertising and claims made by beauty brands and all sorts of other brands, and can really challenge a brand if there are claims made that are unsubstantiated. And of course, there are also competitors, lawyers, plaintiffs, lawyers who want to try to get in on costly lawsuits and class action lawsuits. So these are some of the things that having those great substantiated claims at the ready for can help to thwart. So let's take a look at the differences between objective and subjective claims. And both are very useful depending on the claim that your beauty brand wants to make. Both really have their strengths and places within your R&D. The objective claims, of course, are those that are clinical and analytical. Those that are measurement-based, grounded in facts. This is science. The subjective are what consumer in-home use testing is. It's emotion. It's consumer claims. It's perception. It's does the product feel a certain way to me as a person? Does it look a certain way to me? Do I feel it on my skin? Diving in here a little bit more, we can define claims testing. So your objective is your clinical. It's everything from your initial safety stability testing to bioinstrumentation and everything else that you want scientifically tested with measurements, such as an increase in hydration. That's something a consumer in-home use test we could never do. A consumer trying a product, trying a facial moisturizer, could never say it increased the hydration in my skin a certain percentage. That's impossible. So we leave that up to the labs, of course. So your objective is done in a lab using scientific procedures and measurements, usually with a smaller number of individuals, around 25 to 50. These are people who are able to come into the lab. So it's that population that lives close to the lab, governed by regulations, always has been. And why do you do it? Of course, you need scientific proof of efficacy. You need that increase in something that you can measure. You might also want expert opinion. Dermatologist recommended, that all can be done in a lab. And of course, lab testing gives you the opportunity to course correct if it's a product before launch, and if certain retailers require that. Subjective, on the other hand, when we do consumer and home use testing, we generally do it with a nationwide panel. And this is a panel of your likely buyers, whoever they might be. It could be the people within certain age ranges or have skin or hair conditions, but we want them to be all over the US, as your buyers generally will be. By the time that we get a product to test for claims, they are generally already safety and stability tested and approved for in-market use. These are efficacy and claim substantiation from a panel of consumers with the concerns that map to your product benefits. The panelists will follow specific usage instructions and follow a protocol that follows ASTM standards. Our panel sizes for consumer and home use testing can be larger. Generally 40 is our minimum, and it could be 150 and beyond for your panel. And that really depends on how you're going to use the resulting claims. For instance, if you are going to be using the resulting claims for network television advertising, most of the networks would like to see an N equals at least 250 at the end of a study. So you're going to have to start with a larger panel size. If you're going for subjective claims that are going to be your brand versus a competitor, and you want to claim parity or superiority over a competing brand, that's a whole nother ball of wax where you're going to have to start out with at least 400 panelists to follow the ASTM standards. But why do you do subjective claims? Because it's real consumer proof. After you have things proven by science, a lot of women really gravitate towards real women proof, and we'll get to that in a minute. Some retailers require it, absolutely, and these claims reveal more emotional connections to products and brands. And of course, it also gives you the opportunity to course correct if something goes wrong. The type of claims testing for subjective tests is as varied as whatever a brand might need, from a prototype of a product, a pilot, a sensorial study that's just testing look and feel, to claim substantiation for new SKUs. And that's mostly what we do for launches, pre-launch. But many brands do new formulations of an existing SKU. They want that tested. A new formulation of a SKU versus the old formulation. It could be lab comparisons. We have some brands who have two labs that are creating the same product for them, and they want to see which one consumers gravitate towards most. Some brands have older SKUs that are reaching that maturation point that really have never had consumer testing and claims attached to them. So they breathe life into an older SKU with consumer and home use testing. We do a lot of regimen tests. Fragrance testing as well, that's sensorial. Usage instruction testing. Are the instructions easy to use? Did the panelists vary from the instructions because something was confusing? Again, the competitive superiority parity test, ad compliance, testing for use on QVC HSN. Most of the testing that we do is blinded, meaning lab sample packaging that panelists never knows the brand they're testing. But we can do branded testing as well. It's always up to you. So looking at preferences, we did an interesting study a few years ago where we put forth in front of thousands of US women 2 different ads for the same type of product. As an example, the anti-aging serum product. One of the ads touted the clinical claims, the measurement-based claims that the brand was able to derive from having that clinically tested anti-aging serum. The other was touting the consumer claims from a consumer and home use test. Both were put in front, and we asked simply which ad which verbiage do you gravitate towards most? What is more compelling to you? Overwhelmingly, in every regard, it was the consumer claims because they were more emotionally written, and they were from women like them. So sometimes putting a scientific claim versus a consumer claim, the consumer will gravitate more towards the consumer claim because it's more emotional, and emotion drives sales. When you're crafting consumer claims for subjective tests, there are some must-dos, of course. Know your audience, target your panel that's going to be testing the product to who would naturally be buying the product. Don't test your anti-aging product on an 18-year-old, for example. She really wants to know the product works for someone like her. Claims should be structured to give her that proof. Highlight what makes the product different. If it's maybe it's a unique delivery system, kind of a roll-on, stick type of blush, for example, when that was first new. Craft claims that speak to that unique selling point. And speak to her in words that she understands. We often say that technology is sexy, but really bottom line, that technology message can always be part of the marketing, but let her know exactly how it's going to make her look and feel more beautiful. The process of conducting a consumer in-home use test for subjective claims is pretty simple. First, it's figuring out, okay, who do you want on the panel, what type of person, running that recruitment, finding those panelists. All of those panelists will sign legal consent forms saying that you own their data, and that they agree to be part of the study. We come up with a testing protocol. Everybody starts and ends on the same day. We develop the claims that are regulatorily sound. The products then are sent to the chosen panelists with the user instructions, and those claims are sent on the days, the intervals within the trial, and those survey responses are gathered and presented into a final report. And there are some things to remember. There are certain sweet spots when conducting subjective testing. We asked that panel of people a few years ago who filled out the survey about claims, what's the minimum number of participants when you see claims from a study needed that you believe that claim is highly believable? Our panel of people said 75 is kind of a minimum. What is the percentage of agreement on a claim that you find most compelling and believable? So, for instance, 94% of women saw a decrease in fine lines and wrinkles over the course of 28 days. What the panel said was anything 80% or higher is believable and great. Now, there's a caveat to that. If you have a lower ranking claim, but it's for something that is a holy grail issue, such as dark under eye circles. Sometimes that can only reach as far as 75% agreed after using any product that it helped to fade dark under eye circles. That 75% is pretty powerful. Next, you want an independent firm to have conducted the claims to be believable. Not friends and family, not the brand itself. Most retailers won't even accept that. And you want your panel that you've had test the product to be national in scope. When you're crafting claims, of course, words matter. Even if a study shows a change to the structure or function of skin, for example, you can't say it, of course. No structure function claims. Using words subjectively in perception like looks and feels, great. You can't argue with that, with the way someone feels something looks or says it feels for them. So you don't want to use words like protects, prevent, or heals. Nothing that sounds medical in nature. Numbers also matter more. The sample size, your panel size when conducting a test is critical. Our minimum panel size is 40. We choose that because We do a lot of work, as I said, with QVC, and their minimum can be about 40. You don't really want to go below that, and it's a simple numbers game. The holy grail of general testing is 100 panelists. It's a great round number, and if you have a claim that you're testing and you've got a panel of 100, 5 people disagree with the claim, you still have a 95, and that's an amazing percentage for any claim. If you've got a panel of 40 people, 10 people disagree with a claim, you're not going to want to use that claims number because the percentage isn't high. So make sure your sample size is up where it should be. Don't forget about your margin of error, kind of has to do with that sample size. Look to benchmark your claims before deciding which to use. And we'll go over benchmarking in the next slide against competitors. And as I said before, hard-hitting may score lower, but are more important to your overall purchase decision. Even if you have something like a 75% on something that's really difficult to achieve, like a decrease in deep lines and wrinkles, that's still great too, good to use. But use those claims to score 80% and above if you can. Now, what we do when we conduct in-home use testing is we provide a benchmark report at the end, which shows how your claims as a brand compare to other products that are similar that we've tested with very similar claims. And it's just for your information to see where you stand. As an example, the first one, anti-aging cream. The claim was diminishes the appearance of fine lines and wrinkles. We know from doing tests that our high that we've ever had was a 94. The lowest was 66% at the end of a testing period, but the average was 80%. Your score as a brand was 94%, so you'll want to use that. It's good, as I said, just to be able to compare yourselves and your claims and your results versus competitors, but you obviously make the call on which claims to use. And of course, use the claims. We love seeing our claims in action, we call it. These are claims from actual clients that we've seen in advertising. It can be print advertising. It could be anywhere. It could be point of sale. It could be on packaging. These happen to be supplement claims that some clients are using on packaging and in ads. These are great on-package claims. I know that's not always easy to do with everything else that's required to be on a package, but these brands have done a nice job at that. Claims at the point of sale. I think one of these photos was taken in a Costco, but these are some of our claims in action at point of sale. And of course, in social media, that's the number one place now, of course, to use all claims. Where content is king and you have to be, pushing out new content that's positive every other day. This is where claims can really, really come in handy, where she's living and breathing all day on social media anyway. And on-air use. QVC always likes to know what's new and what can you say differently this time, that you're on the show or whatever. Claims are great for that. Here's a wonderful example of just a couple examples of how brands can marry their objective claims that they got through clinical testing with their subjective study results. One of my favorite examples, and it's blurry here, is an Alginist ad. It's pretty old at this point, but it was touting at the top their clinical claims, 10 days, 25%, a decrease in deep wrinkles. That was, clinically measured. And then below, a little to the right, it says clinical measurements prove it, and then women agreed. So it was touting our subjective claims. In the middle is a Perricone example, same thing. They're showing both clinical results and their consumer results as really, really strong proof points to present to buyers who are looking to buy. So in closing, we'll just give you a few quick strategies here to make your brand click-worthy. Don't make claims that can't be substantiated, of course. Go through a process, either clinically or consumer claims, to get those claims substantiated. Understand if your objective, subjective, or both type of testing makes the strongest proof points for your products. Plan for that regulatory scrutiny. Have your I's dotted and your T's crossed. Just have the studies that follow set standards. Have that in the bag. Watch what you say with claims and how you say it. Remember, there are eyes looking on your brand and on your ads. One other thought is don't rely too much on consumer perception claims that might be an add-on to a clinical from the lab, and that's simply because they're not national in scope. We've had some brands with a few issues with that. Conduct your studies with a consumer relevant panel, of course, that match who your actual target buyer is going to be. Benchmark your claims, know how your claims ranked against competitors, know which ones really stand out and show your unique selling position. Of course, don't do your own claim studies yourself as a brand. Use a third-party independent, unbiased research firm. And really schedule claims testing inside of your whole R&D process. So you'll have all those great proof points ready for launch, ads, and ongoing social. So with that, I thank you, and I am open to your questions.
And bear with me as I bring Denise over to the main screen. Denise, thank you so much for that extremely informative presentation. I keep saying this. Everyone brought their A game today. All the presentations have been so good. Extremely useful. I know I personally learned a lot. Okay, the first question we got was from Annika, who asked, what do you do when product efficacy claims fall short upon clinical testing or consumer perception?
Hi. Well, I can only speak to the consumer perception part of it. And sometimes, it's rare, but sometimes there's not a great result, right? This is where we can go back at the certain time points during the consumer test where people were self-assessing. We can look at the open-ended comments. And really a lot of times that really tells the story of why a panelist ranked something as they did. We can also go afterwards, after a consumer study is done and do, kind of quickie Zoom focus groups with those who ranked the product poorly. So the short answer is we can find out these answers before something, is launched. And that's one of the great things about subjective study is that it's pretty agile, it's pretty fast, and you can course correct kind of on the fly.
This next question is from Lauren, who asks, first, this is a great presentation. And then the question, with limited resources, which are the top 3 claims emerging brands could think about focusing on? I guess it really depends on the category, but
yeah. And I saw that question, and that was my first, it depends what it is. If I had to say in general, and this is over the past 10 years of doing this, like what really keeps coming back, if I had to say top 3 of anything, it's healthy, the words healthy and healthier, confidence, youthful, even though that's turned into longevity now, but those 3 vagaries of claims are what keeps coming back for most products.
This next question, I thought this was interesting, from Cameron. Is it more difficult to find panelists for men's product lines? Do you have any data on how much men care about product claims compared to especially women?
Yeah, that's interesting. We have a panel of around 9,000 men who do testing for us. It's really not a problem finding these men to do the panels. They can be a little short on the open-ended commentary sometimes, but that's okay. So that part's not a problem. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of that question again?
Do men care as much about claims?
Yeah, when we did that study of the 4,000 women a couple years ago, it also included men. Now, granted, I think there were around 1,000 men who answered that. And they care only slightly less. Instead of, in the 90s of caring of percentage, it was more in the 80s. But still, the men do care.
This next question is from OC Skin Lab, who asks, what is the typical timeline for completion of testing with the minimum panel?
Again, it depends on what you're testing. I mean, if we're testing a mascara and it's a one-day study, then, that can be done in a couple weeks, start to finish, contract signed till you get your results. And after we've recruited and all, that's pretty fast. Typically, if we do a 28-day skincare study, which we do all the time, the entire process from signing on the dotted line to when a brand gets their results is 2 months. And the first couple weeks of that is recruitment and coming up with the claims. And then it's finding the panel, sending the products, having the actual 28-day of use time. And then within a week, the final results are given.
This next question is from Manuel, who says, I loved your presentation very much. Thank you. And makes a comment first before the question. Another comment. In some cases, converting a historically subjective claim into an objective one due to scientific advances can be a problem. For example, subjective expressions such as irresistible fragrance have always been used. However, neuroscience can now quantify some emotions, but authorities don't necessarily understand that. How do you think about this? How do we deal with that? That was the question.
That's interesting and not one I would have thought of. Well, I mean, conducting a subjective test for emotion and how people feel, that can be done time and time again. I would do it after the clinical based on that. I don't think there's any turning a previously subjective result into anything, after you've had your clinical. I would simply do it over again. I mean, if that's the case, if you want to marry those two.
We've gotten we've gotten
the question totally.
We've gotten many accolades to a great presentation. I'll just finish, I guess, with my final question, which is, are there any common misconceptions that you hear that weren't covered in your presentation regarding consumer claims and the studies that support them?
Well, I don't know if there are misconceptions per se, but there is a set process and it's rigorous and it follows protocols that that follow standards. So if there's ever a misconception that it's simply asking a group of people what they think and calling it a day, well, I guess that would be a misconception. Is there are definite protocols to the entire process that need to be followed.
Yeah, something recently I've heard was around like, oh, it's all subjective and therefore, like, it kind of went down the path of like not important. So how would you respond to that? And especially considering how consumers maybe relate to these claims. I know this is something you covered in your presentation.
Yeah, I mean, it's emotion and emotion drives sales. You can have the greatest, most rigorous clinical study in the world that shows those measurements. But I mean, the US consumer really wants the proof that people like them, people that look like them and are their age and have their skin conditions, have gotten the actual benefit. Like at the end of the day, studies aside in a lab, it actually works. And that's really critically important to the consumer. And that's subjective.
And also, you would have heard, like, this is kind of a redundant question that I just asked, because you would have heard all throughout the day everyone confirming the importance of consumer research. So, yeah, thank you so much, Denise, for agreeing to present today. This was a very thoughtful presentation. I know I learned a lot, and I hope you have a great rest of your Sunday.
Well, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Our next presentation will be by Ronie Schmelz, a partner at K&L Gates in the commercial disputes practice with deep experience in complex litigation and regulatory compliance. Formerly focused on defending clients in consumer class actions and commercial disputes, she now emphasizes litigation avoidance strategies, helping businesses navigate FDA, FTC, and state regulations. Ronie advises on issues such as advertising compliance, product recalls, Prop 65, privacy, loyalty programs, and intellectual property, while continuing to defend clients in nationwide class action lawsuits and high-stake commercial litigation. Without further ado, here's Ronie. So welcome to the Fireside Chat, a 101 on truthful claims and their legal implications. And joining me for this presentation is Ronie Schmelz, and I'm just going to get right to it with my first question. So when brands are thinking about putting claims on their label or just attaching claims to their business or products, whatever that looks like, what should be the driving force for the claims that they're making?
What I tell my clients is, and usually I'm working with marketing and regulatory, give me a wish list of whatever claims it is you want to make, and let's start with that. And then we need to move our way into it to make sure, for example, if you're marketing cosmetic, you're not crossing the line over a drug and becoming a drug claim. You're sticking to the lane that you're supposed to be in, which is a cosmetic claim. And so the first thing you want to make sure is you're not making claims outside the category of the products that you're marketing. But more fundamentally than that, and this is what goes to any kind of advertising claim, whether it's cosmetic, a drug, or the like, is to make sure that all of your claims are truthful and can be substantiated. And those are critically important. And we can talk about what is required to substantiate a claim. But in the first instance, you want to make sure that whatever you're saying is truthful. And that includes not only what the company might be saying about their claims, but for example, if they're relying on an influencer or a consumer review, for example, you have to make sure as well that the content of that review from a third party is truthful and accurate and actually reflects their experience with the product. So truthfulness, particularly under the FTC Act, is critically important for companies to ensure that they have truthfulness and ability to substantiate the truthfulness of the claims that they're making.
And so I guess to dig into, you said we can talk about this substantiation required for claims. So what does that look like? And from what I'm hearing from you, substantiation, evidence or proof, that's kind of a prerequisite for a claim to be truthful. Is that correct?
That's absolutely right. And under the regulatory scheme of the Federal Trade Commission Act, the FTC Act in the United States, the federal government, the FTC in particular, can come to a company and ask the company to substantiate its claims to prove that they are true. And what support do you have for that? And the government can demand that. There's also a different organization called the NAD, which is part of the Better Business Bureau, where competitor advertisers can challenge each other. And there again, if one were to be challenged before the NAD, you would have to be able to substantiate your claims. So the burden of proof in the instance if you're challenged in those regards is upon you as the advertiser to be able to substantiate your claims. Now, we also have the context of consumer class actions, where the burden of proof is a little bit different. It's the plaintiff who's suing a company who has the burden of proof in those cases. Nonetheless, it's always good practice to be able to push back on the consumer lawyers by being able to substantiate the claims that you're making and show them, because by and large, what they're coming forward with is a claim that an advertising claim about a product is not truthful. It's false advertising. And as long as you, the brand, the company making the claims, can substantiate, can show the truthfulness behind the claim that you're making, that should not only help you with the government, but also challenge any potential lawsuit by a consumer class action. And the question we always get is, what kind of substantiation? What do I need to be able to support the claims that I'm making? And unfortunately, people hate to hear this from lawyers, but classically, it depends. If you're going to be making a claim that 99% of the people prefer this product over another, that's a different kind of claim. You not only have to prove that 99% of the people prefer your product, but also have to prove that it's over any other products in the marketplace. If you're going to say that this, eye cream reduces the appearance of wrinkles, then you better have substantiation based on a consumer perception study that will support that claim. So again, it really depends upon the substance of the claim that you're making and the context of the claim. And critically important, and this is something not often thought of, it's not only the express claim that you're making about a product, that this will remove X, Y, or Z, but it's also the implied claims that you're making. So you don't have to say it in black and white language, but if you have images there or you have imagery in a video that suggests that the product is doing something more, like a weight loss product or anything of the sort, then you've got to be able to have the substantiation, not only for expressing what you're trying to convey, but what you're implying to the consumer will be the benefits from the product that you're selling.
And now something that I've talked to some companies, I'm sure it's going to come up throughout this conference, is the quality of substantiation and how that could get brands into hot water from like a truthfulness perspective. For example, if there was some bias that wasn't effectively taken care of, or if the sample size was too small and therefore maybe not statistically significant in the way that the brand communicates. Could you speak to some of the potential issues that companies may get into with respect to substantiation quality?
Sure. Well, first of all, oftentimes we'll have clients who will want, for example, when they're formulating a product, to do kind of a sensory perception as to how the consumer likes it, not for purposes of marketing and supporting a claim, but to see whether or not in the course of development, are we ready to the next stage? Is this the kind of consistency and scent and smell and touch that we'd like to the product? You could do that with friends and family within the company to kind of get over that threshold. But when you want to start to make a claim about the efficacy of the product, then it's strongly encouraged not to be relying upon friends and family or an internal survey, if you will, because it opens you up to claims of biases. In other words, the people that work for you or that are family that depend upon you or that like you and want to speak highly of your products are not going to be potentially as objectively honest as a third-party conducted survey. So we will recommend to our clients they do conduct surveys or clinical studies in order to be able to substantiate their claims. And the difference between clinical and perception studies is often one of, I would argue, gradation and depth, which is to say when you're doing a consumer perception study, you're relying, as the name suggests, on the perceptions of the consumer as to how the product makes them feel, how it makes them look, the scent of the product, that they like it or not, and like. Those are cosmetic claims. Those are the kinds of claims that you can make when selling a cosmetic product. Sometimes, however, clients will come to me and say that they want to conduct clinical studies. So, for example, with a moisturizer to show that the moisturizer actually will remove claims. And I will try to dissuade them from doing a clinical study in that regard, because the end result of the clinical study is a claim you cannot make as a cosmetic. You cannot sell a moisturizer as a cosmetic making the claim that it removes wrinkles, because that's a drug claim. That's a structure function claim. So when making a decision as to whether you want to be able to support a cosmetic claim or a drug claim, that by and large may dictate whether you want to go the route of a consumer perception study or a clinical study. I'm not saying it's always a dead fast rule that if it's a drug, you need clinical, and if it's perception, you must have consumer perception, but that's really the starting point from there. There are many clients, depending upon the product, where the clinical setting does make sense. So for example, hair products, if you want to argue that you have less flyaways or split ends, things of that sort, that actually may be something that's better tested in a clinical setting than relying on somebody's perception as to how the product is working. So it's not a steadfast rule, and it depends again upon the product, the claims that you want to make, and what you're trying to communicate. But by and large, for the most part, you do want to have an independent third party overseeing and conducting the test so that there aren't, claims that could be made down the line that the test was somehow biased. The big number question I get is, how many people do I have to test if I want to do the consumer perception study? There is no one standard rule that everybody adheres to. Sometimes if you go onto a network, they may have their own numbers as a contractual matter. If you go on to QVC, they might have their own standards and the like. NAD, as I mentioned earlier, likes to have a lot of people studied. But what I come down to is there's probably a minimum. I prefer at least 50, but I've had clients that do 30 to 50. What really is the deciding factor here, and I am not a mathematician nor a statistician, is being able to make sure that whatever study you conduct is going to yield for you statistically significant results that you can rely upon. And the problem with using too few people is that an outlier response could really skew the overall quality and communication of your survey. So for example, if you're only going to communicate and survey consumer-wise 10 people as to how a product makes them look and feel, 1 or 2 people doesn't respond the way that you want, and now the statistical significance and your ability to be able to make that claim is strongly diminished because 10 or 20% now have not agreed with the claim you're trying to make. But if you broaden that and you have more people out there, then the likelihood of disrupting the statistical significance can be established. Other things you need to be worried about when you're making these sorts of claims, by and large, people are generally selling product in the United States across the United States. It's not like they're going into one territory, one jurisdiction, or one state or the other. And so, for example, if you want to make very general claims about how a product will perform, you need to make sure that your study encompasses the market you're going after. So let's just take frizzy hair as an example. All right. You're going to have a really different product performance if you're testing that product in the summer in Miami than you are if you're testing it in the winter in Colorado. Right. So you want to make sure that depending upon the claim you're making, the circumstances under which it's being used, that you are capturing the broadest scope of your intended market to be able to substantiate the claims. And that's just a perfect example of why it is you can't really rely on friends and family, why you shouldn't even actually be relying upon a clinical, lab, for example, that might be sitting in New Jersey that is bringing in people from the New Jersey environments. Well, is that really reflective of your market? Probably not, because you're probably selling to more people than just in New Jersey. So you want to make sure that the target participant in your study is reflective of the industry, of the market that you're trying to go after. And so you want to make sure it's nationwide. It encapsulates the age group that you're going after, the demographic you're going after, the clientele that you're going after. And as long as you've got that and enough numbers participating or statistically significant, that will give you the ammunition that you need, whether you're challenged by the government or by a consumer lawyer. And that's why it's critically important to be able to support what you're doing by objective outside third parties who can support the claims that you're trying to make. That is going to be more effective than just relying on an internal friends and family sort of analysis.
And now I guess to pivot a little bit to claims that are just in general near impossible to prove, which are generalized claims. I'll ask the question in general of what are common claims that may be risky from a truthful standpoint, but then also why are more generalized claims maybe more risky? So I'm thinking about the word sustainable on a label or natural or clean or whatever other the generalized claim that people are attaching to their products. What are the risks in terms of truthfulness?
So let me divide that a little bit, because one of the first things you said was that a claim is almost impossible to prove. When I hear that, I think in my mind, well, then it's puffery, right? It's not objectively true or false. This is the best tea I've ever had in my life or you will ever have. That is puffery. Go and prove that objectively. You can't. Okay. So we have to distinguish between puffery claims and non-puffery, where you're really trying to communicate something. And I would say the biggest risks involved with that come when you're using a term or a phrase that has no agreed upon definition. All right. Now, we saw this for decades, and it started in the food industry where the plaintiffs' lawyers, before the day where we all were sitting in front of our computers, would just walk down the supermarket aisle and pull off the groceries that said natural on them. And that was an easy target because natural wasn't defined by the FDA in a regulatory context for what does it mean to be a natural food. The cases got filed. Some courts basically said, you're right, this is really for the FDA to get involved with, so we're not going to get involved. And they stopped and they stayed the actions and said, go to the FDA. It became clear, though, the FDA wasn't going to get involved. So hundreds more lawsuits got filed. Finally, about 10 years ago, the FDA said, fine. After the courts came to them again, it said, we'll try it. And they put out a public notice and they said, should we define what natural means in the food context? And if so, how should we define it? This was 6, 8, 10 years ago. They got close to 8,000 comments, and we haven't heard peep from the regulators as to whether they're going to define natural or how they're going to define natural. And as a result of that, companies who want to continue to use natural to describe their products are very susceptible, and the risk of getting sued by a consumer lawyer is very, very high because there is no regulatory definition. And if we take that as an example, it's not that hard to see there are other phrases that also make companies susceptible to challenge with non-regulated terms. So when everybody got in trouble for using natural because it wasn't defined, the marketers went, fine, we'll stay away from natural. We don't want to get sued. We'll call it clean. Well, guess what? Clean suffers from the same problems that natural does, which is there's no one definition, certainly not a regulatory definition, and it's not clear what the consumer lawyers understand that to mean. So we evolved from natural to clean. And now we're moving from clean to seeing plant-based. So, the methodology and the terminology is evolving. Nonetheless, the companies are still using terms that are not defined by regulators. So what do you do? Well, Sephora has a very good example in even a court case to help us with what do you do? Sephora has a clean program in its stores, and it's a non-regulated, non-defined term. So Sephora, in their wisdom and good counseling, said basically, we will tell the consumer exactly what we mean by the term clean. When we use it, this is what it means. These are the parameters of our clean program. This is what we mean. Nonetheless, they got sued by enterprising lawyers who said, well, clean, as far as the plaintiff's bar is concerned, can mean no synthetic ingredients, and it can mean no processing. And the court, in its wisdom, thankfully said, because I should note here, the test from a legal perspective, what does a reasonable consumer understand from the claims that are being made when the consumer is acting reasonably under the circumstances? Okay, with natural, we had no idea what natural meant, so we don't know what the consumer thinks or what is an appropriate definition for that. But in the Sephora clean context, Sephora told the consumer exactly what they meant by clean. And the court reasoned, rightfully so, that the test is what the reasonable consumer understands when acting reasonably under the circumstances. And in the case of Sephora, the definition was so clear and so evident to the consumer before making a purchase, the court concluded you couldn't have been misled. Sephora told you what they meant, and for you to think that clean meant something different than what Sephora told you it meant, that's not reasonable. And that case was dismissed. Unfortunately, we have a parallel case where Target got sued for their clean program. That case, unfortunately, different court, is proceeding. It's still pending, but the facts may be slightly different where the communication, the level of communication, the clarity of communication may not have been enough for the court to reason at the very beginning of the case that it's not a reasonable case to be bringing. So the case continues with regard to that. But the best advice that we've got for clients is if you're going to use a term that is not defined by the regulators, then you have to be very, very careful and make sure that you tell the consumer exactly how it is you are using that term. Because under those circumstances, it's not reasonable for the consumer to think something else. Tell them what you mean by it. Now, that's easier said than done, right? There's not a lot of geography on a lot of bottles. There's not a lot of room to communicate that. Oftentimes, you might communicate it more in depth on your website. Not every consumer is going to see the website. So there still remain challenges that you're going to have if you're a company that wants to use some of these catchphrases for which there is no definition. The bottom line is if you use one of these clean, plant-based, natural terms to advertise your product, you're opening yourself up to some risk. There's a way to mitigate the risk by looking at the totality of the communications to the consumer. But you've got to be mindful when you're using terminology in an advertisement that doesn't have a regulatory definition, you must tread with caution and let the consumer know exactly what it is you're talking about and what you're communicating to them about the quality and efficacy of your products.
So we've been talking about potentially untruthful claims. Now, what's the risks to brands for being caught or blamed or whatever the case, making an untruthful claim from potential repercussions? I guess it really depends on what it all looks like from FDA, FTC, NAD, or consumer lawyers. What can happen to a brand when they make an untruthful claim?
So you've got to worry about the regulators and the quasi-regulators, which is really what NAD is, because it's not a regulatory board. It's a voluntary organization where advertisers, or frankly, the NAD itself, can challenge company on the truthfulness of their advertisements. We're sitting here in April of 2025 in a relatively new administration, which has been seemingly dismantling much of our regulatory systems here in the United States. The FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, which is responsible for ensuring the truthfulness and accuracy of advertisements and making sure that companies are not engaged in misleading and false advertising, was not as big an agency as the FDA to begin with. Now it's been cut back. The administration has fired the two Democratic members, which there's a legal challenge to as to whether that's legal or not. And so there's a bit of dysfunction in terms of the government as well as the regulatory oversight. So it's not really clear how much activity we're going to see from the Federal Trade Commission under this administration. Having said that, even historically, when the FTC would go after a company, for the most part, and there are exceptions, for the most part, the FTC is coming to you and saying, you're engaged in conduct that we think constitutes false or misleading advertising. Stop it. They may want some financial redress, and it will be public, because if you enter into a settlement with the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, it's a public announcement, it's a public proceeding, there's a settlement that's announced to the government. But by and large, it is a slap on the wrist with some monetary fine, and you're moving on your way. Very, very different, though, when you get challenged from a consumer lawyer. One might argue consumer lawyers are not necessarily there to police the industry and correct false advertising as much as they are there to get money for catching people in a false advertisement. And that is the greatest risk to companies because the financial hit can be much, much larger. I practice in New York and in California. In California, we have what's called the Consumer Legal Remedies Act, the CLRA. It's a statute that provides if you want to sue for monetary damages as opposed to injunctive relief just says do something or stop doing something. Monetary damage is very different. In order to sue under that statute for monetary damages, you need to give the company 30 days notice to quote unquote correct its activity and return all the money that lawyer thinks should be returned. All right. By and large, most companies don't agree to all of that, but they use that as an opportunity during that 30-day window to try to resolve the case informally in order to avoid a lawsuit. And so oftentimes what we have are really crazy, infuriating nuisance value demands that are made where we don't agree with the other side. We actually think we have support for our claims. But at the end of the day, it is going to be much cheaper for you to pay $20,000, $25,000 to settle a lawsuit than it is to litigate a lawsuit, because it's very, very expensive to litigate a lawsuit in the United States, because it's not only that you have to prove that what you were saying is true. Let's go back to the conversation we just had about substantiation. You have to substantiate the truth of the claims that you're making. And usually in order to do that, you have to do a consumer survey, one that will withstand any challenges in court and the like. And that can cost you upwards of, six figures, $100,000, $250,000 to do that. So the same burden is on the plaintiff, the consumer lawyer. But as you can see, the costs of adding up pretty significantly when you're having to defend your claims in a court of law, which is why it's even more important to have your substantiation before you make the claims. Because as an attorney, if my client gets challenged with a CLRA letter or somebody wants to come forward and say that we're making false claims, I can push back if I've got a survey, if I've got consumer reviews that are up in that regard, if I've got substantiation on finished product testing or whatever it is, I need something to be able to push back. And that's why doing the consumer surveys, for example, can be a very powerful tool.
Yeah, and maybe some other examples that I've seen them kind of trending over the last decade and more recently, depending on the free from claim. So risky free from claims. Historically, there's been a lot of like phthalate free claims, and I remember Johnson and Johnson got sued for this claim because then somebody went and found phthalate in the formula, some phthalate. I don't know the specifics, but like phthalates is, I mean, potentially leaching from packaging. It's also a group of chemicals that's ubiquitous in the environment. Well, there's a risk. Recently, I've seen with the recent Valisure studies, and I would say fear mongering related to benzene. But something that I've seen companies do lately is they've been putting benzene free claims. And like benzene is one of those other chemicals that are ubiquitous in the environment. Like you breathe benzene every day in because it's in the air. So how can brands possibly ensure that?
100%. I don't know why anybody is making well, first of all, when you make a free of claim, those are disfavored in Europe anyhow. So that should already send you off to, do we really want to be making this? But the reason that it's a problem is because the testing has gotten a lot more sophisticated and the plaintiff's bar is prepared to invest in the testing. Okay. So instead of saying that it's free of something, what I tell clients is safer is formulated without. So we didn't put it in, and the fact that you might have found it, well, that's different. We're not saying it's free of something because you can't know. And I'll give you a very timely response to that. Again, here in California, and if you're in other parts of the country may not know about this, we have this statute. It's a proposition that was filed and passed by the people in an election called Prop 65. It is a statute that essentially is a warning statute, so that if you are going to market any kind of product in the state of California that has one of the thousands of chemicals listed on Prop 65, you have to put a warning label on the product. A warning that says, to the effect, this product is known to the state of California to contain, list the ingredient, which is known to cause cancer or reproductive toxicity. Right? That's a problem. Nobody wants to see that on their food products or on their beauty products. Well, what has happened is we're dealing now with a lot of companies who they don't formulate with DEA, which is on Prop 65, but they're formulating with TEA. Plaintiff lawyers set it out. We may not agree with the testing methodology, but somehow they've been able to determine that these products formulated with TEA are shooting off, degrading into DEA. They get the test results back, and now they've hit you for violating Prop 65 because you didn't put a warning about the DEA. Well, the companies had no reason to put the DEA warning because they didn't formulate with it, nor do they believe that the TEA is spinning it off. So now we're in court with these companies battling because we don't agree with the testing methodology. We don't agree with the outcome. Nonetheless, they are testing because the testing's gotten more sophisticated, or they're using methodologies that are going to get them the results that they want. And now all of a sudden, a company that didn't think they were putting something in, either through leaching of the ingredient or through something else or the packaging, all of a sudden realizes that they've got something in their product which isn't on the ingredient list. And therein lies the problems. Valisure, certainly to your point, has been at the forefront of this. A lot of scrutiny from the FDA in terms of the methodologies they've been using, but they're not the only ones. We're seeing this going on all over the place with regard to these ingredients and formulation. So yeah, the notion of formulating, saying that it's free of something, I would not counsel a company making that claim unless they actually took the finished product and had it tested and it came back at the finest level detectable to confirm that there isn't anything there. But even then, that's not foolproof because a plaintiff's lawyer will go out and get their own lab. And now all of a sudden, we're just dealing with the battle of the experts. So to avoid all of that, better to say formulated without than to say that it's free of and there's no way you're going to find it in here.
So this is a ginormous topic, but in the sake of time, I'll just ask one final question to leave extra time for Q&A. So my final question here is, what tips would you give marketers and brands to best ensure their claims are truthful? I know we've been covering a lot already, but yeah, if you could distill that into some top tips for brands.
So again, I have to hark back, and I hate saying this, particularly as a lawyer, when you're looking for an answer, but it really does depend. And so you have to examine, and again, I go back to whatever the fantasy claim is that you want to make, that's fine. Be as specific as you want or as general as you want. But you've got to make sure that you have the proper substantiation. And whatever you're saying, you can tie to, first of all, being truthful, but you've got support for it. The gold standard would be, I mean, if you're making a health claim, the FTC has already told us you have to double blind, tested studies, etc. Nobody's doing that for cosmetic products. Still, cosmetic finished product testing is going to be the gold standard. A lot of people don't do that. A lot of people will rely upon the ingredient testing. All right. But then you need to make sure that you have somebody who is going to opine and support you that mixing all these ingredients together doesn't undermine the efficacy of the ingredient you're really relying upon. So unfortunately, I wish I could say to you, this is the one way. It really, though, depends upon what is a claim you're making, how much detail are you going into, and then making sure that you can establish the truthfulness of whatever claim you are expressly making or impliedly communicating to the consumer with regard to some sort of support, whether it's finished product testing, ingredient, consumer perception, clinicals, and the like. You've got to have something. The burden of proof is on the brand, not only to make sure their products are safe before they go to market, but that everything they're communicating to the consumer about the products and their efficacy is truthful and accurate.
And that's all the time we have for this fireside chat, and it's now time for Q&A. And bear with me as I bring Ronie onto the big screen for Q&A. Lots of compliments on a very informative presentation. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that I finally got to get you as a speaker at one of my summits. Okay, so I'm just going to get right to the questions. The first one comes from Annika, which is, what do you think about, oops, was that it? Ah, yes, it was. Sorry, my page just refreshed. Annika asks, what do you think of using trademarked names in claims such as Botox-like? Can they sue for use of trademarks? Would you mind also, I feel like maybe the stream is on your phone or something, because I think there's an echo. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's... Maybe it actually went away. There's no more echo. Please disregard.
Great. Okay. I'm sorry. And the question again, you distracted me because I wanted to make sure
I'm so sorry. The question, what do you think of using trademarked names?
Trademark names, right. First of all, thank you, everybody. I just was listening to myself on that interview replay, and wow, nothing like watching yourself to know how much you use your hands when you speak. So I'm really going to try now not to wave them all over my face. With regard to trademarks, first of all, I think embedded in that question was, can I get sued? And if you're asking that question from the United States of America, free legal advice to anybody listening or anybody abroad who is doing business in America, you can always get sued. It doesn't mean that the claims are legitimate or not, but given our system, you can always get sued for anything. So the answer to that question is an easy yes. With regard to trademarks, however, again, I hate to say this, but it really does depend. The example that's given is Botox in the name of the product. If you're trying to market that product as a cosmetic product, but you're relying on Botox, which is a drug designed to communicate and deliver drug-like effects to affect the structure function of the body, then you run a risk, all right? I will tell you that we have not seen a lot of activity where a brand is marketing a product and the challenge is uniquely to the product name and not the rest of the claims that are being made. Okay, so again, as I was talking earlier, you must look at the totality of what is being communicated. So if you only had the name Botox in the product name because it was trademarked, and then you had a bunch of product line and different products underneath that label, that brand name, then I would argue that you have risk because of the reliance on Botox. How large and how high a risk will depend upon everything else you're saying about the product. So, for example, if you were to start advertising your Botox line of products as, here's a great way to avoid plastic surgery or having to go to your dermatologist for a treatment. Well, now you're implying that this product will derive or give you the same sort of benefits you would get if you're using a drug or going to a doctor. So that is going to imply that this is a drug, not a cosmetic. All right. Similarly, if you're going to say that this will deliver removal of fine lines, it'll do a bunch of different things that Botox is known to be able to perform. Again, you're going to be opening yourself up. So while generally we haven't seen a lot of companies get sued because of the brand name by itself, if you're going to interject in the brand name a drug or a drug-like benefit, then you increase the risk. And then it will always depend upon all the other things that you're saying. And of course, it should be evident, but you'd have to also make sure that whatever trademark you're using is one that is cleared and doesn't violate anybody else's trademark. So that's a separate issue. I hope that answered the question.
I think it did. And also Veronica says, we don't hear an echo. So only me. I'm sorry for the confusion. This next question, it comes from Corrine. Can a cosmetic product be claimed vegan in the US when one of the components from a raw material not tested on animals was last tested on animals in 2023? And I guess I'm just like, I have questions about that ingredient just because I'm unaware of like ingredient testing on animals is just such a tricky topic. I'm gonna I'm gonna stop talking. It just gives me a pause on that. But maybe you have an answer, or otherwise you can comment on just like the general legal challenges. It's more challenging than many people maybe realize for making a vegan claim.
Right. Vegan or any other claim, like I was speaking in the presentation, when you're dealing with a phrase that doesn't have a regulatory definition, and to my knowledge, I'm not aware that the FDA or the FTC has given a definition to what vegan is. Okay. I think the general public has an idea. I think that there are certifying bodies out there that will tell you what they think vegan means, and therefore what it is you need to meet in terms of satisfying their standards so you can use their logo. And so at the end of the day, because it's not defined, the better, safer route would be to try to get a definition that coincides with a regular or some sort of body that is doing these sort of certifications in order to meet that certification and use that logo without the imprimatur of a body that is saying, yes, according to our standards, you meet them. And it's kind of like Leaping Bunny as well, right? In order to have the logo about being friendly in that regard, you have to meet those standards. And you're telling the consumer not, in this case, what vegan means to you necessarily, and how there might be a dispute about what one person thinks is vegan versus not, to the point about testing on the ingredient on an animal. But instead, what you're really saying is, we have met this standard that has been set by a third party, and we are vegan under that standard. That would be the safest way to go. Otherwise, you do open yourself up under the example that's given, that the consumer might think that if it's vegan, it has absolutely no connection to animal testing or animal products and the like. And so it would be far riskier to just rely on vegan, thinking that you can satisfy it in that regard, and much safer to go ahead with a certifying body or the like, given the lack of a definition.
This next question is from Suman, who asks, well, first comments, such a great presentation. And the question is, how much does claim substantiation matter? And I guess, like, what do you mean by matter? Is it like consumers want versus like a legal matter? I guess substantiation always matters. Okay, I'll just ask the question. So how much does claim substantiation matter across demographics? For instance, for Gen Z and Alpha versus older?
That's a great question. I can only answer that anecdotally from presentations that I have attended, which is to say that those in my generation, and I'm not a baby boomer, but those in the baby boomers and me and below, kind of grew up just assuming that whatever the doctor told you was right and whatever the advertisement said was true. And thankfully, I think that the younger generations have become far more critical and cynical about those kind of comments. And so I can't say that there's going to be one standard across the board as to what kind of substantiation is going to be required. Ask the question again, because I think there's more there that was just.
Well, Suman continued. Yes, I meant in terms of the consumer. I notice a lot of newer brands like Bubble, which don't seem to make many claims, versus like Neutrogena, CeraVe, etc. Maybe I'll also comment because I'm aware that the benchmarking company did a very recent consumer study looking at what younger consumers want. I think that if it's not already published, it will be published soon on their. I added a link in the chat earlier. They have a Beauty by the Numbers series where they do recap infographics of their consumer studies. So from that angle, which isn't the legal angle, but I'll stop talking.
Right. And that's critically important. The presentations I was mentioning was, in fact, the benchmarking company. And if you're not following them and you're not getting their emails about what's going on in the industry, I highly recommend. They're an exceptional organization that has their hand on the pulse of what's going on. But in terms generally of the substantiation, it's going to be actually critical to the brand, both because, as we said, you need to be able to make sure, among other things, that your claims that you're making about your product are true and accurate. And so you have to be able to support that. If the government comes knocking on your door and asks you, what is the basis for this claim? And so it's critically important that you be able to substantiate, whether it's going to be because you've got a certification or because you've done product testing or you're relying on ingredient testing or you've done a consumer. It doesn't matter what it is, but the law requires you under the FTC Act to have substantiation for your claims. And the laws that we have in this country as well, the false advertising claims, also require that whatever you're telling the consumer is truthful, and you could be challenged as a result of that. So the bottom line is, it really depends upon what the claim is, what kind of substantiation you need, but you run a very high risk if you don't have any substantiation. And the extent to which that's going to matter in the marketplace, to the point about the benchmarking company, it's going to make a difference depending upon generationally. You know, there is so much more information and data available today, and the younger generations are accessing that and being far more inquisitive and critical about the claims that are being made. That's just the way they grew up. That's inherent in the fact that all that information is so readily available to them. Older generations, it wasn't the case. So we relied on the packaging. So the times they are changing. I just watched the Bob Dylan's movie yesterday. The times they are changing. The times they will continue to change. What's satisfied and what you need for substantiation today may be different than what you need a year or 3 years from now, due to the sophistication of the consumer. So this is dynamic. It's evolving. It's something important for you to understand. You as a brand, as a company, communicating and selling to consumers have an obligation to make sure that what you're telling them is truthful and honest. And the way that you do that and the way that you prove that is because you can substantiate the claims you're making about your products.
Last question we have time for. This is from MJW. I think it brings up a greater point as well. So the comment first. There is an ISO standard for natural ingredients. Yes, ISO 16128. That is primarily used in Europe. Do you think that's going to become the standard in the US? What may challenge that in the, like, I'm just thinking about like the current administration and like creating a standard right now. Yeah. What do you think?
So I don't expect that we are going to see a standard from the administration. As I said in the prepared remarks that we had, you know, it's probably 8 to 10 years ago that the FDA decided to even entertain the notion of should they define it. And they got close to 8,000 comments and nothing has been issued since. This is not an administration that is looking to increase regulation. To the contrary, they're looking to decrease regulation. They have, you know, really undermined the number of staff that are at the FDA and at the FTC. So I don't expect it to be happening from the federal regulatory levels out there. But at the end of the day, the federals are not the only ones that you need to be worried about. You need to be concerned about what's going on at the state level, because I believe and anticipate state attorneys general will step into the breach. But as I mentioned in the comments earlier, it's really the consumer lawyers who've become far, far more aggressive that you need to be concerned with and worried about in terms of the claims that you're making and making sure that you can support them at the end of the day.
And
Did that get to the heart of the question? Or?
Yeah, and I just wanted to highlight, because it came up earlier, and I think it's worth commenting on now, this misperception that like the federal maybe diminishment for regulatory capacity that may mislead companies into feeling that they have more of a free pass. So is that actually the case, or would it maybe bite them in the butt more when considering the state by state movement?
Yeah. First of all, I don't think there are any free passes. And we have seen, even before this administration came into play, more aggressive move at the state level. And our industry for the last 10 years or so becoming an increased target for the consumer class action lawyers. So the fact that there may be in decrease in activity at the federal level shouldn't give anybody any comfort that they can go on and continue working without regard to what's going on regulatory wise or legally in our industry. And just as one example of that, I'm sure everybody on the call is familiar with MOCRA. One of the things that Congress indicated when they passed MOCRA was they weren't going to get involved in banning chemicals or ingredients from consumer products that are sold in states. And the states have come in and stepped up into the breach. And now we've got states all over the country on different, in different ways, banning some ingredients with different definitions. Some ingredients are banned, some are permitted, and the like. So we're getting a hodgepodge of state laws. So I don't think we can take any comfort in what might be happening at the federal level. I don't think there's any comfort to be had from that. But even with the inactivity at the federal level, nobody should be lulled into a sense of calm, thinking that if nothing's going on in DC, I don't need to worry about it. Because really it is the consumer lawyers who are driving this. And depending upon what the issues are, because again, the states, just like the federal government, don't exactly have all the bandwidth they need in order to go after cosmetic companies that might be making claims that are improper. They just simply don't. And so they focus on things that are of utmost concern to them. Safety issues, marketing to vulnerable populations, whether it's the elderly or the children. Those will be the prosecutorial discretion that's brought to bear by the attorneys general across the state. They can't cover everything. So they're going to cover the stuff that in their view really matters to their constituents. That's a different lens than the consumer lawyer, who isn't out there to protect consumers. They are there to get you and make their money. And so that's why I just don't think we can take any comfort, if you will, as a brand by the dysfunction that might be occurring at the governmental level, when we know very well the consumer lawyers have stepped into the breach and just brought cases after cases against our industry. So yeah, we have to be diligent, vigilant, and make sure that we're doing what we need to be doing in order to protect the brands against those cases.
And that's all the time we have for this Q&A. Thank you so much, Ronie, for agreeing to participate in this conference. I always learn a lot from listening to you speak. So yeah, thank you for donating a part of your Sunday and earlier as well, and later, to make this conference happen.
Wonderful. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next presentation will be by Avril Love, a counsel at K&L Gates in Los Angeles, specializing in commercial disputes with a focus on FDA-regulated industries. With extensive experience defending medical device, pharmaceutical, and consumer product companies, she advises on product liability, advertising, privacy, and regulatory compliance. Avril has particular expertise in helping personal care and consumer brands navigate legal and reputational risks, offering both defense and proactive strategies. She trains internal teams, anticipates legal exposure, and builds compliance frameworks to help clients mitigate risks before litigation arises. Without further ado, here's Avril.
Hi, my name is Avril Love. I'm an attorney with a law firm called K&L Gates, and I have been a litigator for nearly 20 years. I got my start defending manufacturers of medicines and medical devices, and I learned a lot about how FDA regulates. Then about 10 years ago, I started working with the beauty industry, which of course is also regulated by the FDA. And I have focused my practice on the issues facing companies that make personal care products. Although I do spend about half of my time defending beauty companies in their lawsuits, I devote the other half of my practice to what I think of as litigation avoidance by advising my clients about their regulatory obligations and emerging litigation risks. I work with these companies to mitigate their risks through informed decision-making so that companies' actual risks match their risk tolerance, and we can best position them to defend any lawsuits that may arise. To that end, I advise on issues ranging from product development and testing, advertising claims, general marketing practices, compliance with FDA, compliance with FTC, and other state laws. And I, of course, defend companies when they are sued, which I am sorry to say is bound to happen once you achieve some level of success. Now, being a lawyer, I, of course, have to start with some disclaimers. This presentation is for general education only, and it is only a portion of those issues you might want to be aware of in your business decision-making. Most importantly, though, this information is a snapshot of the legal and regulatory environment as it exists today. But the law changes, court rulings come out every day, and things can change quickly and unpredictably. So if you are watching this or reviewing the slides after May 4, 2025, please consider that this information may be out of date and seek legal advice before making your business decisions. As this is Influencer Marketing 101, I will be talking about the rules that apply to influencer marketing, whether you are an influencer, a brand, or a marketing agency that works with influencers and brands. I'll also cover what is at stake when folks break the rules, and then I'll cover some best practices to avoid legal pitfalls. This being a 101 class, these are the basics you need to know, and there may be some specific or nuanced issues that I'm not covering today. But this talk should leave you with a firm enough grasp to at least know when you might need to seek expert help. Now, I think a lot of influencers get into that role worrying about how to come up with creative, authentic content, how to master the technology to make it look and sound good, and how to establish relationships with their community and with brands. So it can be easy to overlook that this is actually a somewhat regulated field. But being familiar with the rules that apply to advertising and to influencers in particular is just as critical to successful marketing efforts as using social media is to reaching consumers. As such, whether you represent a brand or you're an influencer, you do need to pay attention to your compliance just as much as you pay attention to image quality. All advertising messages in the US are regulated by the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC. Cosmetic claims are also regulated by the FDA, as I believe was discussed earlier today. Now, FTC and FDA have different goals in mind, and I'm going to focus on the FTC's goal to ensure that advertising messages are truthful and non-misleading. An advertising message can be an express statement, or it can be an implied message. Messages can be implied through words, images, clothes, color schemes, logos, perhaps people, and really through anything that consumers may already have some preconceived expectations or ideas about. And advertising can become misleading if it states or if it fails to state something that misrepresents a fact that would be important to the consumer when they make their purchasing decision. Now, when the FTC judges an advertising message, it does that through the lens of a somewhat objective standard of what is reasonable to an average consumer in the circumstances. And FTC will judge the ad based on everything in it. They look at the totality of the message conveyed to the consumer through the ad. And this is where influencer content can become tricky because it can incorporate a lot of elements that a brand doesn't expressly control. Sometimes the content can be somewhat ad-libbed or fluid. It can be easy for a few words to get tweaked in a significant way. And it can be easy for an influencer to honestly speak to their own experience without knowing exactly what claims the brand has support for. But it is essential that the brand have substantiation for all product claims, even those made by its brand ambassadors. Because there is so much room for confusion, and frankly, because influencer marketing, I think, began with a lot of liberality that led to some problematic conduct, the FTC has focused a lot of its attention recently on consumer reviews and testimonials. Last October, the FTC issued a final rule on consumer reviews and testimonials that applies broadly to brands, influencers, marketing agencies, and really any business that makes advertising claims about a product or service. The final rule prohibits a lot of conduct, some of which is obviously abusive, like creating testimonials by people who don't really exist, or buying negative reviews about a competitor's product. But it also prohibits conduct that might be less obviously problematic, like incentivizing consumers to leave positive reviews by providing a discount code for their next purchase. For example, an email thanking a consumer for their purchase that says, "Receive a 15% discount on your next purchase by leaving us a positive review on Instagram," that would be a violation of the rule. You can incentivize consumers to leave reviews, but you can't dictate that the review must be positive or negative. Misrepresenting your experience with a product, either by exaggerating the experience or by talking about an experience that you didn't actually have because you've never used the product, that's also a violation. And it's against the rules to promote a product without disclosing that you work for the brand or that you're closely related to someone who works for the brand. And of course, it is also against the rule to falsify the degree of your social influence by buying fake signals that, for example, you have more followers than you do. Now, in 2023, the FTC updated its guides on endorsements and testimonials. An endorsement is any advertising message that consumers are likely to believe reflects the opinions of someone other than the brand. And it can include social media tags, posted videos, or a certifier's logo. Endorsements have to follow the same rules as any claim made by the brand. They have to be truthful, they have to be substantiated, and if they require some kind of disclosure, then the qualifying information has to be presented in a manner that's clear and conspicuous so that the consumer can understand it. And that really means it has to be unavoidable to them. Again, the endorsement guidelines don't just apply to brands. They expressly apply to endorsers, including influencers, as well as agencies, PR firms, and similar marketing companies. Now, unsurprisingly, if you're going to make an endorsement, that is, promote a product, the FTC will expect you to share your honestly held opinions about a product that you have actually used. Influencers can't be used to make claims about a product that the brand couldn't make itself. So not only does the influencer have to speak honestly about their own experience, but their experience has to be consistent with data that the brand has to support the product claims. That means the influencer should be able to speak about an experience that the typical user of the product can expect to have. Also, influencers must disclose any material connection to the brand, even if it's not specific to the product that the influencer is endorsing. Influencers have to make disclosures of any material connection they have to a brand or product. A connection is material if the FTC thinks a consumer would think it's meaningful. In practice, a material connection is usually some exchange of something of value, whether it's a paid post, a free product, or an affiliate link, but it can also be a relationship to the company. Maybe a celebrity has some ownership in the brand, or maybe they're related to an employee of the brand. Those are connections that need to be disclosed in any promotion of the brand or a product. And disclosures, again, have to be clear and conspicuous, and that means that they have to be unavoidable, whether the consumer is looking at something on their computer screen or whether they're watching videos on their phone. They have to be able to see that disclosure. There are also specific rules that apply to celebrities and experts. Celebrities, of course, have to follow the same rules as any endorser. Critically, again, they have to disclose their material connections to the brand, which is often where they find themselves on the wrong side of the law. But specific to celebrities is also the requirement that if the content suggests that they use the product currently, they're a current user of the product, the ad can only run as long as the brand has good reason to believe that the celebrity remains a user of the product. Similarly, an ad can only run for as long as the celebrity continues to subscribe to the views that they express in the ad. So if you're now asking whether the FTC expects brands to periodically check in and ask their celebrity partners if they're still loving the product, the answer is actually yes. Now, there are also additional obligations if you're using an expert endorser. First, they have to have the required qualifications to speak on the topic that they're a purported expert in. So, for example, maybe a skinfluencer has a science background and calls herself Dr. Donna and wears a lab coat in her videos. Consumers are likely to believe that Dr. Donna is a dermatologist. If Dr. Donna is actually a podiatrist or an esthetician or a cosmetic chemist with a doctorate degree, that could be misleading and violate the endorsement guides. Second, when an endorser who holds themselves out to be an expert is making a video or posting some kind of ad about a product, it's not just good enough to state their honestly held opinion. As an expert, the opinion has to be based on whatever scientific methodology that expert normally uses in their field to reach conclusions about a product. They have to actually use scientific evaluation rather than just personal experience to make an endorsement. And that's a big difference between experts and regular influencers. Okay, this slide I've just included here for helpful references that the FTC makes available on the use of influencers and social media and consumer reviews. I highly recommend, if you're an influencer or a brand, to go through these links, take a look. There's a lot of really useful guidance here. Okay, maybe some of you are sitting there and hearing this and thinking, shoot, I didn't know some of that, and I'm pretty sure I or my brand has some advertising out there that is maybe not fully compliant. And maybe you're thinking, maybe that's not a big deal because literally nobody has ever complained to you about it, and those posts are 7 months old and no one's engaging with them anymore. But maybe you're not sure what can happen and how worried you should be. So this is where I tell you the scary stuff, but then I promise I'll tell you what to do and how to fix it. One of the possible outcomes of a violation of the influencer marketing rules is regulatory enforcement. And when I say regulatory enforcement, what I really mostly mean is action by the government. And when I say government action, I mostly mean enforcement by the FTC. Although state attorneys general also have authority to enforce state laws that are similar to the FTC Act. In recent years, FTC has been very active in enforcing its priorities related to consumer reviews and influencer endorsements. It's not clear how much enforcement we're going to see under the new administration, and there are some early signs that FTC is dialing back its efforts, but that is often when the states can come in to pick up the slack, and they sometimes work together to enforce the law. There are also some non-governmental organizations that act as quasi-enforcers. One of them is a nonprofit group called Truth in National Advertising, or TINA. And in 2016, TINA famously called out the Kardashians for making undisclosed paid endorsements. TINA sent them a complaint letter, which of course they made public. And when the Kardashians didn't remediate their posts fast enough, TINA filed a complaint about them with the FTC. Now, not every complaint results in an FTC investigation and action, but sometimes they do. There's also another non-governmental regulator, and that is the National Advertising Division of the BBB, or NAD. NAD is the self-regulatory body for the advertising industry. NAD provides a forum for companies to challenge the claims of their competitors to keep them honest. And NAD also increasingly is using its self-monitoring program to raise questions with advertisers on its own. So NAD provides a swift process where the legal merits of a claim can be tested confidentially and much faster than would happen in litigation. But NAD's process is voluntary and advertisers don't have to participate. If they don't, though, they risk the issue being referred to the FTC, with whom the NAD has historically had a very close relationship. So if FTC opens an investigation and commences an action, it can result in civil penalties of over $50,000 per violation. If you have 100 undisclosed paid posts, that could be $5 million in penalties. The other big source of enforcement, of course, is from consumer class actions. Frankly, as a brand or an influencer, you are much more likely to be sued than to be the subject of government action. Consumer attorneys are creative and increasingly focused on the beauty industry. So we are seeing lots of litigation and novel theories of injury. This year alone, at least 3 cases have been filed not only against brands, but also suing their influencers individually for false advertising related to undisclosed or inadequately disclosed paid posts. Class action lawsuits are where one or more people sue you on behalf of all consumers in the United States, usually, or sometimes more modestly, all consumers in a particular state who saw your post and purchased a product as a result. Now, these plaintiffs allege that they would have never purchased the product if they had been aware that the influencer statements they were inspired by to purchase the product were actually paid posts. And these plaintiffs don't need to have used the product. They don't need to have disliked the product. They only need to have seen the post and purchased the product to bring this kind of a claim. And they will seek to get their money back, not only for the purchase that they made, but also on behalf of everyone who made the same purchase. So the more followers you have, the more exposure you have. The more sales you have, the more exposure you have. The exposure then can, be a little bit, or potentially it can be a lot, and it's frequently in the millions of dollars. Also, if you are a pretty successful influencer who is working with a newly established brand or a brand that's maybe financially a little bit unstable, the plaintiff might be expecting a big payout from you, the influencer, not from the brand. Alternatively, brands can be on the hook for damages, even if they asked their influencers to make disclosures, and it wasn't, it was just the influencer who didn't disclose properly. But the plaintiff is always going to sue everyone involved, and they're going to hope to recover from any single one of the parties who can pay. Okay, if that is scary for you, there are some things that you can do to mitigate, or better yet, avoid risk. First, I know I've said this very many times already, but please, please make proper disclosures. You may think of disclosures as distasteful, but they're actually a way of being transparent with your community. They are also there to keep you safe when the storm blows in. So I want you to think of disclosures like a nice warm blanket to wrap around yourself when the winds start to rise. If you already have posts out there that maybe don't quite properly make disclosures, you can take them down, or you can add the disclosures now. Better late than never. And that might reduce some liability that you may have by reducing the amount of time that they're out there or the purchases that are made based on the undisclosed post. But when you make disclosures, it's really important to make sure that you're using them effectively. They have to be unavoidable. So consumers have to be able to see them as soon as they see your post. No extra clicks or scrolling required. And they have to be clear to the average person, not just the average influencer. So avoid abbreviations, legal or marketing jargon, and combined words that obscure the meaning of the disclosure. Hashtag spawn might mean something to you and me, maybe, but it probably doesn't mean anything to Becky, your friend's aunt from St. Paul, who is new to TikTok and loves anti-aging products. Brands should also always have contracts with the influencers that they partner with. A contract functions to inform influencers of brand expectations for content. It should have provisions requiring content to be limited to supported claims, require proper disclosures and general compliance with the law, but also it should give guidance on the use of intellectual property, because brand ambassadors can post images or music owned by third parties that may not be properly licensed for use by the brand in its advertising. And that's another potentially multi-million-dollar risk for copyright violations. So contracts are an important way to hold influencers to brand standards. If you're paying an influencer for content, but you don't have a contract, or your contract doesn't say what would happen if the content is dissatisfactory for some reason, then you can stop working with them, but that doesn't address the content that may be out there already exposing you to risk. So then you have to ask the influencer to please take something down or modify it, but you're really at their mercy, whether they want to do that or not. A contract gives brands a mechanism for redress because you can sue for breach of contract. And a contract is also importantly evidence when the FTC comes knocking that the brand informed the influencer of their legal obligations and that the brand has a means of remedying any problematic content. Contracts can also protect influencers by defining the boundaries of the influencer's responsibility for product claims. So whether you're an influencer or a brand, I highly, highly recommend that you have a contract for these kinds of relationships. And then once you have a contract in place, it's important to monitor content to ensure that it's actually legally compliant and that it adheres to brand standards. Now, you might already be monitoring content, so this could be a minor adjustment to just QC for disclosures and appropriate claims. And one thing about disclosures is I want to mention that the disclosures have to be in the same format as the claims appear. So if it is a written claim, then the disclosure has to be in writing. And if it's a video where the claims are being spoken by the influencer, then the disclosures have to be spoken as well. And sometimes if it's a really long video, you may have to make the disclosure more than once, at the beginning, in the middle, or the end. So it's really important that the consumer hears those disclosures proximate to the claim and in the same format. And then if you as a brand don't already have a policy for working with influencers, brands can develop one that starts every relationship with a contract and provides for staffing to periodically check content for legally required disclosures and other language. And then if there's an issue with a post, a contract and a policy are important to communicate with your brand ambassador, right? You have a contract that you're going to let them know and that they have some obligation to respond. And then your policy informs your staff of the same thing so that your staff knows when to communicate with brand ambassadors and what to say, promptly and clearly remedying any issue. And then as a brand, you'll learn which influencers are legally savvy and which ones are creating exposure. And you'll have an opportunity to work with them to remedy that issue. And ultimately, you'll be empowered to evaluate the risks and benefits of every relationship and potentially end relationships that aren't working and are creating a lot of risk. Okay, I hope that has given everyone some food for thought, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
And bear with me as I'm bringing Avril to the main screen. I feel like that presentation should be must viewing activities, a must viewing activity for brands, but also influencers for, I think a lot of people just really don't know that they're beheld to certain rules online. Avril, are you still here? Here you are. Okay, here we are.
I'm here. Hey.
I had my own questions before I get to the audience questions that I'm just thinking about based off of a lot of the things that I have seen on social media. One is around, okay, so you have to disclose material connection. So what if you did a influencer kind of post for someone historically, and now later on weeks, months, whatever, you promote that product. You got that product originally even maybe for free. Maybe you don't, but is there a necessity for disclosing that initial material connection?
Okay, if the material connection existed at the time of the post when you were stating the opinion, then yes, you would need to disclose that connection in the original post. So if you got free product, then you would need to indicate that you had gotten that product for free, and that's actually something that the FTC does think is a material connection. Like, it might feel like a small thing, but the FTC thinks that's important enough to consumers to know that it needs to be disclosed. But if what you're saying is maybe you just evaluated a product that you bought, and you liked it and you made a post, and then sometime later that generated made an opening for a relationship with the brand, you don't need to go back to the old post and disclose that you now have a relationship with the brand, in part because the opinion that you expressed at the time wasn't there was no potential for bias, right? Because there was no material connection at the time. And then on top of that, probably you're going to continue to post, and then in your future posts, you will have to make the disclosure. And so it will become clear to consumers that now you have a relationship.
That gets at my question. And so it seems like I'm thinking specifically about our conversations about dermfluencers. Avril came on my podcast earlier in this podcast season that's currently running with Dr. Addae Adamson to talk about some of the dermfluencer type issues. But something that I've seen is certain brands seem to have bought up all the dermfluence, and they bring out all the dermfluencers first class to all the conferences, treated like royalty. I shouldn't be such a pessimist as I'm saying this, but then they get so much brand deals with that, but then they go and promote these products continuously, but then there's no disclosure. Should there be a disclosure when they've been brought out to all these conferences? They've historically done a lot of brand deals with this one brand, thinking about one specifically. Should they then, every time they talk about that brand, promoting that product over other products, disclose that?
Yeah, so under the rules, that is a material connection. If you have a kind of an ongoing financial relationship with a brand, that is something that does need to be disclosed, regardless of whether it is related to the particular product that you might be talking about. So maybe, you're a skinfluencer, you have a relationship with a brand where they, invite you to events and invite you to speak on things, but it's not specific to a particular product. That is still, in many cases, going to be a relationship that you would need to disclose when you're talking about a specific product that maybe the brand didn't even ask you to talk specifically about. But you do still have to say, I've been a brand ambassador. I love this brand. I've partnered with them for other things, but, not specifically about this product, but I'm telling you about this product now. And so you just need to be transparent about what exactly the relationship is with the brand. And then you can go ahead and say, like, look, they didn't ask me to talk about this product, but I'm telling you about it anyway. But you do still have to be forthcoming about, the fact that you've been working with the brand.
And the other thing that I'm thinking about, I forgot what I was thinking about. I'll just ask another question before I get back to mine. What was it? Sorry, I'll ask Veronica's question. I feel like I was so entranced by your answer that I just completely mind blank.
It happens.
It happens. This question comes from Veronica. Okay, would Kim Kardashian need to say, is that how you say your last name? Kardashian? I am terrible with pop culture. I've exposed myself.
I believe it is Kardashian.
Oh gosh. Would she need to say she owns Skims or Hailey Bieber that she owns Rhode? so for example, when Hailey Bieber is talking about independently and not, I feel like everyone knows, but like, how much do we have to assume people know?
Right. And okay, to be clear, the rules for influencers that I talked about in my pre-recorded video, they are not just specific to beauty. Those rules apply to any company that is using influencers, whether they make clothes or beauty products or anything else. So yes, owners of a brand would have to disclose their ownership. Yes, absolutely, they do need to, because like I said, the FTC, when they evaluate, your conduct, they are looking at the ad. They are not necessarily looking at everything else that's out there, but they are going to be looking at the totality of the ad. And in a way, that's good and bad, right? Because you can't then rely on, well, I had 17 other posts where I disclosed this relationship. Because maybe a consumer didn't see those 17 other posts. They just saw this one where you didn't disclose. But on the other hand, right, then you are limited to being evaluated to what's within the four corners of that post. And so you have to look at every single communication and say, okay, have I met all of my obligations here? Is the consumer being informed here? And what is the message that this ad is conveying? What is the totality of the message being conveyed just by this ad? So that's kind of what you need to be looking at when you're doing these posts. It's a lot to think about. But yes, so, Kim K, like maybe everybody knows that she owns Skims, but she still has to say it. And so, yeah, those ownership relationships need to be disclosed. Absolutely.
I remember my question. Okay, so you've established a material connection with an influencer as a brand. Now they're like off that initial partnership and into the wild. And then they start making non-compliant claims for the product. Things that I've seen are like blatant drug claims that this product can help treat a medical condition from an expert as well. Maybe makes it more problematic, in my opinion. I think that's the opinion of the law as well. So yeah, what does that look like in terms of the potential risk for, I think you cover this too a little bit in your presentation, for brands and the influencers and what they're saying?
I mean, let me be very clear. If an influencer, goes off script and is making claims that the brand knows that, it could not make, there is liability for everybody there. And the risks are regulatory enforcement and consumer class actions. And so, the more people see those claims, the more likely it is that you're going to get sued. And to be very clear, consumer attorneys are just like everybody else. They are on the internet. They are watching TikTok. They are seeing these ads. They are consumers, and they are being served this stuff. And they run their businesses just like beauty brands do. So they're also out there using Facebook and Instagram and marketing for plaintiffs to sue you. I have clients who have received lawyer advertising to looking for plaintiffs to sue their own company. So, there is a risk that someone's going to see those claims and say, hey, that I know that is a blatant drug claim that you do not have support for. And I'm going to call up my friend who's a lawyer and we're going to make a bunch of money. So that's the risk. And what you would, as a brand, what you'd need to do about that is, communicate with your influencer and say, hey, we saw these posts. You want to identify, like, these are the statements that we think are creating risk for you and for us. And we'd like you to stop saying these things. And we'd like you to maybe take down these posts. You need to make some corrections. You have to be able to show that you're out there trying to ensure that your advertising is truthful and non-misleading. So once you are aware that there is a problem, you really have to act on that. And that is why it's so important to have a contract, because a contract really gives you the ability to do something. But that's also why monitoring is important. You have to be aware of what your influencers are doing, and then you have to have a contract so that you can actually, act on what you know. And then, influencers also should really care, because they can be sued, and they are being sued now.
The other thing that just came up on my radar the other day, I saw an influencer. I'm just wondering, just because it's like kind of a conversation right now, what is not so like, well, I mean, okay, I'll just tell you this specific thing. I saw an influencer do a partnership with a brand who did some interesting innovation for their packaging. Definitely. But then she went on to say that this was like sustainable brand, sustainable packaging choice. She used these words that regulatory bodies are rather clear, I think, would be like deceptive. What's the risk?
Right. I mean, that's like any other claim. If you're making green claims, like sustainable, that is just like any other claim. It's just like an efficacy claim. It's just like a safety claim. It is just like, I don't know, a claim about the product ingredients. It has to be supported, and it has to be clear what that means to the consumer. And I think one of the special risks of green claims is that they are not defined. There's no regulatory definition per se, depending on what the claim is. And they can be really broad. And so they're ambiguous, and consumers can think they mean one thing when you think they mean something else. And there's a lot of room for error there. Sustainable is one of those claims that is ambiguous, because what does that really mean? Does it mean that the packaging, I don't know, doesn't create a lot of plastic waste? Or does it mean that in making the product, a lot of energy wasn't used? Or does it mean that, the product was locally grown and there wasn't a lot of, carbon footprint in shipping it around the world? Who knows, right? It could mean so many things. And if it doesn't hit all of the things that it could possibly mean to a consumer, and if you don't have support for all of that, then you have exposure. Because, for sure, whatever, maybe you mean that your packaging is, I don't know, compostable, right? But your consumer is going to think it means that you used no natural resources or something like that. They could think it's PCR when actually it couldn't be PCR if it's recyclable. So there is just a lot of room for error. And claims like sustainable, or claims like, good for the planet, those are just too broad to really be able to support them entirely, which is why it's so much better to make very specific claims.
Okay, final question. I know we're slightly over time here. This is from Lola, just so it's not just my questions because I'm greedy. I'm sorry. The question, apart from a contract, how can a brand guide influencers on how to talk about their products? I see some big brands organizing educational events, yet many influencers are still making incorrect claims.
Okay, well, educational events are important. I think also written educational materials are really important. The brands really just have to do some management. And that, again, like, you really have to have a contract, because influencers can absolutely, if you don't have a contract, they can just absolutely do whatever they want. These are their accounts, they're their communities, they're their posts. And so there has to be some brand management when, even, education is an important start, but if you can't hold your influencers to the limits of what you're educating for them, then it's not going to be effective. It's not going to limit your risk, and it's not going to limit their risk. I mean,
the risk is the same for the influencer and the brand. So maybe that's where the education needs to start.
Yeah, I agree. I think influencers just don't know, and they should. I agree. That concludes the time that we have for this Q&A. Sorry for taking this overtime. Thank you so much for all the answers. I really enjoyed that presentation. And again, I think that this is a presentation that every single influencer really, really should watch as mandatory education. Thank you.
Happy to be here. Have a great Sunday.
You too. Thank you, April. Our next presentation will be a fireside chat with both Dr. Michelle Wong and James Welsh. Michelle is a science educator and cosmetic chemist with a PhD in medicinal chemistry. She's behind Lab Muffin BeautyScience, where she explains the science behind beauty products for a general audience. Founded in 2011, Lab Muffin BeautyScience receives 2 million, probably more at this point, views per year and has an Instagram following of 623,000 and a YouTube audience of 707,000. Through her science education work, Michelle has worked with a range of brands on campaigns, including Procter & Gamble and Johnson & Johnson. Her work has been featured in international publications, including New York Times and Chemical and Engineering News. Joining Michelle is James Welsh, a skincare enthusiast that not only reviews and tests skin and hair care products, he takes a deeper dive into those products, looking at ingredients and exploring problem areas for viewers, helping to educate his audience on their purchases. Something I really enjoy about James's content is he regularly features subject matter experts to give them a platform. Previously a stylist who worked for ASOS and Topman, James is your go-to guy for personal grooming and self-care advice for both men and women. Alongside his social media channels, James also has a podcast he hosts with his brother called The Double Cleanse. Without further ado, here's Michelle and James. So I'm here with James Welsh and Dr. Michelle Wong. This is going to be the 101 on the claims to consumer feedback loop. I feel like this is something that the industry doesn't think about enough. And I know a lot of the people from the industry are here, so I really want you to think about this. And I'm going to get right to it with my first question. From your point of views, how are consumer perceptions impacted by cosmetic company claims? And I think you guys both have really interesting perspectives as first, like a science communicator, influencer. We're all influencers, but also like kind of a more consumer forward influencer. You guys see a lot from the brand side, but also hear a lot from consumers. So maybe I'll start first with James. What do you think?
Yeah, I find it interesting because I think we talked about this last year actually very briefly about by the time all the claims kind of reach the consumer, it's gone through a lot of, I feel like, marketing fluff that's kind of more chasing virality nowadays and actually being like legitimate, interesting information that's kind of like backed up by real science. But then that kind of marketing is kind of seen as like default fact, right? Because a lot of people look to influencers and, you know, across the board, whether they're more kind of like science influencers or just me like a skinfluencer, people do take that information as fact because they're following that person because they trust them. So from an influencer perspective, we get given like, and obviously Michelle will know this too, but we get given a brief. We get given the points that we need to hit. And there's often these things about the claims, you know, the kind of claims that you see in the like the 90s, early 2000s about, you know, pore size and how it changes your fine lines and wrinkles and all that kind of stuff. But I don't feel like those claims quite land anymore. And then when you pair that with an influencer that people have a kind of natural distrust for nowadays anyway, I think consumers kind of start to see past those claims or don't quite trust those claims anymore. I think consumers are now more informed than ever. If a claim feels like it's misleading or manipulative in a way, consumers are going to talk about that very honestly online and usually in the brand's comment section or their social medias.
I think it's really interesting also to think about it from the angle of the attention economy that we now live in, thanks to social media, then how brands have and everyone have kind of cut through the noise to reach people in a very noisy landscape. And especially when we're starting to talk about influencers reaching people, what are the tactics that will work well on social media? There's just a lot of parallels to some of the other conversations around misinformation and science communication. But now speaking about science communication and science communicators, Michelle, what do you think?
Yeah, I completely agree. There's so much information that comes from brands and education that goes to influencers. So apart from what James was saying about with briefs, it's also with PR samples. So a lot of PR samples go out to influencers and they often come with a little card telling you more about the product. And they'll usually go into a bit of detail so that you have something easy to reference off. So you don't have to go off and Google your own information and you will repeat the brand's narrative. This can be both good and bad because sometimes it is really educational and then sometimes it's not. So one example of something that was really educational was in Australia with sunscreens. They are no longer really sent out as press samples because there are restrictions on what influencers can say about sunscreens. But back in the day, they used to have this card going, you should apply this much. Please reapply every 2 hours, that kind of thing. And since they haven't gone out as much on TikTok and stuff, I've seen a lot of influencers applying like the tiniest bit of sunscreen and saying a little goes a long way, and it's a massive missed opportunity. And then on the flip side, there's also studies showing that labeling educates consumers. So for example, if you see the word free from GMOs, this was like a food study, people assume it's more healthy. And so they're seeing all this free from GMOs everywhere. They learn that GMOs are unsafe. I think a lot of that comes into play with a lot of brand marketing, things like free from sulfates, free from parabens. And then more on top of that, there's all the fear mongering as well. There's a lot of brands who are selling, let's say, aluminium-free deodorants and saying, this won't give you breast cancer. I mean, no deodorant is going to give you breast cancer, but they'll have that kind of thing. There has been a really nice shift since social media and influencers became a thing. So one thing I noticed was back in the day, because I'm old, back in like 2014-ish, I would see a lot of send-outs from brands saying, this contains vitamin B3, this contains a B vitamin. And then after The Ordinary came out, they had niacinamide front and center on their product. And so suddenly all these people could buy something that said niacinamide for under $10. And they were like, what is this niacinamide thing? And then people learned the word niacinamide. I remember back in the day, brands would be like, don't say niacinamide, just say vitamin B3. No one will get it. And then now they're like, please say niacinamide. No one remembers what B3 is.
For better or worse, and I guess you have given a few examples, maybe there's more. There definitely is more. Can you give some examples of how brand claims have impacted consumer perceptions? James, do you want to start again?
Yeah, well, going back to what Michelle said, I think it all started with the aluminium-free deodorant, right? Well, in my world anyway, I remember the first free from or clean claim I ever heard was the aluminium-free deodorant. And it wasn't necessarily that people were so aware, I guess, back then of why, like the study that it came from. It was maybe like a headline in the Sun newspaper and that was kind of it. But it was enough for deodorant brands to start putting aluminium-free for people to think, hold on, there's something wrong with aluminium, right? Like you said, this deodorant's going to give me breast cancer if I use it. So it kind of like just cemented in everyone's head that that's the safer option, even though not really knowing what that was all about. So The Ordinary, I think, definitely put like trust back into the idea of like chemicals, right? People are like, oh my God, so this kind of just explains what niacinamide really is, what hyaluronic acid really does. So people really had more trust again, for better, you know? One of the more modern day claims that we see is the derm recommended, right? And I know we all have our opinions on that and what, you know, obviously what that really means. And while sometimes irrelevant, I think it's also put a lot of trust back into science-based claims, like real science-based claims, in my opinion. Like, you know, oh, this voice of authority is saying this product is safe and fine, so it must be, kind of thing. And whilst I think that term puts a lot of the wrong people on a pedestal, I do think it's done some good for a lot of brands. But on another note, if we're talking about for worse, but kind of for good, I think JLo Beauty, for example, is a great example of a brand that tried to lay all their claims on like a single natural ingredient that consumers just saw right through. So like we were saying, like clean is kind of like people are going back to science again, but obviously that was reflected in the performance of JLo Beauty. So I think for better, like people are kind of like really questioning these claims. And then when it's attached to a voice of authority, people are like, oh, you know what? I kind of believe this science. I think I'm believing in science again.
Oh, I have so many examples. How much time do you have? On top of the ones I already mentioned, one that really stuck out to me was the whole idea of bakuchiol being a natural retinol, which retinol is natural. It's in eggs, it's in so many things, but it was always like it's an alternative to retinol. And I've heard that so many times. And like I posted a video on retinoids and people in the comments were asking me, what about bakuchiol? What about bakuchiol? And it's like, it's not a retinoid. Like, why would it be in here? It's just like any other anti-aging ingredient, really. It just happened to be compared to retinol when brands were marketing it. And that's really stuck. And now I'm seeing like more alternatives to retinol products coming out as well. And I think they really cemented that sort of category just from that marketing. And of course, we've got all the things with mineral sunscreen. There's so many people who think mineral sunscreen is safer. And a lot of that is from marketing as well. A lot of brands have like 100% mineral, completely natural, completely safe, that kind of thing. And that sticks in people's minds.
Now, on the flip side, how have you seen consumer perceptions impact brand behavior, coming back to the feedback loop that impacts industry?
CeraVe removed parabens. I don't know whether it's across the world, but here in the EU, I'm in the UK, not part of the EU anymore, but in the EU, they started removing parabens from quite a few of their products, kind of, again, pushing that idea that parabens aren't safe, they're not good for the, sensitive skin. And they had a pretty flawless kind of like brand loyalty up until then. But when they slowly started pushing out parabens, that's when you started to see all these kind of like Reddit threads of people reacting to CeraVe, poorly reacting to CeraVe, for the first time. There's a load of feedbacks in the comments section of all their social media, any influencers using it. People are like, this is now destroying my skin. This is ruining my skin. But I just find it weird. I think they were so more concerned with where they can make money and kind of overly listening to what the consumer wanted, that they'd actually put their whole brand reputation at risk, which I found that really interesting. I don't think they've done that in America or across the world yet, but it's about 5 products they took parabens out of here in the EU.
Yeah, I think there's been so many ingredients that are there because of consumer perceptions and consumer demands. And I think it is this feedback loop where, like, bad information, they ask the brand for products that are not very good, or like ingredients that aren't necessarily better. So alternative preservatives. Also, I started seeing a lot of like coconut oil in products after coconut oil became a thing. And I wonder if tallow will also be in a whole bunch of products soon. But yeah, the consumers, they demand bad products, and then the brands, they produce the bad products and then they market it with that claim, and then that just turns into a vicious cycle. I've also seen, like, in terms of claims, I guess cruelty-free is one that a lot of brands still have, and that is clearly based on consumer perception of what is cruelty-free and what that actually means. And I guess the whole consumer perception that there's tons and tons of animal testing happening in the industry, which obviously is not true. It's exceedingly rare, but that's still on so many products. I've also started seeing benzene-free. I really wonder about this one. So the benzene thing was largely from one lab called Valisure. They kept on hyping up finding benzene in different products, and there were tons of headlines, and clearly this was not originating from industry. But now I've seen some products that brands are claiming they are benzene-free, but benzene is an air pollutant. There's almost definitely benzene in everything that's open to air, so I don't know how they can claim benzene-free. Like, I wonder if one day there will be some class action lawsuit about finding tiny bits of benzene in people's products and having a big payout. Yeah, another thing that's recent is I've been seeing a lot of people testing heat protectants on receipts. This went viral a few months back, but people were just spraying heat protectants on a receipt and then using a hair straightener, and then it stays white. And I worked out why as well. This is a YouTube video, which might be out by the time this conference goes up. But the reason, I mean, it's kind of obvious in hindsight, but it's because the heat protectants are dissolving the ink, the thermal layer on the surface of the receipts. But then I started seeing brands do it as well. I think it was Moroccan Oil and Living Proof. They actually advertised on TikTok. I don't know if it's on other places. I feel like brands do shiftier stuff on TikTok because they feel like they can get away with it. But they were actually showing the receipt and going, our product is good because look at this receipt. I mean, clearly that's completely consumer driven. I think I also saw like some brands like putting their sunscreens on toast as well. Brands that know better. They have real tests that are scientifically legitimate and they're showing weird demonstrations. It does feel very much like the tail wagging the dog. Again, on like the good side. One thing that has been really nice is seeing wider foundation ranges. I think that has been such a big thing because when I started in maybe 2011, brands would ask me to pick a foundation and they would all be way too pink. And I mean, I'm in Australia. We have like, I don't know, 20 or 30% Asian population. And I just couldn't find enough yellow foundations. And now I have so many choices with yellow foundations and obviously with darker skin color with things like Black Lives Matter. That's also started becoming more of a thing. And then when I think, is her name Golorilla? Galoria, I think. Sorry. I keep getting her confused with the rapper. It doesn't match the names together. But yeah, she's got really dark skin. She tries foundations on her skin, and then you can see, like, how usually it's bad, how terrible it is. So there's been brands that have just been, like, pure black. Like, clearly they did not try testing on dark skin because it was, like, the color of a car, not the color of human skin. And then there were brands that sent her the darkest color and it would just be like super light on her skin, things like that. So I think that sort of pressure is really good because people with less common skin tones do need foundation.
So you've given some examples of how consumer perceptions have driven brand behavior. But what about like the wider picture? How have consumer perceptions driven other things that might impact the cosmetics industry that you've observed?
One of the things that consumers can really drive that does impact the industry is legislation. So there's things like the bills in Hawaii about which sunscreens are reef safe, even though reef safe isn't a thing. That impacts what sunscreens the industry can sell, what sunscreens also that the industry should be making, because a lot of consumers are going to assume that swimming in, I don't know, Italy is going to impact coral reefs. There's also things like other types of research that end up impacting cosmetic industry ingredients and I guess packaging as well. So for example, microplastics, that is such a big topic at the moment. Again, it is largely driven by overblown results and stuff, but a lot of people are really concerned about it. A lot of people are seeing it like it's some sort of existential threat. With things like that, I think with apps like Beat the Microbead, which is not accurate at all in terms of what microplastics are in products, they pretty much list any polymer as a microplastic, which is just not the case. Polymers are like giant umbrella term. Microplastics are like a very small, or plastics are a small section of that. That is probably going to be a big thing as well. I can imagine a lot of people are going to be shying more away from plastic packaging, which I guess people were already kind of iffy on because of, again, misplaced environmental reasons, but I think that is probably going to be a big factor. I think also with things like non-toxic, I feel like clean hasn't quite died and it's turned more into non-toxic these days. It's almost like the market is kind of polarized. There are people who are very into non-toxic, and then there are people who are now realizing clean and non-toxic is not a thing. So that's kind of interesting, and I feel like that will probably be a big thing as well.
So speaking to some of the things that Michelle was talking about, how has the information from Beat the Microbead rippled to have a greater impact already that we're seeing? Well, consumers are misinformed. Legislators are also consumers themselves. Often they don't have, I shouldn't say often, they don't have, generally, there's going to be one out there, have a technical background to understand this stuff. And they're faced by so many different things that they have to respond to. So in California right now, there is a bill that is being passed through committees to ban all polymers. What are we going to be left with in cosmetics from the paraben fear-mongering that we've seen? Now in New York State, there is a bill being passed through committees to ban all parabens. And so for context, we have the most evidential support for safety for this preservative class compared to any other preservative out there. And not to mention, when we look at like skin irritancy in the context of the formula, it is the most skin safe. And like we have an issue with like microbial contamination, the biggest public health risk for products. A paraben ban? And then you go over to Washington State where they think that people are just putting straight up formaldehyde in cosmetic formulas based off of things that are being put out there in the news and consumer perceptions. And so now I know for a fact that within the Washington State Toxic Free Act, part of that is them who don't have the technical expertise to do this are training brands in that marketplace to future-proof their products to produce non-toxic, these are words that legislators are using, products. So, I mean, and now we have this like patchwork of legislation in the United States that's like, what's the business impact of this? Like, good luck having a functional business in this regulatory and legislative environment. What do you wish brands knew regarding the brand claims to consumer perception feedback?
From, I guess, like an influencer perspective, I wish brands would start working with the correct people. And that sounds like a bit like, what does that mean? But I think influencers, like skincare influencers, for example, are great at giving you information about, how the product feels, what it did to their skin, how their skin felt like after a month's like kind of usage. But then I wish brands would kind of like go a little bit further. And if they want to talk about product claims and push their product claims, work with somebody relevant who can actually kind of like break down those claims, make a bit more sense of it, and kind of deliver the science side of the claims in a way that people can appreciate nowadays. And, everyone's learning from TikTok. I can't count the amount of times I've been like, oh, I've learned this from TikTok, and it was like a 14-year-old girl who, who just said this thing. And I was like, oh my God, that must be true. Even I fall for it sometimes. But we all get our information from online now. So I do wish brands would take those claims and deliver them through a brief to the relevant people so that the science is delivered in a much more digestible way, kind of just to put that trust back in science again. And, I do feel like a lot of brands are kind of like leaving out the marketing fluff nowadays because they do know the consumer's a bit more informed. But yeah, I feel like we have the right people online now where most people get their information to be able to make sense of what the brands are trying to educate their consumer about, if that makes sense. And I just think that will instill the trust of science back into the claims. Did that mean anything?
No, I think it did. And I feel like it will mean
Did that make sense? Yeah.
different to marketers who may not know about different expertises. Because the reason why I say this, and Michelle, maybe you can comment on this, is every time I go to a conference that's more like a marketing brand kind of conference rather than a technical conference, all the marketing people are telling the brands how important it is for them to work with dermfluencers. They have the trust of consumers because of this. There's pros and cons to this. It's just something that I thought about because there is definitely a trend in marketing, and it's in response to this.
I see brands that I'm working with, and I'm not saying anything different to what the dermatologists are saying. I'm like, why aren't you adding something different to this advert? Like, why aren't you adding like a dermatologist take on this ad? Like, I'm saying the exact same thing from a consumer perspective that the dermfluencers are doing. And before dermatologists came online, I'd get comments all the time like, you aren't a derm, you can't talk about this. And then they all come online and they're saying the exact same shit that I'm saying. Why are they being probably paid like twice as much as I'm being paid because of their education, but they're not saying anything different or adding anything new or, relating it back to their expertise. And it really pisses me off.
Yeah, I am aware of one dermfluencer on TikTok. The first single TikTok video, $60,000 US. I wonder if the rate is higher now. But like, can you imagine?
So one interesting thing I've noticed is that I've had a few comments saying board certified dermatologist is a red flag. And I think it's because so many board certified dermatologists, they go online and they say, I'm a board certified dermatologist. And then they just say something that I feel like they've gotten just off ChatGPT. So it'll be, I don't know, use olive oil on your hair, or like, it'll be outside of their expertise. Like, it's not dermatology, which is why they're getting it wrong, because I'm sure a lot of them are very good at dermatology. And I've heard this. Some of the big dermfluencers are very good dermatologists. They've topped their class, that kind of thing. But the things they say, because it's outside of their field, they will just say some stuff that is clearly wrong. And it's stuff that consumers are smart enough to know is wrong now. Like, I guess one thing I really want brands to know is that consumers aren't stupid. A lot of them are very smart now. A lot of them have learned things, and a lot of the sort of easy short-term wins aren't really going to be wins. One of the things with dermatologists, I think a lot of people can see what dermatologists posted in the past. And so things like, there was the time when they used to all point and dance and say like, avoid all these foods for pimples. And they'd be like, avoid everything like apples or whatever. That stuff, I think, has lost a lot of trust. Like, I think with influencers, I think, James, you'll completely agree with this, but it takes a long time to build trust, but it's so easy to lose trust. And I think a lot of the influencers, some of the bigger ones who are posting very kind of AI slop content, I think that will come back and bite them. I think it's already started, really. Another thing I really wish, again, on this sort of short-term wins, I was working with a hair care brand and they were trying to get me to say free from sulfates in an ad. But the thing with the hair care brand is that their other products had sulfates. I had to kind of explain to the brand that if you say free from sulfates, what consumers will take from this is that sulfates are bad. And then they're going to go and look at your other products. And some of your hair care brands are very popular on social media because a lot of hairdressers like to trash them. And they will go there and see that it's the same brand, you have sulfates in that. Why are you poisoning us with sulfates in one product and then trying to sell us a sulfate-free formula that we'll switch to once all our hair falls out? Like, that's what they're going to say. People can link the dots. And I'm sure this probably came from some focus group where they just showed them 2 bottles and they were like, would you buy the free from one or the not free from one? And a whole bunch of people picked the free from. And so they were like, okay, we're going to tell all the influencers to say free from sulfates. That sort of marketing study doesn't really show the big picture. And then we've also got the bigger picture, which is something that I feel like you've probably talked about many times, Jen, where once you get rid of parabens, then the next preservative is going to come in and then that will be on the chopping block next. And then you will have to get rid of that. So right now I think it's probably DMDM hydantoin. Once you get rid of that, then you're going to have to put in another one. And then now phenoxyethanol, we're seeing lots of people start to fearmonger about phenoxyethanol. And then once you don't have phenoxyethanol, like you get less and less products, or less and less ingredients that you can actually use in products. And eventually you'll just have nothing. You'll just be selling olive oil and water, which we know flopped because the JLo brand flopped. So yeah, I guess it's one of those problems where so much is short term when it comes to marketing, but that's not how consumers think and that's not how consumers learn. It'll be good to see marketing strategies realigned to take these kind of big picture things into consideration and not just go straight off what one marketing group said.
And that's all the time we have for this roundtable. And it's now time for Q&A. I should say it's now time for Q&A for anyone who wants to hear answers from me, because unfortunately, Michelle and James weren't able to join me for the Q&A due to it's in the middle of the night for Michelle, and a family thing came up for James. So I saw one question, and I think it was kind of answered already in the presentation. This is from Lola. In your experience, and I have a different experience to Michelle and James just because I don't do that much influencer work, what can brands do to better support influencers in making sure that they claim that the claims that they share are correct and legally safe? Maybe I'll just give experience for a few examples that I've had, and it's limited compared to the experience that Michelle and James have. But the brands that I have worked with, and I'm extremely picky, so it's like they'll give me a lot of information. They'll answer my question. They'll give me evidence, and they'll detail in a contract what I can and can't say. I'll also make a script historically, depending, or a blog post, and they'll have oversight to correct me if I've gone too far. Now, the types of content, sponsorships or sponsored content that I've done has been very educational, so it may look differently for somebody who's not doing as much educational content and is doing more sales-driven content. But I think that could be replicated. So just having that oversight to hold the influencer's hands, be there to ask questions, and then it's a learning opportunity for everyone. this next question, there's only 2 questions that I've seen. So potentially the last question. This is from Veronica. But then there needs to be an oversight of the scientific experts over the marketing crowd and not the other way around. But then there needs to be an oversight of the scientific experts over the marketing crowd. As in the science communication team that would hopefully be in existence in the brands need to be there to talk with brands or to influencers. I think that's what you're saying. Yeah. If you're going to make claims and you need evidence and it ends up just being like marketing jargon because there was too much siloing in the brands, then that's a problem. Make your experts available. Veronica says, it's a follow-up to a comment that was made about marketing following that focus group said. Well, I didn't answer your question. So I think that that's all the questions that we have. And if it's not, ask them in the comments and then I'll be there to answer them afterwards. So I'm just going to close out the panel or the summit. It's been a long day. Wow, 8 hours and 13 minutes we've been streaming. And many of you have stayed with me all throughout the day. So thank you so much to everyone who attended today. Thank you so much to everyone who was so engaged in the chat all throughout the day. I will say this was a jam-packed conference with just amazing presentation after amazing presentation. I know I was sitting here this whole time too, and I was captivated. Thank you so much to our speakers for agreeing to present today. I'm just so proud that I got to share the stage with such a phenomenal lineup of experts that I would say are world class. So thank you. And the intention of this conference was to, I wanted to create the best possible conference. You can let me know if you agree, but I feel really good about the content that I shared with you, and especially how it may compete with very expensive conferences. That's the whole thing that I'm trying to do. Sorry for talking in plural. It's just me, and I've got many helpers, so thank you to everyone who's helping me. Luciana and Nawal have been hugely helpful to me, especially stay tuned. You'll receive an ebook shortly. Once it's published, we're working really hard on it. So you'll get it in a week. And also for reference, you can go check out the last ebook that we published on sustainability from the last conference. It was super informative. So if you want more on that topic, that would be a really good place to get a deep dive on. But there's a big accessibility issue for conferences where I find that high quality conferences tend to be, especially of this kind of quality, 1,000, 2,000 or more kind of US dollars. Oftentimes people have to travel to get there, and that travel cost is considering many of them are in the big cities like New York and Los Angeles. If you're in the USA market, I'm sure it's a similar kind of thing across the seas. Very, very expensive, and it ends up being very inaccessible for many people in the industry. So I'm trying to compete with that. Yeah, thank you to everyone who supported this initiative. Thank you so much to our speakers. Thank you so much to Nawal and Luciana. And then also, thank you so much to the companies who've partnered with us along the way to help make these e-conferences free. Again, for this one, we had Pantene sponsoring the fireside chat. Thank you so much. Thank you also to BASF, who has been a longtime supporter for these e-summits. They'll be our bronze sponsor for every conference this year. Thank you. And also to Medicate, our newest partner to work with. Thank you so much for supporting this effort. The next conference up is going to be another Truth and Beauty Summit in September, followed by a conference on the science of beauty, which I'm super excited about, in December. If there's any topics in those conference topics that you'd like to see covered, also let me know in the chat or in the comments, or maybe in the comments of this post when it's public, or when I promote it on Instagram or whatever platform. Just let me know the topics that you want to see. And also, if you have any topics that you'd like to see in future summits as a total summit topic, then let me know. Please fill out that feedback form. I rarely get, like, it's usually only like 15 people out of, there's usually over 1,000 people who register, who fill out that form. Please, more of you, please fill out the form. It's super, super helpful to me. So you'll receive that tomorrow with the replay. And I think that's all I have for you. I said all my thank yous, and thank you, I guess, again, I've said it so many times, I'm probably being annoying, but thank you to you for joining me throughout the day, for this. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I was very unkind with the breaks that I've given you. For 8 hours and 17 minutes, you got 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes of break. So I'm sorry for doing that. I was very greedy with the topics that I wanted to show you, but thank you for saying anyways. I hope you all have a great rest of your Sunday, and thanks again for joining in.